Hot Springs, Arkansas, the center of the horse racing universe today. We have live coverage out in New York as well. Sovereignty earned Horse of the Year honors after wins against Journalism at both the Derby and Belmont. Runner-up in both those races, Journalism shined in the Preakness with a comeback that left racing fans speechless. Then there's the veteran of the group, 7-year-old White Abarrio, a former Whitney and Breeders' Cup Classic winner. All three make their Hot Springs debut in today's Oaklawn Handicap. Welcome to horse racing's newest rivalry in a showdown that we're rarely treated to this early in the year. The reigning Horse of the Year, the Preakness winner from last year combined. They swept horse racing's Triple Crown last year. Live look here at Aqueduct Racetrack, South Ozone Park, New York, on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. We're 14 minutes away from the Bayshore for 3-year-olds. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Todd Schrupp here to man down the New York studios. We'll get out live to Hot Springs in just a little bit, but what a treat to have this incredible showdown. This, in the entire sports world today, this is the biggest matchup there is.
It's not possible to get a bigger matchup. You know, we felt so lucky last year to have both Sierra Leone and Fierceness coming back. They didn't meet until the Whitney, and they aren't the same kind of rivals because they weren't trading 1-2 decisions in 2 of the 3 Triple Crown races.
Doesn't it have to become a rivalry, though? Someone's got to beat the other. Like, they each need to take turns beating each other. That's the one thing journalism hasn't done yet.
Here's a look at the field for the Oaklawn Handicap. Thought we're going to get your mic sorted out here in just a minute. Sovereignty 4-5 favorite. Journalism 5-2. Andy, how does Journalism turn the tables this afternoon?
Well, I think that he naturally has a little bit more speed, and obviously one of the stories of the race, the lack of speed, which I think is one of the people that think, and I'm not one of them, that White Abarrio can upset this field. So I think Journalism can be a little bit more forward. But the one thing that I also wonder about, it feels to me a little bit, and this is not a knock on any of them, but I think Sovereignty was getting better in the Triple Crown races, and I'm not sure Journalism wasn't tailing off a little by the end of the Triple Crown. Now we get to see both of them fresh. And one of the things I would love to see if Journalism beating Sovereignty is then it's 2-1. And then you start to feel like now there's more scores to settle on the racetrack.
Meanwhile, we get back to New York here for the Bayshore. 3-year-olds going 7 furlongs. Big change in here. Igniter a scratch in this field, but whether he was going to be in or not, Solitude Dude, who's 1-9, would have been a heavy favorite here.
And I love the Saffie Joseph immediately after trying the Fountain Youth, where he ran very well, said he's not winning these races going long. He ran exceptionally well. He cut him back, and instead of fighting that war 2 weeks from now in the Pat Day Mile, he's using this to get to the Grade 1 Woody Stevens, and I think it will be to his advantage.
There he is, third in that Fountain Youth behind Commandment, who's one of 3 who will vie for favoritism in the Kentucky Derby. Pick 6 carryover starts here, just over $19,000 as we send it downstairs to Acacia Clement.
And starting there with your current favorite, Solitude Dude is 1-9, and he should be. He actually ran pretty well, going the 2-turn distance of 1 1/16 in the Fountain of Youth last time out. Yes, he finished 3rd, but he did the dirty work, pressing the pace setter, being the first one to take over the lead, and then he got run down with Commandment coming up the inside and Chief Wallaby closing on his outside, facing 2 incredibly talented horses. And beyond that, 2 starts back in the Swale, he beat Class President, who would come back to win the Rebel with a 91 Bayer speed figure before being taken off the Derby trail. So he has definitely faced the best horses thus far. I love the cutback in distance for him. I think that the 7 furlongs suits him perfectly. Being a son of Yopon, it makes perfect sense. He's really powerful in his hind end, very rounded in those hindquarters, not the biggest, a little bit more shorter coupled. Again, I think shorter is definitely good for him. This is the perfect spot, and I think we'll see a lot from him in those tough Grade 1 sprint races throughout the summer, and looking forward to that as well. He's kind of been shaking his head a bit, but honestly, I think he has like a fly or something on his head. I don't think it's him being agitated at all, as he has been very well behaved since coming here into the paddock. The number 3, Fulmina, comes in making the first start for Norm Cassie, as this one was actually put into a digital sale after the Hutchison win, RNA'd for $250,000, and then was purchased privately after that by the Current Connections. And I think a sharp purchase, was in good form since switching back to the dirt, won that Hutchins the last time out. broke out at the start and hit the gate. The rider actually almost lost his balance that day as well, and did well to stay aboard at the beginning of that race. And he was chasing, making a 3-wide move, but pulled away. And I was reading some quotes from trainer Norm Cassie where he says he's a massive horse. This feels the 7 furlongs like a good starting point, and we'll go from there. I concur. He is huge, and it actually makes sense given his size why maybe he has had a little bit of trouble sometimes coming out of the gate in the past, though he does have a little bit of natural speed to get himself into the race because he probably just takes up so much space in the starting gate. But he looks great, dappled out from head to toe, very fit coming back. He had a win at the 6 furlongs last time, which given how he's put together, I think is impressive, and he should like a touch longer with the 7/8 today. I think an intriguing new face to this group, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. And look, everyone's an inflated number because of all the attention Solitude Dude is taking in here at 1-9, and there is the big favorite. Tactically, he's drawn inside. We know he has speed. What does Javier Castellano do here?
Hope he breaks out of the gate cleanly. If he breaks, he's too fast for these horses early. And this is a horse, I mean, the last thing you want to do is fool around with horses like this. Let him roll.
And with Safi Joseph Jr., his operation, although based in South Florida, they can go anywhere. We saw it last week at Oaklawn Park, that amazing performance by Claret Beret. And Solitude Dude, the only concern I would have, and it's a slight one, well, a couple of things. Well, you and I have talked about in the smaller fields, it's tougher to get separation as a speed horse. But like you said, I think he's just ultimately so much faster than everyone, it's not going to matter. But the second thing is, sometimes when you take a horse that is meant to be a sprinter and then you stretch them out and they come back to their natural distance, doesn't mean they always come right back to form. Sometimes that effort going around 2 turns can scramble them a little bit.
And part of that too, to piggyback off that, can that dull that speed a little bit as well, shortening up?
Well, I mean, that's always something that's a possibility. The problem is that there isn't anybody that has any real speed in this race. This is not exactly a field filled with speed demons. So while the others can be a bit forward, I think he's just so much faster than them. And, the key is always the break. Obviously, whoever the horse is, you need to get out of the gate, and the rail can become a little bit more problematic. But he's never been a horse that's shown problems at the starts. There's no reason to expect it. The reality to me is the biggest concern is for some odd reason he doesn't show up. But if he shows up, I even think if he shows up and runs one of his less good races, he's the horse to beat by a lot.
I mean, this is the shortest favorite on the card by far, right?
Yeah, it's a funny sequence in the pick 6, and we should touch on it for a second because we have the carryover. I think one of the reasons we'll get a reasonable pool is this horse is a single for a huge percentage of people, but also in our 8th race today, Intellect is coming back for Chad Brown, who's a grade 1 quality turf miler, and he's going to be 2 to 5 in that race. So I think a lot of people are going to look at it and think, I'll single the 2 of them, and I'll turn it into a pick 4 for $1 and play it that way. So I think you'll see more action in the pick 6 looking at it from that perspective.
Post parade coming up to kick off this $19,000 carryover in this pick 6. No one able to solve it yesterday. Bayshore, $150,000 purse. 7 furlongs coming up. We'll start here momentarily with this huge favorite and even shorter price because of Igniter coming out of this race for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn. But Solitude Dude, even in defeat in that Fountain of Youth, and that was his first loss, he still ran very well.
I'm not sure he didn't run his best race yet in there. He's running against horses, both of whom are players next 2 weeks Kentucky Derby.
Racetrack Romance next door, coming in from Penn National.
Yeah, back-to-back wins, but a Pennsylvania bred who's a long way away from home and is long odds. Biggest shot in here at 27 to 1.
Winner of the Hutchison, who Acacia had touched on, Fulmina.
Yeah, I think this horse might be a little bit better than others might think. There's some talk that buyer figure came back high, a tough number to make. I think he might be moving the right direction off a private purchase.
And blinkers going on. Time to roll for Horacio de Paz.
Improved horse for Horacio, who could pick up the pieces and be second here. Probably the most logical horse for second.
11 to 1 on Time to Roll. Everyone double-digit odds because of the presence of the huge favorite in here and the massive standout, Solitude Dude. Multiple stakes winner, 3rd in the lone try on that road to the Triple Crown. And you credit Connections taking that shot and then realizing it's not a horse that's probably going to win the Derby.
It relates to what Steve Asmussen did with Jackie's Warrior a few years ago. No reason to go forward, try to go long.
About to jump on our Fox Sports 1 coverage as we get set for the Bayshore. little delayed, but here we go on our Fox Sports 1 coverage on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in South Ozone Park, New York. Live look at Aqueduct Racetrack. 4 minutes to post in the Bayshore, where we have a huge favorite in Solitude Dude. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Todd Schrupp here in studio in New York. We'll get to our crew in Hot Springs in just a little bit, where everyone is keying in on the matchup of the year to this point. I think really anywhere in sports today, that is the big matchup today. The two horses, two 3-year-olds who swept last year's Triple Crown, reigning horse of the year, Sovereignty, Preakness winner, Journalism, round 3.
I mean, we love seeing good horses race. All too frequently, the 3-year-olds retire too soon. It didn't happen last year. It didn't happen this year. And we've got two very, very good horses coming back to renew a budding rivalry.
Well, and it's nice because it seems like in this sport we have a lot of browbeating or self-loathing. Today we get it right. There is nothing you can complain about today. This is a matchup that no one anticipated taking place in April. The Oaklawn Park Handicap represents why we love this sport at every level.
To this point, Sovereignty. 2 wins in the 2 head-to-head meetings, the Kentucky Derby, the Belmont Stakes. Round 3 coming up in the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap later on this afternoon. That'll be later tonight on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as you take a look at what's ahead, presented by legendary Claiborne Farm. Here in New York, we're fast and firm. We have the Bayshore coming up immediately for 3-year-olds. Fast, actually, in Hot Springs, Arkansas on the main track. In Laurel Park, we have a win and you're in, as we do at Oaklawn as well on the Bathhouse Road, but a win and you're in for the Preakness and the Federico Tesio.
Those stake races, if you haven't taken a look at the 5 stakes we're showing from Laurel, take a look at them. They're really, really good races.
Yeah, they got a win and you're in for the Black-Eyed Susan, and then as we talked about, the Federico Tesio is always the traditional local prep race leading to the Preakness, and this year the Preakness at Laurel.
And you might be the only person old enough around this set to remember Weber City Mist, the race it's named, horse is named for.
So wait, are you suggesting that I'm not younger than you?
You're not as old, you're old like me.
Derby 25 to get that $25 free play. Play all the action this afternoon. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. For those just joining us on Fox Sports 1, it's this one right here, Andy. Huge favorite, deservedly so, Solitude Dude.
And looking to make this a prep for the Woody Stevens, our Grade 1 on Belmont Stakes Day, and going to be a great, great race, a lot of good sprinters. And he chose this route instead of the Pat Day Mile, which is coming up a war, and I think he's going to be rewarded for it, coming in a little fresher into that race at Saratoga.
Pick 6 carryover begins here as well. There was a $19,000 carryover from yesterday. Let's check in on our FS1 coverage for the first time downstairs with Acacia Clement.
And Solitude Dude is the favorite, and he should be. He looks tremendous out there on the racetrack. When they got out, they broke right away from the pony, gave him a big warm-up. He linked back up, and after they put the tack on back in the paddock, he'd kind of been tossing his head around a little bit. It seemed that he expelled some of that energy and is keeping it all under wraps nicely now. He looks tremendous, and I love the cutback and distance for him. Very powerful in his hind end, very compact. Not to mention he's faced some of the best horses of his crop in his last couple of starts. The number 3, Fulmina, was put into a digital sale after his last race, that win in the Hutchison, and RNA'd for $250,000, so was purchased privately by Current Connections, which could be the right kind of move. As Norm Cassie said, this feels like a starting spot for him at the 7 furlongs because he's such a big horse. He takes up a lot of space in the gate. There's a lot of him, but I will say he got a lot sharper once he got out onto the track, perked up in his energy quite a bit, which I appreciate. I like to see that forwardness in my sprinters. The number 5, Time to Roll, could not get past Igniter last time out. Igniter out of this race, so he will try to find a big win of his own in here as he faces Open Company once again, being a very consistent New York bred. Blinkers going on, a very tiny cheater cup. Very minimal coverage on him, but I imagine to try and give him a little bit more focus in the stretch, as he's a horse that even right from the beginning, his issue has always been lacking focus. Looks incredibly fit coming back here for Horacio de Paz, and he's been very calm in the preliminaries, which is not always the case for Time to Roll. We'll see if the equipment change can make the difference for him today. And he does have some tactical speed, though he broke slowly last time out. Maybe the blinkers can help him too to get out of the gate a bit better today, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. We have really 3 horses that are going to vie for favoritism on Kentucky Derby Day. Further ado, Renegade, and then Commandment. We talk about the toughest series of races leading up to the Kentucky Derby. They probably came through, I think just about everyone would agree, Florida, and Solitude Dude coming out of one of those races.
I agree. I think both the Fountain of Youth and the Florida Derby, as far as competitive high level, were the best two preps we saw all winter.
And look, you can even take that up to Tampa Bay and what those horses did coming out of there. So Florida was the key state this year on the road to the Kentucky Derby.
And I think, there's some randomness to it. You'll hear people saying that you were saying for a period of time, Arkansas, because Baffert was running there and he had American Pharoah and some really good horses. It really comes down to sort of the quality of horses that come in those races, and a lot of good horses spend their winters training in Florida, and especially now with Brad Cox focusing much more in Gulfstream than he used to a few years ago.
Of all the prep races, and I know it's a separate conversation because we got the Bayshore coming up here, I think the Louisiana Derby is the one that's going to be underappreciated and be more productive than people think.
I hope you're right.
Yes, that horse is a serious horse.
Emerging market. We will see lightly raced.
Worked this morning. And he's going to Kentucky tomorrow.
As for this race, Todd, your thought, we've talked about Solitude Dude, how good he is, how quick he is, and he's got the rail here as well. The 3, the 5, they've shown hints of speed. To try and win this race, you've got to put some pressure on Solitude Dude, don't you?
You at least have to. You have to be within a couple of lengths because I think that's possible with a smaller field here. And Fulmina, here's a horse that did take the Hutchison. The two kind of main sprint races for 3-year-olds down in South Florida are the Swale, are the Hutchison. So you have those two horses here with Solitude Dude and Fulmina. But I believe that this horse could take another move forward. If you look at it, this is the time of year where these 3-year-olds improve dramatically from start to start. You'd have to say that Fulmina is doing exactly that start to start.
I don't see anybody sacrificing their horse to go after the 1. I think everybody is riding for second, and they're looking to win if the 1 doesn't run its race. But I don't think anybody wants to engage the 1 early because it will dramatically increase their chances of finishing second. It's not that they don't want to win, they want their best chance.
Solitude Dude. He's got the best resume. He's run the fastest races. He could be the controlling speed. It's the Bayshore. Chris Griffin, the call.
Time to roll, acts up. So does Solitude Dude. And they're off. Solitude Dude broke a half step slow, but now moves up at the rail. But Time to Roll with those blinkers on, and Time to Roll with the speed is up by a half length. The Solitude Dude is back to second and lets this leader press on. So Time to Roll gets over to the rail. Jamie Rodriguez, they're in full command and they're pumped up. It's Time to Roll, taking it right to Solitude Dude, who's going to be stalking this afternoon in 22.38 seconds for the opening quarter mile. Further back is Racetrack Romance and the trailer, Fulmine. They're approaching 4 furlongs left to go, and Time to Roll. The tactics were to be in front is up by a length and a half. Solitude Dude, the heavy favorite here in the Bayshore, is looming in behind that pace setter, and they are 5 lengths in front of Fulmine, who's now under a drive from third. The trailer, Racetrack Romance. Time to Roll is taking it to the heavy 1-9 favorite. Solitude Dude has to catch this leader. It's Time to Roll at the top of the stretch. Now Solitude Dude center the racetrack with every shot to run that leader down. 44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business as a furlong left to go and starts to edge away from that leader. It is Solitude Dude who's in front, is up by 2.5. Solitude Dude, Javier Castellano, they'll win the Bayshore. Time to Roll second, then Fulmine and Racetrack Romance in 1 minute 23 seconds flat.
Solitude Dude, well, he did not get the win. Sits off the pace, but he was much the best here in the Bayshore. He has still to this point never lost sprinting.
I did not expect the race to be run this way, but I'm not surprised at who won. He's too good for these, Todd.
Well, here's the other thing. In the end, it was the right decision to come from just off the pace. The half mile was set in 44-4. If he's dueling through 44-4, who knows what happens?
I think he still wins.
He's still winning. But does he win by a length and 3/4?
New York-bred time to roll ran very well in here.
Solitude Dude back to his winning ways, now 4 for 5 in his career as he takes the Bayshore.
It was this time last year when he became a household name.
Sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby!
And he didn't stop there. dominating the Belmont Stakes.
Sovereignty goes right by journalism once again.
Before a coronation in the Travers.
And we are witnessing greatness, sovereignty pouring it on.
Champion of his division and Horse of the Year. But today's the start of a new season. First race since that August afternoon. And his challenger? A familiar foe who twice finished in his rival's shadow, but captured his own crown jewel in between.
Oh my goodness! Journalism has won the Preakness!
Still not backing down and looking to make a new headline in today's Oaklawn Handicap. Site of the showdown. Under cloudy skies, Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Always a significant day of thoroughbred racing. Oaklawn Handicap Saturday, but this is different. Welcome to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1 from the infield. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You think back to some of the great rivalries in this sport. Secretariat and Sham. It's affirmed in Aladar. Sunday Silence and Easy Goer. Now, we're not there just yet. Nobody's suggesting that. Thing is, we don't know where all of this is going. What we can tell you is that this is the most exciting budding rivalry in this sport in recent memory. Journalism and Sovereignty, they faced each other twice. Sovereignty has gotten the best of journalism twice. What'll happen today? Will Sovereignty continue to dominate, or will journalism strike back? And take a look at the field for the Oaklawn Handicap, drawn last Sunday, mile and an eighth, $1.25 million purse. Waidabario, 7-year-old who's earned $7 million plus. Sovereignty, reigning Horse of the Year, odds on. Morning line favorite, 2 doors over. His nemesis, Journalism, last year's Preakness winner. As I welcome in my co-host, he's a champion jockey, Richie Migliori. Richie, there are some stories in racing that write themselves. Like, this is one of them. Can you lend perspective to just how rare this race is that's taking place this afternoon?
We've got to go back 25 years, the last time horses that, shared victories in the Triple Crown faced off as 4-year-olds. That's a quarter of a century. Think about how rare that is. And to have 2 high-caliber colts, and I think this was a stellar 3-year-old crop last year. Think about Magnitude coming back. He was the 4th best 3-year-old. He only won the Dubai World Cup already this year, and these guys were head and shoulders above the rest. It's exciting. What would you say is different in this third matchup? They run 1-2 in the Derby. They run 1-2 in the Belmont Stakes. What's different about this third meeting? Well, I think they're both on very level playing ground here because they're both coming off of layoffs. You don't have one, like where we had Sovereignty skip the Preakness, Journalism won the Preakness, but then he had to come back in 3 weeks and take on a fresher Sovereignty. This time, they're both starting at the same point. And side by side, how comparable they are. The numbers, the stats. Yeah, Sovereignty's earned a little more money. The only difference is head-to-head Sovereignty with a 2-0 advantage. Oaklawn Handicap this evening, race number 11 around 7:20 Eastern. And the undercard underway. And they're at the starting gate for race number 3. These are Arkansas-bred maidens, 6-furlong dash. You see the field and updated odds. Instamania number 7, odds-on favorite, 3-5 with Francisco Arrieta. Matt Dinnerman, the voice of Oaklawn Park, with the call. Race 3 on this Oaklawn Handicap Saturday live on FS1.
And to the outside post, Sedalia Trail to round out the field. Here's Sedalia Trail up to the gate. Second time starter here. Go again. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Zoom past the first-time starter away a little bit slowly. Instamania, the favorite, out alertly. Arvacoma rides in front with Whitley a half length back, and Instamania parked to his outside. Sedalia Trail running in the 4th spot. Amore inside of that one, and then zooming past, making up some ground, threading the needle between that pair. 5 off the pace, 2 back to Arco Thunder's second to last. Uncle Tater at the back as they hit the half-mile pole. Our Vacoma rides speedy as a 3 parts of a length edge here in the second spot. Instamania cruising up alongside, and And Instamania grabs the lead with 3 furlongs to go. Our Vacoma Ride under pressure back in second. Whitley is going to have to run down Instamania. The others well behind. Instamania trying to make it a one-horse affair here. Hits the quarter pole, increases his lead to 3.5 coming off the turn. Our Vacoma Ride hugs the rail. He's second with Whitley, who's about to pass him. 3/16 to go. Instamania cruising on the lead and opening up at will. He's gone 8 lengths ahead, maybe even a little bit farther ahead than that. And here's a really nice Arkansas-bred here. Instamania, Francisco Arrieta, going to run off the screen here. Instamania crushes. The battles for second. Whitley's in a photo with Amore and Uncle Tater, who rallied on for fourth. But no doubt about who was best today. Instamania, a rising star in the Arkansas-bred rankings.
Running up the score and then some. Odds-on favorite delivers. Instamania graduates. First career win in his 3rd career start. We'll have those results in just a moment, but first wanted to introduce the remainder of our broadcast crew. We say hello to Maggie Wolfendale on the backside, hanging out with Racing Royalty.
I'm here outside of reigning horse of the year, Sovereignty Stall, as he awaits his 4-year-old return. With wins in the Kentucky Derby, the Belmont Stakes, and the Travers, that's what earned him the Horse of the Year recognition. But he's back in action today. He did miss the Breeders' Cup Classic due to a fever, but he has been training with a purpose down at Bill Mott's base in South Florida. And Bill Mott said to me yesterday that he's a horse that is so straightforward that he has not had a hiccup in his preparations coming back. But Bill also expressed the immense pressure that he feels bringing a horse of his caliber back to the races as a 4-year-old. Will he continue to rule in today's Oaklawn Handicap? We'll find out. And for more on his main rival, we'll check in with Megan Burgess.
Thank you, Maggie. And joined by your Preakness winner journalism, whose resume is lengthy. What's missing? A win against Sovereignty in their 3rd meeting in today's Oaklawn Handicap, as they both have a clean slate, both coming off of respective layoffs and both running on a racetrack they've never raced on before. An air of confidence surrounds him as his connections, including trainer Michael McCarthy, encouraged by him as a stronger, better version of himself as a 4-year-old, a typical son of Curlin, getting better with time and maturity. His gallops have been very easy. He's participated in them with ease, and he's a horse that encounters a defining moment today as journalism aims to be the lead story.
So many layers to this story, the people behind the horses and the owners, the trainers, Richie, and the jockeys in Jose Ortiz, riding journalism, Junior Alvarado on Sovereignty. You spoke with both of them. What did they tell you?
Well, they're both acutely aware of the fact that there isn't a tremendous amount of speed in this Oaklawn Handicap, and it looks like White Barrio should be the horse that they're pursuing. Neither one of them wants to leave their horses too much to do. They want them in the game. And Junior even said off the layoff, he doesn't want him to have to make up so much ground and then maybe flatten out. He says, I want him in position from the start, if possible.
7-4-5-2 here at Oaklawn Park. Not only a great day of racing here, but all over the country. You're looking at Laurel Park as we send you back to New York. Greg Wolf, Todd Schrupp, and Andy Serling. Greg.
Thank you both, and we'll get into stakes action at Laurel Park coming up. Preakness Preview Day that Federico Tesio earned you an automatic berth into the Preakness, and that's a Federico Tesio winner. The MIG almost stole a Preakness on 45 to one-shot Magic Wisner many years ago.
I remember it well. Very good. I like the 6 Curlin's Angel in this race. I mean, no surprise looking at the prices, the 4, 5, and 6, far and away the players in here. Curlin's Angel to me is a horse that's had some lousy trips that's a lot more impressive than maybe her buyer figures and finishes make it suggest.
Yeah, the Dahlia mile on the turf, as you can see, as they're about to load. Todd, where do you wind up?
I shamelessly like the favorite here. I mean, this horse has been facing a company that is several lengths better than what she finds here today. She only lost to Be Your Best by a length and a quarter at Gulfstream Park in her U.S. debut. And I thought her effort in the Violent Stakes at Monmouth off the layoff. We just don't see her enough. She's got a lot of gaps in her starts. But look, class-wise, the 4 is awfully tough to get around.
You know, everything goes full circle, Todd. Last week, you and I happened to be talking about Nelson Bunker Hunt. Nelson Bunker Hunt, as many people will remember, owned and raced the great Dahlia, the race mare from the early 70s.
Prices there from Oaklawn. Huge performance from Instamania. As we load here for the Dahlia, and yes, 6-5 favoritism. Revolta Gaia, who has just missed being graded stakes placed here in the U.S. for trainer Graham Moshe. Dave Rodman with the calls. We kick off stakes action on Preakness Preview Day from Laurel Park.
Off of the Dahlia Stakes. Summer in Tahoe. Right to the front as expected. Storm Miami with a sharp break. Here's Curlin's Angel now to put some early pressure on Summer in Tahoe to the first turn run. Rebuilt Gaia is in fourth position within 3 lengths of that speed as they round that turn. Maura's Love edging over toward the inside. Now ground saving is Maura's Love. Racing in fifth position. Already 6 to 7 lengths off of speed. Amy Symphony. And trailing the field is Calamity. They make the run down the backstretch. Sharp opening pace. 23 seconds of the opening quarter mile. Summer in Tahoe flying right along. It's a 2-length lead from Curlin's Angel. Rebecca Gaia in a good spot in third position to quicken up. Another 2.5, and Storm Miami is in fourth position. Maura's Love on the inside of Storm Miami, and back to Amy Symphony and Calamity trailing the field heading into the far turn. Pace continues sharp. 46 and 1, a half mile for Summer in Tahoe. Into the far turn run, a 2-length lead. Rebecca Gaia and Curlin's Angel second and third. Rebecca Gaia is asked a question now with 3 A's to go, but it's Summer in Tahoe. Still that lead from Rebelta Gaia, Curlin's Angel. Mara's Love getting a bit closer from fourth as they reach the top of the stretch, and Storm Miami on the far outside, and Amy Symphony into the stretch. Summer in Tahoe at the 3/16 pole. Now put to the test, leads it by 2 lengths. Rebelta Gaia trying to quicken. Mara's Love on the far outside. Down to the inside, Amy Symphony running huge. Amy Symphony with an inside opening as Summer in Tahoe is looking for the Laurel line. Mara's Love surging on the outside. And there's Summer in Tahoe from Mara's Love. Rebelta Gaia and Storm Miami finished fourth in the Dahlia Stakes.
Where's that wire? Summer in Tahoe trying to lead every step of the way and able to just do so.
Boy, I mean, I was wrong about Curlin's Angel, who showed speed and backed up to last. No excuse for the favorite. And how about getting the turf for the European Mara's Love, almost pulling off the upset, Todd?
Summer in Tahoe went gate to wire last time out of Kentucky Downs, but everybody does. That is a speed-biased turf course. I think this horse just holds on here, but it is the big gray bunny rabbits deciding it here. Summer in Tahoe and Mara's Love.
Looks like she wins in her 5-year-old return in that Dahlia back at the Bayshore. This is a very talented sprinter. Solitude Dude, now 4 for 4 sprinting.
Yeah, I mean, the record's great. It's a gaudy record sprinting, but look, they don't come home here particularly fast with that fast early pace. The final time, 1:23, not going to turn a lot. I mean, I think, you know, talking figures, I think this will be one of the lower buyer speed figures for this horse is in that 4 for 4 record. So to the point that you were talking about, this is a horse that's probably looking at the Woody Stevens on the Belmont undercard at Saratoga. To me, wouldn't be a threat right now.
I think the points you guys were making for the race that I didn't really necessarily agree with were accurate. That maybe running that longer race dulled his speed a little bit in here. I still believe in this horse, but I agree with you. I think this is not as impressive as his prior 2 races.
153 finish. Saffie Joseph Jr., Javier Castellano, Solitude Dude, the win in the Bayshore. We're going to take a timeout. Round 3 of the big rematch. The 2 3-year-olds who swept last year's Triple Crown making their 4-year-old return. MIG. We'll take a look at how this race will take shape in the Oaklawn Handicap when we come back on our FS1 coverage.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
I'm here at the 8th pole where the Oaklawn Handicap will start. We've got 6 horses, a real solid field. Last year's Kentucky Derby winner, last year's Preakness winner, as well as a Breeders' Cup Classic winner in White Barrio. But what makes this Oaklawn Handicap a little bit different is there's not a tremendous amount of speed signed on. And as you can see, they got a good long run to the first turn. Everybody should have an opportunity to get their position. But where will the speed come from? I believe it could be White Barrio from the rail, the only horse that's ever won on the lead in the past.
White Barrio going out to vie for the early lead.
The field is now into the first turn. The horses have negotiated that first furlong and a half, the first 3/16 of a mile. I believe it'll be White Barrio leading the way at this juncture. He'll have established the lead, he'll have gotten in a good rhythm, but who will be his closest pursuer? It's going to be interesting from a tactics standpoint. I do think Sovereignty can lay up close, much like he did in the Belmont Stakes, but I do believe White Barrio will be in front.
White Barrio has taken the lead.
We're now at the half-mile pole. Race is 5 furlongs in, we got a half a mile to go, and this is where the chess match really takes shape. I believe White Barrio have gotten very comfortable on the lead. Who will be his closest pursuer? So riders have to make a judgment at this point. When do they start applying pressure to White Barrio? And at the same time, being aware of their other main rival. Obviously for Sovereignty, it's Journalism. Journalism, it's Sovereignty. This is where the race is really going to take shape.
But it is White Barrio. And at Rod Ortiz, Journalism is still running on. He's back into second.
And here comes Sovereignty.
We're at the finish line. 9 furlongs have been raced. We've had White Barrio probably on the lead, Sovereignty running at him, Journalism making his late run, much like he did, overcoming traffic in the Preakness. And who will be in front at the end of that 9 furlongs in an epic edition of the Oaklawn Park Handicap?
Both these stars from last year's Triple Crown making their 4-year-old returns. And, you know, Andy with Sovereignty, and we saw it, you know, firsthand. It was sort of in that Belmont Stakes. We saw him not just get better as a horse, but start to become more tactical and sort of change, you know, a different way of running as well.
I agree, and I think that's an important discussion with today's race, Todd, because White Barrio, just by default, probably becomes the speed. But I don't imagine that when the race is run, that either Journalism or Sovereignty are going to be overly compromised.
Well, the key is going to be what Jose Ortiz does on Journalism. It was much discussed about Humberto Rispoli, who had ridden him the first part of his career, being taken off before the Breeders' Cup Classic. Jose Ortiz is only 1 chance on Journalism. And, you know, the Breeders' Cup Classic was a race where he was clearly overmatched.
Ran pretty well.
And he ran pretty well to finish 4th. I think the decision Jose Ortiz makes early is going to be key to this race overall. And I like the fact we're kind of on a neutral court. Journalism's had to come and meet Sovereignty in places that are an advantage to him.
And Journalism's shown, too. He could be a lot more forward. Michael McCarthy, his trainer, has said, we'd like to be a lot more handy this year. We'll see if he is. Laurel in the Dahlia, Summer in Tahoe, leading every step of the way narrowly at the wire.
The best price of the 3 contenders, but she seemed to step her game up, though a little bit might have been the fact that the horse I liked didn't run at all, and the horse you liked kind of underperformed a little bit.
Back to New York, race 5 starts the late pick 5 sequence. Mile over the inner turf. New York breds in this first level allowance race. We kick off our post parade with the filly who inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1, Queen Sally.
Yeah, Queen Sally trying the grass for the first time. An okay pedigree for the grass. The sire, a son of Curlin, and then 2 punch on the dam side. You can trace to Nijinsky the second.
Here's Lady Wisdom for Bill Morey.
She's my top pick in here. I'll try to expand on it later. I believe her 1 turf race is significantly better than it looks. She had a wide trip, and it was a better race than the buyer figure suggests.
Quick power nap, a lot of good effort sprinting on the grass, going a mile here.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a 1-1 sprinter, so I wouldn't necessarily buy into this horse going around 2 turns today.
5-year-old return for Starlight Dancer.
She's run against probably some weaker fields and trouble winning. She also has absolutely no speed.
Unmistaken, she's shown speed sprinting on the grass.
Well, I am a huge fan of track trends, and if you've been following track trends on the turf early in this meet, on or near the lead, a good thing. Not necessarily around 2 turns, but Unmistaken, I bring it up because this is a horse to catch.
Downtown Channel for Horacio to pause.
Well, she's making just her 2nd start in a year and a half, but the good news is her last one last summer was a win.
There's Lonchura for Oscar Barrera.
Yeah, I think the price says it all. Longest shot, 53 to 1.
3-year-old debut. Here's Cosmic Candy Girl Kendra Carmouche.
She is preposterously overbet at 8-5, while still being one of the main horses in here, and the supposition is she'll improve in her debut as a 3-year-old, but she'll need to improve to win here. She's overbet.
And the Miguel Clement barn sending out Pocket Queens.
Yeah, and they've gotten off to a good start since returning to Aqueduct, and Pocket Queens, one try on the turf and was severely compromised, could absolutely be better.
I think she's a little interesting at a big price,
yes,
Miguel,
for
here,
sure.
because I agree with you. She had no real chance in that debut.
4 minutes to post, and race 5 starts the late pick 5. We're going to be checking in this afternoon as well on the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund telethon to give back to injured riders. You can do your part. We'll have more information on this when we come back on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1, an incredibly important organization that does so much good for riders who have been injured in the line of duty. Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund Telethon going on this afternoon. They have raised, since their inaugural event back in 2018, over $2.5 million for injured riders. Last year, I believe their best ever when they raised, during this telethon, close to $600,000. Let's check in with Mig, who knows about the importance of this organization more than anyone.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Absolutely, so important. You know, the public sees the big name riders, the Irad Ortizes, the Flavian Pratts that are going to ride in the big races, and they make a wonderful living. You have the ability to make a lot of money as a jockey, but the vast majority of riders are making a living and no more. They're riding to put food on the table, to support their families. And as everyone knows, a rider's life can change in an instant. You're got a job that an ambulance is following you around, and hopefully you can go through much of your career injury-free, but life can change in an instant, particularly for riders. So if anybody out there has the ability to and the desire to, please pitch in, help out the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund. You can call in, and who knows, maybe you'll be on the phone with a Hall of Famer like Mike Smith.
Couple of ways to donate. That phone number you see, 844-884-PDJF, or you can go to pdjf.org/donate.
Do you think this is a good time to give out Richie's cell number? People
Why
call.
not?
I really think we'll get back to that.
He might be
Richie.
a little busy.
Yeah, no, we'll get back to that, Richie, a little later.
Back to New York in live action. Mile over the inner turf in this New York-bred entry-level Allowance. Let's check in with Acacia.
And starting off with your current favorite, quickly, Cosmic Candy Girl. I respect her. I think she's talented. I just really do think that she will benefit from a start to strengthen off the layoff. And she really didn't grow much from 2 to 3 or change, but she did have a lovely warm-up out there. But she's one that I'd like to see with racing. I agree with Todd on the 6, Unmistaken. I think she's the one to catch. She does look fit coming back off the bench. I've always felt that she looks more like a turf horse. I love seeing her get back on the grass. I do wonder if she necessarily will prefer going longer, but I think that she should be able now as a 3-year-old to extend her speed, and she looks like she should, again, appreciate getting back onto the turf. There are a couple of long shots that I have been waiting to see on the grass. The 2, Queen Sally at a massive price, and the 3, Lady Wisdom. She looks so much more like a turf horse, always has, and she's become more athletic now as a 4-year-old since I last saw her, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 7-2, Unmistaken. Her first start as a 3-year-old filly. She should be all by herself on the front end.
She is supposed to be the speed. I don't argue with that. I'm hoping my horse can be a little forward. Lady Wisdom had a crazy wide trip in that race, and I thought ran very, very well. I'm hoping she can get the
Would you agree with me, though? It's lights out for speed, sprinting on the turf. Route races, it seems to be a little bit more fair.
2 different turf courses, and I completely agree.
Favorite just stepped in at 8-5. Cosmic Candy Girl, her 3-year-old return. Kendrick Carmouche aboard. Let's go upstairs. Start of the late pick 5 as they go backwards with Starlight Dancer to help coax this one into the starting gate for trainer Michelle Nevin. Chris Griffin, the call.
Goes in. Last to load. Pocket Queens. Race name for the McConville 25. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Quick power nap broke sharply towards the inside, gets over to the rail, and there's Starlight Dancer in the mix too. Downtown Channel is going to join them, and Downtown Channel will now press on. Host of pursuers in behind. They are very tightly bunched as Downtown Channel, Ricardo Santana Jr., they get the lead and they get over to the rail, and they're up by a full length. Here's Cosmic Candy Girl is going to stalk from second, quartering a little wide. There was Lantura, who's a shared 3rd and 4th with at the rail. A tight hold there. Raylu Gutierrez on quick power nap trying to settle. There in 5th is going to be Starlight Dancer, is followed to the outside here by Unmistaken. They're going to be mid-pack. Then further back in the field comes Queen Sally towards the back end of the field with Pocket Queens. The trailer, Lady Wisdom. They work up the backstretch in 24.34. Now unopposed, Downtown Channel. Downtown Channel is in front, is up by a length and a half. Cosmic Candy Girl, waiting for the cue, wants to go, is settling in second, is just to the outside of Quick Power Nap, still in 3rd. Lantura out in the center of the course in 4th. 49.65 for a half-mile time. Downtown Channel hasn't seen pressure yet. And now Cosmic Candy Girl is ready to pounce, but Downtown Channel is holding her off so far. Downtown Channel is well in the turn, is still up by a full length. Starlight Dancer is now knifing through rivals, tips towards the outside to try to catch the lone leader in Downtown Channel. Cosmic Candy Girl's been there throughout. At the rail, also coming on is Unmistaken, still battling on Quick Power Nap, but Downtown Channel still sprinting clear. Unmistaken is the one with all the momentum down at the rail, is trying to catch that leader who's still up by 2.5, almost 3. Downtown Channel took them all the way. Downtown Channel with a front-running score. Unmistaken, then Cosmic Candy Girl in a photo. Starlight Dancer with Quick Power Nap in 1 minute 37 and 4.
Downtown Channel able to win this race on the front end. The one everyone who looked at this race, even for a brief moment, figured would be in front. As you mentioned to me, and it was 6th in this race midway through, rallies for 2nd.
Manny is not a rider that rates speed horses, so I wonder if his intention. She did finish 2nd. She would have won the race if she went to the front end, but that's the way it went. Todd, I don't know how you could possibly make this horse wire in the field. You could make her winning. Couldn't make her wire.
Well, and you know, it goes back to something I was talking about earlier in the week. I don't like to play 3-year-olds against older horses this time of year, so you have the 5-year-old mare getting the win. But I'm with you. I didn't see the horse going gate to wire in here. I saw her as a win candidate. You know, and then the other thing about jockeys' intentions, it's like we say, we don't know what was said down in the paddock and what the trainer or the connections wanted to happen.
Downtown Channel at 7-2. We're going to send it back to Hot Springs. Third place finisher from last year's Grade 1 test at Saratoga. Back in action for Hall of Famer Bill Mott as we go to Richie Migliori and Megan Burgess.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And yeah, we've got Beauty Reigns, the 3, big favorite here at 1-2 for the Connections of Sovereignty, Bill Mott and Junior Alvarado. And like Greg said, she's already Grade 1 place, the highest level.
She is, and now an opportunity to run second off the layoff. And Meg, last time out, it almost seems as if she was ridden as if this was just a sharpener. She was kind of in behind there. You can kind of see her. She's one of those sprinters that does make her best run in the late stages of her races.
Doesn't it feel like this would be a race, though, to move her forward? Because she really was kind of held up, not in terrible traffic, but just no place to really go forward.
She's a horse that actually ran as long as 9 furlongs in the Demoiselle as a 2-year-old, then got to the sprint game, and she's been very strong since. I do find, though, she should take a step forward. Last time out, she did look as if she was fit first off of the bench. I'm eager to see how she improves today.
And you like the 2 Dare to Fly, as does Maggie, who's compiled a nice record here at Oaklawn Park. Maggie?
Yeah, she's compiled a nice record, Mig. Also, sprinting on the dirt. This is what this filly wants to do, and wow, does she look tremendous. If you were blindly picking horses upon appearances, she would have to be it. She has grown up a bit. She's always been a bigger type, but she's really filled out that frame. And she just has the right kind of energy for a dirt sprint. She'll be looking to go back to back. And I mean, yes, I know she hasn't won some of those sprints, but she was running in some pretty tough fields. Yes, Beauty Reigns, very much the horse to beat, and I have no problems against her. But I do think that Dare to Fly is primed and ready to run a big one here for Phil D'Amato. Number 7, Untamed Moment. I thought it was a little bit of an odd move. Now, mind you, she has run her fastest race, at least on Buyers, sprinting on the dirt when she finished second going back to December as a late 3-year-old. But it's not something that trainer Dave Fox tends to do. For horses that have won their last start on the dirt, turning back, he's only done it 6 times with 1 successful run and a 93-cent ROI. And looking at this filly, she doesn't really strike me as one that will be as effective sprinting. I know, the proof is in the pudding. It's on the paper. It says that she very well could be successful turning back, but she's big. She kind of has those peaked hindquarters. She really kind of lacks an engine overall behind the saddle, and it was just an interesting move. A lot of times you change things when it's not working doing the other. Well, it worked going a mile last time, and yet we're back here going the 6 furlongs. Meg?
Yeah, I mean, this is a big race days. You're going to get races like this where you've got a Grade 1 winner, a Grade 1 placed horse like the 3 Beauty Reigns, a horse like Dare to Fly that you and Maggie both like, who I thought really ran extremely well last time, kind of had a steer out to the clear to make her run.
She did. She was in behind. She had a patient ride by Ramon Vasquez. Francisco Arrieta, I believe, climbing aboard today. But Dare to Fly was campaigned mostly on the grass last year. Her pedigree does not read as if she's an all-out grass horse. So I'm very anxious to see, eager to see, I should say, her in now being able, second time on the dirt from those turf tries. And she definitely loves it here at Oaklawn Park.
Well, the field is loading up. We got race 4 coming up. We'll send it up to Matt Dinneman for the rest of the load and the call of race 4.
We're ready to go. And they're off. An eventful beginning. Dare to Fly on the lead. Beauty Reigns alongside, and here comes Beautiful Twice. Part of the action on the front end. Snatches the lead. She's in command now. Beautiful Twice clears off. A length and a tail now. Dare to Fly running in second. Beauty Reigns on a hold third with True Passion. Untamed Moment deep on the course at the back with Mandela. A compact group, just 3.5 lengths from tip to tail. Beautiful Twice hits the half-mile marker. A length and a quarter ahead. Beauty Reigns, the big favorite, moves up into second with True Passion alongside. Dare to Fly retreats to fourth now, is 2 1/4 lengths behind, rounding the turn on the rail. Untamed Moment coming under a bit of a ride, and Mandela alongside of her as they round the far turn. Beautiful Twice 3/4 of a length ahead. Beauty Reigns closer second. The same can be said for True Passion in the 3 path. Dare to Fly finds room on the rail, and it's wide open for her to come through if she's good enough. They come down the lane, 4 of them across the track now. Beautiful Twice weakens. It's Dare to Fly on the lead, slipped right inside to grab the lead, and opens up with a 2.5-length lead. Beauty Reigns second. True Passion, Untamed Moment, and Bendella across the track, but Dare to Fly made that move up the rail, and it was the winning move at 6-1. Dare to Fly, Francisco Arrieta with back-to-back wins. Bendella second. Untamed Moment third. Beauty Reigns in fourth with no.
Well, it was number 2, Dare to Fly, under a beautiful rail skimming ride by Francisco Arrieta. She gets it done over the favorite as we head back to the guys in Laurel Park. I believe it's the King Leatherbury coming up.
It is, named after a legendary trainer. 5.5 furlongs on the grass here for 3-year-olds and up. And look at this board. 4-1 is your favorite on the 8 Chasing Liberty.
I mean, this is an absolutely wide open race. I'm surprised this horse is favored. The first race is a 4-year-old, Todd. Doesn't this horse have to improve to be competitive here?
I agree with you on that. Look, the effort in the Franklin Simpson, that last start of last year at Kentucky Downs was pretty good. But again, the Kentucky Downs form doesn't necessarily travel everywhere.
Yeah, I thought this horse was overbet. I bet a couple dollars on Determined Kingdom, who last I looked was around 8 or 9 to 1. I'm not exactly, is 8 to 1, the 11. I just thought this horse has races fast enough to win, can stalk a little bit in the outside, but I don't know about you. There are so many horses that can win here.
I'm with you. I mean, that's why the board looks like it does. We take a look here at briefly the 12, Jean Valjean, off since November 2024. 3 for 5 in the lawn. It's been a long time since we've seen this one run, though.
Yeah, but this horse loves Laurel. And as a matter of fact, you take a look, it was only 2/5 of a second off the track record, 5.5 on the turf there.
He's 32 to 1 if you like him, and he's run some fast races, but this is a tough spot off the layoff. Isn't the one of the main speeds in this race? I mean, I think the 10 has speed,
yeah,
the 10 Schwartzmeyer, but also the number 5 horse in here, who's Doncho is very quick as well. They got to be moving up front.
That's the thing about Michelle Lavelle. She's had some great turf sprinters, but that's kind of a consistent hallmark. They all are rocket ships out of the gate. And you've got 2 riders who are great out of the gate. Jimmy Graham aboard, Schwartzmeyer here. And it's really assessing some of the fairgrounds form with these horses. And I watched fairgrounds a lot this past winter. Schwartzmeyer, that was a very, very impressive performance last out.
Here's the 11, though, on our screen. This is Determined Kingdom. 7-year-old return for this son of Animal Kingdom, of course, former Kentucky Derby winner. 10 for 27 on the lawn.
Yeah, I thought he was tailing off a little bit towards the end of last year, but he had some other efforts that were very, very good. Thought that race in the Troy went third behind the extremely good Bring the Band Home, who at the time looked like he could be Breeders' Cup winner. He obviously fell apart as the year progressed, didn't even show speed. I thought he was a little interesting at 8 to 1, but to me, if you want to bet this race, you better be getting a little bit of a price because it is a wide open race.
Well, this 8, Chasing Liberty, this one has kept some pretty stout competition.
He has, but I just don't think he's run. I'm not going to fall out of my chair if Chasing Liberty wins, though I'll be surprised. I would love to book this horse at 7 to 2.
I agree
Unless
with you.
there's stories that this horse is working lights out, coming up from fairgrounds, actually been at Belmont Park. I have no idea what makes this horse favored in this race.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, especially with all the opportunities out here, and the form is not superior to a number of horses in this field.
And he's coming off a layoff as well. So even if he's working well, you know, I mean, you're betting this horse on the come, aren't you? I mean, you're assuming or hoping he's going to improve, and he's got to improve a lot. He doesn't have to leapfrog 1 or 2 horses. He has to leapfrog about 8.
Todd, are you surprised to see Doncho, speedster here, off the bench, by the way, as the favorite, considering the presence of Schwartzmeyer?
Yeah, it is. But I thought this horse, especially with Michelle Lavelle, has earned the right to be one of the favorites in here. But from race shape, I think Schwartzmeyer is ultimately the fastest horse. So from my perspective, may the Schwartz be with you.
Well, and I also think he compromises the 5 Doncho because he's got to go in there. So it's hard not to see. And not that you can't wire these fields, but if Doncho does it, he's got to earn it in this race. And I'm sorry, he was the one favored. The 8's gone up to 5 to 1.
This race named after an outstanding trainer who we lost back in February. 5th all-time in wins among U.S. trainers. King Leatherbury, 5.5 furlongs on the grass here on Preakness Preview Day with a Federico Tesio. Automatic berth into the Preakness still to come on the card.
And it should be noted, the Preakness will be run at Laurel for the first time this year. And actually, I love Laurel, and I think they have great racing surfaces. So I think, obviously, Pimlico, there's a lot of history there, but in a lot of ways, I think some of these races are going to benefit from being in Laurel, especially the turf races. Better turf course.
Keep your eyes on the speed duel early on up front between the 5 Doncho, your current 7 to 2 favorite, the 10 Schwartzmeyer. See if either one of those two fade and sets it up for someone from off the pace as we go to Dave Rodman for the King Leatherbury.
Ready for Had to Have Him. Doncho 7-2. Schwartzmeyer 7-2. Toledo's up. Had to Have Him. Try to load without the rider. Halfway in, backed away.
You see the gate open on both the 4 and 6, so waiting for Had to Have Him and Outlaw Kid both to get into the gate, as everyone else just about is loaded with the exception of those outside 2 as well.
And both Have to Have Him and potentially Outlaw Kid are players in here. I mean, Outlaw Kid, if you could find his form from a couple of years ago, I thought he kind of tailed off a little bit last year, and Had to Have Him is another horse that has races that put him in the mix. Got a pretty nice record, too, sprinting on the turf. It's a really, really deep field.
Had to Have Him, the 4 is in. Waiting on Outlaw Kid for his 7-year-old return for trainer George Weaver to step into the gate. Let's send it back to Dave Rodman.
Outlaw Kid. Jean Valjean. When I Get to Heaven. Remember, it's the second wire finish, second line. They're out for the King T Leatherbury Stakes. Doncho, quickest of the quick early. Jean Valjean on the outside is speeding up. And here's Schwartzmeyer in between horses, dropping back just a bit right off that pace. And 4 Harper's on the chase in the second flight as head into the turn. Determined Kingdom right there, 3 wide, just a couple of lengths from the lead. First 5 separated by some 3 lengths. Outlaw Kid is riding the rail, then back to When I Get to Heaven. Chasing Liberty is next. Then Had to Have Him, racing in the 2 path, just outside of Prince of Jericho. The others have plenty of running to do. Iman, Incinerator, and King Covey's on the back of the pack. They're a quarter mile from home. Doncho trying to punch on home, but now on the outside, Jean Valjean. Here comes 4 Harp, and in between horses, Outlaw Kid gets a great split. On the far outside, Chasing Liberty is leveling off too, and Schwartzmeyer still in the thick of things. Schwartzmeyer between horses, Outlaw Kid down to the inside. Extreme outside, Chasing Liberty on the outside. Outlaw Kid down to the inside of the second wire finish. Outlaw Kid from Chasing Liberty.
Worth the wait to get into the gate for Outlaw Kid's 7-year-old return for trainer George Weaver. Wins for the 7th time on the lawn.
Good late mention, Andy.
Yeah, and quite a ride and trip up the rail. And you see him coming up the rail. Easy to see with those pink silks on. He's coming up the rail. It looks like he has plenty of room. And then the 5, Doncho, who's stopping, sort of gets in his way a little bit, able to maneuver outside of him and get the job done. A great ride and a great finish. The 8 did improve a lot off the layoff here. And this was a really, really fun race and a competitive race. The one surprising thing was, I don't know why they rated the 10 Schwartzmeyer, who actually came back on and ran okay to be 3rd or 4th.
How about this, 11-1?
It was that kind of race.
Yeah.
Outlaw Kid off the bench with the victory for the barn of George Weaver in that King Leatherbury. More stakes action to come from Laurel on Preakness Preview Day, and of course the big one, Oaklawn Handicap. Journalism rolling on by. The barn of Sovereignty, I remember you. They'll get reunited. Round 3 of their head-to-head matchup still to come.
Drain the clock, Jockey's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it in 1,000,001, 1,100,000, dividend 75,700. Mike, 700,000. You would do 70, you would do 70, you would do 70, 570,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at belmontstakes.com.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage here on America's Day at the Races with the big showdown still to come in the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap and horse racing's newest rivalry. Take a look at some rivalry breakthroughs. It was tough for Jordan and the Bulls. Eventually they got past those bad boy Pistons. The Curse, they were down 3-0 to the Yanks. Came back to reverse it. Seemed like the impossible that year. Back in 2002, Peyton Manning, Colts only got the better of Tom Brady and the Patriots. 2007 AFC Championship. And of course, today we will see if journalism can get on the board and finally get the better of the reigning horse of the year, Sovereignty, after being beat in the Kentucky Derby and in the Belmont Stakes to him.
Well, and I've always been a journalism guy. I had a chance to see him in his debut at Del Mar as a 2-year-old. And even those who were in Sovereignty's camp last year as 3-year-olds admit physically he has everything you want in a top thoroughbred, and he has delivered and shown his ability. Remarkable athletic feat in winning the Preakness Stakes. There was no way he should have been able to win that race with the trip he had, and he did. He's had moments of brilliance, but you know, if you're in his camp, you always feel like when he's faced Sovereignty, there's been some type of excuse. He didn't really, you know, the trip wasn't great in the Kentucky Derby. Maybe that wasn't his kind of track, and he ends up second to Sovereignty. Then he's got to go all the way to New York in Sovereignty's backyard. But I will acquiesce. While I think journalism has gotten a little bit better, not broken through against Sovereignty, Sovereignty has gotten better as well. But for those who are in the journalism camp, for all those examples you gave, like myself, if it's not today, it's not going to happen. He's not going to beat Sovereignty if he doesn't do it today. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that thinking, and it could very well be right. And I think Sovereignty is obviously shown to be the better of the two with the 2 wins. I believe in the Derby. The first move, which is what journalism made, proved to be the wrong move. Not that it was a bad ride. It's just the way the race developed. And you think about Baeza getting the close third because Flavien just sort of waited and was picking up pieces at the end. So I don't think the margin was that severe. I do think the margin was more severe in the Belmont Stakes. I thought Sovereignty was clearly the better horse, but I also wonder, Sovereignty didn't run the Preakness. Journalism had run in the Preakness.
Yes.
So I think the journalism... How's he going to turn the tables? By running a better race than Sovereignty
and
today.
being fresh.
And I think there's no reason he can't do it.
You're bringing up the fatigue factor. I think that was a factor last year when he faced Sovereignty. And so I believe as a fresh horse, he's got a better chance, whereas Sovereignty might need the race more than he does. It'll benefit journalism. And then there's the other discussion where we had a disagreement. That is the distance. I think at 1 1/8, journalism has no excuses. At 1 1/4 against Sovereignty, maybe he did.
I'm not going to argue that, being that he lost to him twice, and I don't think it's not something that I could stand on high ground arguing about it. I don't think 1 1/8 miles is going to be a problem for Sovereignty. I think it's going to be one hell of a race. That's all I know.
Here's our post-parade race 6 back in New York. Outer turf mile to 60 to this state-bred maiden special weight. We're up to the 3 Sicilian Dancer.
Had a bit of a trip in the 1 turf race and not the most ridiculous horse for the price.
Tom Morley Barn, first-time starter in the first foal out of an unraced mare.
Yeah, but look, up on the board at 9-1. That says this horse isn't hopeless. A son of Known Agenda, who's a son of Curlin. I can see why they're debuting 2 turns on the turf.
A favorite for Jose D'Angelo, high leverage.
Not convinced this horse is going to be as effective at 1 1/16, but does face New York breds for the first time.
The imposing Will Walden Barn, first-time starter, and the dam-produced Nona Lynn, who was a 2-time winner on the grass.
Golden Nona Lynn.
Yeah, and the angle here, Will Walden, first time out. His win percentage first time out is over 24%.
Does he ever
That's
lose?
Amazing. It doesn't seem like he does with first-time starters.
Well, curls at 9-2.
Comes out of a mediocre turf sprint in the 1 race. Not my cup of tea.
First on the turf for Pilot Knob. The dam did produce a 6-time winner on the grass.
Yeah, the sire is the son of Scat Daddy out of a more than ready mare. That is turf influence, top and bottom, as we like to say.
Now You See Me?
I like
No,
Now You See Me a little bit in this race. I think that the 1 race going short is a lot better than the slow
He missed May the Shorts
buyer.
Be With You. Like, he didn't even catch that one.
He has no time for these games.
Spaceballs 2 is coming out. How did you not catch that?
Here, okay?
4-1 on Now You See Me, Now You Don't.
Are you even listening to us, Andy?
No.
Have the late pick 4. I don't blame him. Late pick 4.
Yeah, that's up for debate.
Next from New York, we're 5 minutes to post on Oaklawn Handicap Day and the rematch. Coming up with Sovereignty and Journalism.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, as we have New York-bred turf maidens coming up. And we'll start off with the number 5, High Leverage. He does have turf experience, coming in for trainer Jose D'Angelo, who celebrated his birthday yesterday, as this horse gets just a touch more ground and had a very wide trip, going 2 turns on the turf down at Gulfstream last time out. Absolutely not the kind of trip that you want over that turf course, and understandable that he faded from there. But he does need to take a step forward off of what he's shown so far. He is a very big, imposing individual, High Leverage. So he is one that looks like more distance will suit him. We'll see if he can take a step forward facing New York breds for the first time. He should appreciate being amongst his friends. The number 9, Now You See Me, Now You Don't, debuted on the turf and actually ran pretty well. I was in the paddock that day and wrote down that he looked like a turf horse, but he was very green on the track that afternoon. Then last time he came back off of the layoff and he nearly dropped his rider, not wanting to link with the pony. I think it's not necessarily greenness. I think it's that he just doesn't really like a lead pony. So you see him kind of walking alongside, but never actually linking up with a lead pony on the track. They had 2 handlers on his head, doing everything to try and keep him calm, keep him composed out there, as Jamie Rodriguez has his feet out of the irons to ride him cowboy style if needed, which I think is smart. But he warmed up beautifully, and I do love him getting back on the grass. He has grown and filled out quite a bit. The 6, Homewood Hustle, is debuting for Will Walden. You guys mentioned the pedigree. The second dam is all turf and synthetic as well. And this one does come in wearing blinkers first time out. I don't put too much stock into that for this barn. Very athletic looking individual. Looks very well spotted too, and warmed up beautifully out on the track, and is now taking quite a bit more money as your 5-2 favorite, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. Top choice on the board for a barn that has just become a powerhouse in our game, Will Walden.
They just never seem to lose. I don't know. I'm not going to bet first-time starters at 2-1 in these races. Based on the races we've seen from other horses, it's not going to take a Herculean effort to win here. But I'm just not really my idea. But once again, I like the 9, Now You See Me, Now You Don't. And frankly, I think 3-1 is too low a price on this horse. So I don't really know what to do in here.
You go with Will Walden. I mean, the money's showing up. You know the barn can win first time out. They can win anywhere. The horse has a turf pedigree. You just said it's not a great field. Why ignore the obvious here? Yes, if you're all about, am I getting proper value under the circumstances? I'd love to have 4-1, but the horse deserves to be the favorite in here.
I don't know. You know, I don't know if they're betting because there's a story, or because it's just Will Walden, or they don't want to bet anybody else. It's Manny Franco.
I gave the horse out.
I'm not betting out. It's probably not that. Acacia, on the other hand, I think it's more Manny and Will Walden. They don't really know where else to go in this race. But I don't really want to bet my 9 at 5-2. To be honest, the 5 High Leverage is the overlay of the contenders in here at 9-2.
Yep.
So I think if you're looking for a horse that's at least a reasonable value among those 3, I think this horse at 9-2 is a very fair price.
Yeah, High Leverage has been in open company down in South Florida. Jose D'Angelo, remarkable record in spots like this on the turf. So I am surprised at that 9-2.
Why is this horse the same price as the 7, whose one turf race was bad and it was sprinting because the horse ran a little bit in the dirt last time? I think at the similar prices, the 5 is a much better bet.
Homewood Hustle debuting for Will Walden. Manny Franco will be aboard, 2-1 favorite, as we get set to kick off the pick 4 in our Saturday coverage here from Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in, all set. And they're off. Mo Curls has early speed and right to the front. Plenty of company to the inside in High Leverage. High Leverage working over to the rail, and it's going to bring Mo Curls into the 2 path here, and they speed off together in the early stages. Cornering wide, there was Mo Curls, and now it's an easy lead for High Leverage and tough to handle. Mo Curls is in second, at the rail progressing, and saving all the ground is Homewood Hustle. To the outside of them is Pilot Knob. A little keen in the early stages is in fourth. Is a length in front of Ohante's Own. Is at the rail, is progressing with Now You See Me, Now You Don't. The 2 at the back, Classic Commander with Sicilian Dancer. They work to the backstretch, 24.57, slowing things down. It's High Leverage in front. Classic Commander. Christopher Elliott's got a handful. Is rank up on the outside, 3 wide, is rushing up to these leaders and will push that early tempo. Wants to go. Is in between horses there, Mo Curls. Saving all the ground and staying out of the trouble, Homewood Hustle. And Manny Franco, well slotted in fourth, is losing some ground was Pilot Knob. Here from the back, Now You See Me, Now You Don't starts to rally on, and Ohante's Own is going to be second to last with Sicilian Dancer. 49-4 for the half-mile time. High Leverage just cruising right along. There was a lot of action in behind, and here comes Homewood Hustle is still drafting off of that leader, saving every inch of ground, and High Leverage has the lead. Homewood Hustle is now called upon for the effort, tips towards the outside for the run. It's High Leverage and Homewood Hustle within range now. These two still have it well in front of the rest as High Leverage, Homewood Hustle lugging in, trying to straighten up and trying to sprint on by, and does. Homewood Hustle is now up by a length and a half, call it 2. Homewood Hustle. Manny Franco picks up another one on the afternoon. Homewood Hustle, much the best. High Leverage, then came a photo. Now you see me, now you don't. Denohante's own at 1 minute 43.51 seconds.
Homewood Hustle at first asking for the barn of Will Walden. Manny Franco aboard.
There was really never any point in this race where you weren't relatively confident the 5 and 6 would finish 1-2 in some order. Both of them comfortable trips on the rail, while there were a number of other horses getting somewhat buffoonish rides and not particularly great trips. These were probably the best 2 horses, and they got the best trips.
Out in California, one of the most gaudy win percentages is something that everybody knows. That is Bob Baffert, first time out, particularly with 2-year-olds. Will Walden is up in that category with how often he wins first out, but what's different is we're not talking always about 2-year-olds. We're not talking about a particular category, and distances as well. It's very difficult to win debuting a route on the grass. He made this look easy, but he does this at Turfway Park over the synthetic as well, sprinting. I mean, he's just a reliable horseman. In fact, he had a first-time starter win in a deep maiden special weight at Keeneland this spring.
Beat us a nose.
Yes,
I remember
exactly.
Well at 13-1.
Although Kazushi Kimura could have ridden a little bit more aggressively.
Well, I read that on Twitter. Somebody showed me, and I don't believe anything.
You're still on social media?
No,
we haven't heard from you since March.
Occasionally, people who are sort of friends of mine make the mistake of sending stupid tweets to me.
We're going to get back to Hot Springs, race 5. It starts to pick 5 as we go to Megan.
Yeah, Megan, we got race 5 coming up. Arkansas-bred's maiden 30 here. And we've got a big favorite in the 5, Like a Diamond, who is now being ridden by Ron Huckabee.
Tyler Bacon off his mounts today, and this horse to me is a vulnerable favorite. Meg, though, has put together some consistent form, and honestly, Meg, these are kind of become my favorite races because I feel as if I finally understood these Arkansas-bred maidens, if that makes sense. Anything can happen here.
If you can understand them, you're better than me, but you do like the 3 here, Royal Bay.
I do. I'm surprised this horse is so cold on the tote. His last time out, I will say she was beaten by a 58-1 shot in Pyrolita, but she's been improving. That was at 5.5 furlongs. She gets back to the 6 flat, which I find will be to her benefit. She's tactically meant. I think she'll take a step forward, and she's certainly an out-and-out sprinter from the now 3 times I've been able to see her in the paddock.
Well, and she put in an effort this day. I mean, she really ran, and in these races, right, we're just looking for somebody that's showing us that enthusiasm for their job, right?
Right. A lot of these horses are very green. I will say this, Meg, from what I've seen from especially majority of this group, they might not know how to be racehorses just yet. It takes some time to start figuring things out. And I will say the number 6, Highway 70, is also a horse that has kind of done the same thing. Almost always still trying to figure it out, albeit taking small steps forward.
Yeah, I do like to be forward in races like this. I just think that lower level horses tend to get more easily discouraged from kickback and, troubled trips. If you are laying up close, at least you know you're going to create your own trip. I picked the 4 Paroli, and completely against what I just said because she doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed, but I actually thought she showed some run last time, and I made a mental note that she's running with what I call the emergency brake on in stops and starts, and usually blinkers on helps that a great deal. She gets blinkers today and another slight drop in class.
She does. I actually was able to catch her April the 12th move there, 48-3, and she really looked as if she was taking a step forward from some of her priors. To me, it was her best work to date. I agree with you, Meg. I like what you're getting there at 7-1 as well, as this to me is a race where you have to take a stand against your favorite. If you're betting specifically as you kickstart the 50-cent pick 5 sequence, races 5 through 9, big day of racing. And to me, this is where you can kind of get away, hopefully, with a little bit of a price in here.
Well, that's the one beauty about these kind of races here at Oaklawn Park. You get big fields, and if you're able to mine that nugget of gold, you're going to get paid.
What do you think about the number 9, the JJ's Sweet Bet? A first-time starter. I was able to catch the gate work there on March the 13th, the video online, and Honestly, this horse kind of picked up her knees, excuse me, didn't wear any equipment, was kind of hustled late, but has been putting together some pretty solid works in the morning, especially for a maiden claimer debut.
Well, and taking money, right? She's 4-1, so she's getting bet. The mare has produced 4 winners, including 1 debut winner, and I like to see that. I want to see some precocity within the family that a horse could win early out of the mare.
Yeah, the full sibling pattern bet was an Arkansas-bred stakes-placed runner with earnings about $375,000. That is quite the accomplishment for these Arkansas-breds.
Yeah, and the money this horse is taking is meaningful. 9-2 in a bigger field, and it tells you that this horse has been impressing some people in the morning trials.
A lot of times with these first-time starters, they perhaps less exposed and have made less chances of perhaps making a mistake or not running at all. At least they have a clean slate.
Now, for maiden claiming Arkansas-breds, they all seem to be minding their manners, acting well, loading in an orderly fashion. We'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the load and the call of race 5 here at Oaklawn Park.
Here's Like a Diamond coming up to the gate. JJ's Sweet Bet to the outside. We're ready to go. And clear off. Highway 70 wins the break here as away alertly, Like a Diamond a little bit quicker. Highway 70 matching just a neck behind down the back stretch. Cute and Classy not far away, moves forward on the rail to come and challenge. Royal B back in the 4th spot with JJ's Sweet Bet, the first time starter, 4 wide. Gap of 2 back to Bolivia. Paroli alongside and a Vision of Hope at the back. As they hit the half-mile pole, it's Speedy up top. Like a Diamond at 4-5 finds herself between horses, has a narrow lead on Cute and Classy second. Highway 70 3 wide. And JJ's Sweet Bet is 4 wide, rounding the far turn. Like a Diamond, 3 furlongs to go, trying to get away from the competition. Royal B racing alone, 5th on the rail, 4 lengths behind, gap of a length to Bolivia. A Vision of Hope and Paroli is dropped out as they hit the quarter pole. Like a Diamond's getting away. Like a Diamond accelerates, 5 ahead, swinging into the stretch here. Cute and Classy in the second position, then Royal B. Highway 70 gives way. A Vision of Hope coming down the outside with a furlong to go, though. Like a Diamond, 7 ahead, approaching the 16th pole. Royal B second, Cute and Classy, and also Bolivia battling for the minor spoils. But Like a Diamond will break the maiden on the class drop. Like a Diamond and Ronnie Huckabee with a good pickup ride here. Bolivia out finishing Cute and Classy for second. Royal B was 4th across the finish.
Shine bright, Like a Diamond, pick up Mount Indeed. Ronnie Huckabee with a victory here, and the one to beat coming in with the victory. That's going to wrap our FS1 coverage. The big rematch, round 3, between the reigning horse of the year, the Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, Sovereignty, Preakness winner, Journalism. Coming up on our FS2 coverage that begins right after we go to break. So swap on over to Fox Sports 2. We will see you there as we continue along with the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap to come, and Sovereignty and Journalism meeting again.
It was this time last year when he became a household name.
Sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby!
And he didn't stop there, dominating the Belmont Stakes.
Sovereignty goes right by Journalism once again.
Before a coronation in the Travers.
And we are witnessing greatness. Sovereignty pouring it on.
Champion of his division and Horse of the Year. But today's the start of a new season. First race since that August afternoon. And his challenger? A familiar foe who twice finished in his rival's shadow, but captured his own crown jewel in between.
Oh my goodness! Journalism has won the Preakness!
Still not backing down and looking to make a new headline in today's Oaklawn Handicap. Under cloudy skies, Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. So glad you could join us on FS2, America's Day at the Races. The day we've been waiting for. Oaklawn Handicap Saturday from the infield. He's champion jockey Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We always introduce him as champion jockey because that's what he is. But today, Richie, I'm sitting next to a racing fan, like counting every moment as we get closer and closer to the main event.
I have been so excited since this race is drawn to have your reigning horse of the year, Kentucky Derby, Belmont Travers winning horse in Sovereignty, taking on journalism, who won a Preakness he didn't have any right to win, bullying his way through like John Riggins coming through the line back in the day. To have them making their returns facing off against each other, this is why I fell in love with the game.
Oaklawn Handicap viewers, you don't have to go anywhere. You'll see it right here. FS2, the 11th race, post time around 7:20 Eastern. Sovereignty, reigning horse of the year, odds on at 4-5 as we welcome in the team in New York. Todd Trupp, Andy Serling on set at Aqueduct, handling the racing at Aqueduct, guys, and a really good day of stakes racing in Maryland at Laurel Park as well.
Lafitte, we were talking a lot about last year's Triple Crown because of the Oaklawn Park Handicap later today. The top two 3-year-olds from last year in Sovereignty and Journalism coming back now as 4-year-olds. But looking at this year's Triple Crown Trail, what we're getting a preview at Laurel is of what we might be seeing on Preakness weekend. This race coming up, Andy, the Weber City Miss has a spot in the Black-Eyed Susan, traditionally the day before Preakness Stakes.
Yeah, and it's an interesting race. I mean, one of the worst morning lines I've ever seen had AP's Girl at 10-1.
Why don't
when
you
she
ease
was
into the criticism?
Clearly going to be the co-favorite in here, and she has recency, albeit at Fairgrounds, whereas Jumping the Gun has not so much recency. If you want a price, I would take a small shot with 360-4 to wire the field.
We got one more to load. A mile and a 16th on the main track here at Laurel. 3-year-old fillies vying for a spot in the Black-Eyed Susan. The Preakness this year will be at Laurel instead of Pimlico, which has been raised and will be rebuilt for a bright future. Let's go out to Dave Rodman live at the Weber City Miss here on America's Day at the Races.
Off of the Weber City Miss. Jumping the Gun broke just a tad outward. From the rail, Wiretap asks for speed and gives it. 360s out there. Diamond and Dress, a long shot to stoke up the pace as well into the first turn run. As Yedzet Hazelwood has Law School down to the inside. Law School just in third. 360 settles in on the outside of her as they make the way round the turn. AP's Girl is caught in between horses, about 5 lengths from speed up ahead. And Jumping the Gun on the outside. And Miss Fulton Gal racing second to last. And back there is Ivy Girl, is well last of them all now, some 15 lengths off the pace. The opening quarter in 23 2/5 of a second. Wiretap takes them along, and the Weber City Miss leads about a length. From Diamond and Dress in second, Law School still riding the inside from third position. 360 is in fourth. AP's Girl looking to gather momentum in between horses still. And Jumping the Gun on the far outside, widest of them all, and Lime Green Cap. And they are followed by Miss Fulton Gal just in behind that second group. As they round the far turn, Miss Fulton Gal ridden along for more, still 5.5 lengths to make up on the front runner. And Ivy Girl is the trailer into the turn. Wiretapped at a 48-second half mile. So 3/8 from home, Wiretapped is the leader. Jumping the Gun moves second on the outside. 360 ridden for more. And down to the inside is AP's Girl, who is in fourth. AP's Girl just in behind the top pair as they turn in, and Jumping the Gun gets the jump. Jumping the Gun turns for home with the lead. Wiretapped is driven. Shifting off the inside, AP's Girl with dead aim. And AP's Girl is coming with run on the outside under Jimmy Graham to take the lead with a furlong left to go. Also from the back of the pack, from way back, is Ivy Girl, who's closing. Ivy Girl's running a big one to the far outside. Here's Ivy Girl at AP's Girl. Ivy Girl to do it at 25-1. AP's Girl was second, then it was Miss Fulton Gal, and then a photo for fourth.
Ivy Girl with a shocking upset here in the Weber City Miss.
It looked like AP's Girl ended up at 8-5, had the race absolutely wrapped up, as Jumping the Gun probably did need the race. Turns out they were maybe moving a little too much up front, and AP's Girl, and I'm not knocking the rider because it looked like the winning ride, it just turned out it was a little bit too early a move, and Ivy Girl was there to pick up the pieces. Another win for Amelia Green, a horse who upset a field at Parks last time in the slop, gets it done here, and Amelia's a name that's just going to get bigger and bigger in the training community.
The biggest name right now in thoroughbred racing is Sovereignty. He is your horse of the year from last year. He starts his season this year on this show, the Oaklawn Park Handicap later today, and one of his biggest rivals is there to be with him, journalism. We'll talk more after this.
America's Day at the Races, we welcome you back. And as focused as we are on the terrific racing around the country, out west at Santa Anita, Keeneland Racecourse, Lexington, Kentucky, the 8th annual Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund Telethon is underway. Richie, what is the significance? What is this event all about?
Well, it's to take care of riders that unfortunately had life-altering injuries, not only ended their careers, but changed the way they live and how the challenges they have to overcome on a daily basis. And everybody knows the big-name riders make good livings, but the vast majority of riders are making enough money to put food on the table, pay their bills. They're not racing for headlines and superstardom. They're racing to support their families. And their life can be changed in an instant. You got a job that an ambulance follows you around, and you walk out of the room, and in an instant, everything can be different.
For our viewers, if they call, if they don't, you never know what Hall of Fame jockey might be on the other end of the line.
Well, anybody that has the ability to and would care to donate, we obviously appreciate it so much. But if you call in, you might just get Mike Smith, a Hall of Famer. He was right there front and center. And this is one of the things I love about this, Lafitte. You get these riders that are riding busy, and they understand the importance of it, and they are so generous with their time and helping and understanding of their fellow brothers and sisters that ride.
A real sense of community in that regard. That's a live look in the studio at Santa Anita. Real also just easy to do, scanning that QR code as well if you just want to go ahead and donate.
Yeah, if you don't want to take a shot at seeing who you might get on the phone, you can scan that QR code, and again, it's a very, very worthy cause. I would never tell anybody what they should do with their money, but if you have the ability and you've enjoyed a day of sport and watched these diminutive athletes, it would be greatly appreciated.
Terrific cause for the PDJF that continues until 6 Eastern. The racing here continues, marching up towards the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. And the first of 3 stakes races on tap. We have 3-year-olds here in the Bathhouse Row, a race that does have Triple Crown implications, specifically on the Preakness Stakes. Richie, the winner of this race, earning an automatic bid into the middle jewel of the Triple Crown.
Yeah, and the timing of it's perfect, right? You've got basically 5 weeks to the, roughly 5 weeks to the Preakness off of this. And horses develop at different stages, and you might just see a young horse that's starting to get good at the right time.
Is there one in particular in this field, an individual that you say maybe this 3-year-old has a shot to move forward and compete with the very best of his generation?
I mean, I guess you would have to focus in on the 2-horse, in my estimation, Western Warrior. It looked like he had no clue about being a racehorse last year, but now as a 3-year-old, he's really figured this game out, and he's reeled off 3 victories in a row.
Yeah, his latest, this was March 26th at a mile, Allowance Company. He's favored, Western Warrior, and he leaves highly connected in his wake as he runs away and hides.
Yeah, and he's still making some mistakes. He's hanging on his inside or left lead. You saw him change over to his right lead there very, very late. But this was really a nice effort. And, you have to go back and look at this horse's 2-year-old form. Was not very good, but he was gelded in November of last year. And obviously it had a desired effect because he just seems like a much more focused horse.
Western Warrior, that's what he looked like in his last race. Maggie Wolfendale is in the paddock. Maggie, Western Warrior, how does he look in the flesh today?
Yeah, he's a really well-turned-out horse here for trainer Mark Cassie Lafitte. And what I gained from that last replay is that he is a horse that definitely wants a bit longer, as we're dealing with the 9 furlongs today, just a 16th of a mile shorter than the Preakness distance of a mile and 3/16. He is really well composed in what is a very loud and busy paddock here at Oaklawn today. So that's always a good sign. And I just think he's a horse that really makes a lot of sense in here. He, however, is not your favorite, but truly of that kind of essential quality tap-it look to him. He does wear that Helton bit, as Richie was talking about, a horse that was still figuring things out. Sometimes you got to change equipment too. In addition to those shortcut cheater blinkers, he is a half to Grade 1 winner, blazing 7s. As we'll move on to Chad Allen. Will the real Chad Allen please stand up? Which version of this horse do we get? Because he is a horse that can run a fast race, which we kind of saw last time. That was going a mile. And then, 3 back, he ran fairly fast going 6. But as he tries the longest distance of his career thus far, I'm not entirely convinced that longer is going to be better. He hinted at it last time, I will admit that, and Barb, who was able to wire the field, he kind of lost a little bit of ground going into that second turn and was able to re-rally and kept coming at that leader. But here in the paddock, he's a horse that's a bit more shorter coupled. He's very broad-chested, broad hip on him. He looks fantastic as Ronnie Huckabee picks up the mount here and looks to go back-to-back. But I just wonder how far this son of Union Rags ultimately wants to go. Then we'll check in with a horse that is taking money down quite a bit from that 20-1 morning line is number 7, Crupper, who's one of only 2 horses in yours Triple Crown nominated. So he and number 4, Cone Han, are the only 2 that win, or if they win, get that automatic berth into the Preakness Stakes. And his trainer, Donnie Von Hemel, was saying that last year he was just a very unfinished horse, or he still is, as a 3-year-old. And he thinks that as he gets older, the better he'll become. But he does note that we're starting to see it now, starting to see it in his last 2 efforts, where he tucked in neatly along the rail. He was under a kind of a stronghold. He had to wait for room at the quarter pole, and he got to stay on, but the top 2 just got the jump on him. He's a beautifully conformed horse, very elegantly built, screams that the longer he goes, the better he will become. Looks very fit, is nicely on the bridle here in the paddock too, and he has a pedigree, especially on the bottom side, where Donnie Von Hemel, very familiar with She's All In. She was a graded stakes winner going long, so the pedigree's there, Lafitte, and also the physical.
Starting to come around, and Maggie, you're not lying. Live on the board indeed. 20-1 on the morning line, 9-2 Crupper. We'll have riders up post-bred. You won't miss a thing. You'll see the Bathhouse Row race 6 And you'll see the 7th at Aqueduct with Todd and Andy.
Thank you, Lafitte. And the field coming out onto the racetrack for race number 7. First horse we're going to see is the one Toyota.
And this horse actually ran pretty well to win 2 back. The problem is it was an inferior field and probably just a little too slow.
Mozambique, a big closing effort to be second over a good racetrack last time out. Was there much trouble on that trip?
I didn't think there was any real trouble in there. The problem is in here, that race collapsed, and with the scratch of the 8, there's not much speed in this race.
Leo's Reward has not raced since December 7th here at Aqueduct last year.
I liked Leo's Reward. With the 8 scratching, you lose some speed of the race, and I lose some price, so at 5-2, I'm not as thrilled.
Can he be a lot of seconds and thirds to deal with here? Would you be tempted at 2-1?
He can win. I'm not betting him, but I also think he's important here because if he isn't aggressive, the 7 could be the clear speed.
Solo Dancing was third at this level last time out at 24-1. Sits up on the board at 14-1. Here's the 6, Ducky Medwick.
Both the 5 and 6 are somewhat of the outliers in this race.
And then finally, Guilty coming off the maiden win. Can he now step up and win again?
Well, I'd say his chances were helped by the scratch of the 8, and drawing outside sort of helps him. I think a key for him is how much speed does Kenny B show. If Kenny B's the once quick Kenny B like he showed off the layoff last time, he's going to get in his way. If not, a horse who might be a little slow, his chances are increased because he could be the controlling speed.
As the field goes out to warm up for race number 7 here at Aqueduct, we go out to Acacia Clement.
And I'll start things off with Kenny B, a horse that I've always liked a little bit, Todd, but he is one that can be a little bit quirky. Earlier on, at least last year, Dave Duggan was running him in regular shortcut blinkers, but with a piece of tape over the hole in the outside eye, kind of a mild little piece less than an extension blinker, because he did have the tendency to kind of lean a bit. That has come off. He's now wearing a burr on his right cheek, so applying pressure on the right side of the bit to allow the rider a bit more control. I don't know exactly when they added it. I wasn't here for his last race, but at least since he's come back this year, different type of equipment for him. He's warmed up beautifully, and he's super fit coming in here, but as you guys pointed out in the post parade, he is a horse that does boast 3 seconds to his 1 win, but he is getting a big warm-up, and I imagine should be relatively forwardly placed. The number 3, Leo's Reward, comes off the layoff. I thought he looked great off the bench. He's always one that is visually appealing to the eye. He carries great weight and conditioning. He's really strong and fit off the bench, and I thought he acted very well today too. Sometimes he can get a little bit more revved up prior to his races. Very calm, very relaxed, which I appreciate. He seems like he's doing really well coming back as a 5-year-old. I just do wonder if the tactics might be up against him a little bit, which is what brought me to land on the number 7, Guilty, anticipating with Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle and with the way that this horse normally runs, his early speed is going to be his best weapon with the scratch fireball into the outside here. Last time out, Guilty came off of a bit of a layoff. He pressed outside, and he just seemed to be traveling best the entire way. He does have to face winners for the first time, and he meets some horses that have been running consistently at this level before, but I did feel that he had a bit of a pace advantage in here. As we see a rider off the number 1, Chiote, it looks to me like it is just a saddle adjustment. This is a very narrow wither type of horse, as we do see the jockey getting a leg back up as they move closer to the gate. But first we'll check in with Lafitte and Mig at the Bathhouse Row coming up, guys, and I hear it's time to meet the field.
2 minutes to post their Aqueduct, plenty of time. Bathhouse Row post parade. We start with the Babe Slayer 6-1, a Louisiana-bred, a stakes winner at Sam Houston. If it sounds like I'm stretching, it's because I am. Richie, they'll make the turn. We'll meet these 3-year-olds. You see the updated odds there. Competitive. Bathhouse Row Stakes, $200,000 purse mile. And in 8th, the Babe Slayer on your screen momentarily. I promise, Richie, you'll see him. I promise.
Well, I will say the Babe Slayer took his game to another level last time in that stake, restricted stake at Sam Houston, and drew away readily, and he should be forwardly placed under Keith Asmussen.
Father and son going to work. Babe Slayer. To his outside will be Western Warrior, Tracy Farmer's homebred.
A horse that is 3 for 3 at Oaklawn, 3 for 3 as a 3-year-old, and 3 for 3 after being gelded. So I think they kind of figured him out. He's certainly a horse going in the right direction.
Yeah, arrives with momentum. There's Chad Allen, 9-1, currently with Ronnie Huckabee.
Yeah, comes off a really nice effort where he was beating a neck, and that was a race for 3-year-olds and up, so he faced elders.
Cohen Hahn, least experience with the 3 starts.
Yeah, had to go to Tampa and got it done, but every race he's taken a step forward. He's improved.
Highly connected, currently 17-1.
Yeah, rallied on to be well beaten last time by Western Warrior. In fact, 2 times in a row beaten by Western Warrior.
Honey's to blame, the lone Arkansas-bred.
Deep closer, son of blame. But I do give him a chance here, especially if things get a little bit heated on the front end.
Crupper, Sovereignty's rider, Junior Alvarado.
He picks up Junior Alvarado. We heard Maggie talking about this horse. And remember, these are young horses. They're changing, developing, evolving all the time.
Royal American, winner of the famed welder at Will Rogers Downs.
Yeah, well, so he is a 2-time stakes winner, actually, obviously, in Oklahoma-bred stakes, but he knows how to find the winner's circle.
Spot in the Preakness starting gate on the line here. Bathhouse Row and Aqueduct getting closer to post time. Todd for this 7th.
And back out here, we are about to move in the line for race number 7 at Aqueduct. Andy, who are you going with?
I like Leo's Reward. He's got races fast enough to win this. I think Dave Donk, who's come out and his horses have run well off fresh in the last couple of weeks, I think he just gave him a needed break. He'd been racing sort of straight through for a long time. If he can find his better races, he can win here. He is a bit inconsistent, but I don't really love the 4. I could see him winning, and I just thought he might be good enough. 3-1. Given the scratch, the 8, not a terrible price.
Andy with the 3, Leo's Reward at 3-1. Acacia with the 7, Guilty, back down from 8-1 to 4-1. Some of that residual effect of the 8 Fireballing, who would have taken some play, being scratched out of here. Very competitive tote board, and on paper, looks like it'll be a very evenly matched race. It is post time for race number 7 here at Aqueduct. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin with the call.
To the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Kenny B. Sprints right to the front. It's Kenny B with the advantage early. Guilty joins that leader towards the outside, and splitting them is Ducky Medwick. And now these 3 go after one another. Ducky Medwick with a head in front. Back to second, Kenny B, and at the rail, Tiote moves on through. No easy leads. Ducky Medwick out in the center of the racetrack has been pressured throughout. To the inside there is Tiote, and dropping back a little was Kenny B. Moving forward is Mozambique. Is running on heels right now, is hemmed in by Leo's Reward in the green cap. They're tightly packed as they approach. 4 furlongs left to go. Up on the outside there is Guilty, trying to run on, and far, far back. Solo Dancing is the lone trailer. They're into the turn, and Ducky Medwick, 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Now more running room for Kenny B is unleashed to the outside. All in, Tiote loses ground. Leo's Reward, Jamie Rodriguez, they're on the move in the green cap, and they had pace to chase, 46 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Kenny B looms up on the outside of Ducky Medwick, who fights onto the inside, and Leo's Reward is just after them now as they reach the top of the stretch. Kenny B is cut loose, and Kenny B is finding plenty. Kenny B opens up by 4, and a confident look back from Ricardo Santana Jr. as Kenny B is going to stroll to victory inside the final 16th. A stylish win. Kenny B dominates. Mozambique up for second, Leo's Reward, and Ducky Medwick get 1 minute 23.48 seconds.
Well, for a horse that we had our doubts about, Kenny B makes no doubt about it here.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up having a very good trip because both the one and another price horse went, and he ended up sitting behind him. Listen, I thought I was gin with Leo's Reward. He got a perfect trip, looked like he was poised to run by both of them. He couldn't even hold on for a distant second. He was brutal, but Kenny B was much the best.
2 more races remaining on the card at Aqueduct. A lot more to come at Oaklawn Park. In fact, we're at the midway point, but it's a big race. A spot on the line in this year's Preakness Stakes. Let's return to our on-site coverage in Hot Springs, Arkansas, anchored by Lafitte Pinkai.
That gorgeous shot as these 3-year-olds continue to warm up, getting closer to post time for this Bathhouse Row. Western Warrior, there he is, perfect here at Oaklawn Park, and you and Maggie expecting him to extend that streak to 4.
Yeah, again, you know, as a 2-year-old, he just didn't seem like he could figure the game out, and he's come back as a 3-year-old, focused, 3 for 3, here at Oaklawn Park. 3 for 3 as a 3-year-old. And, you know, in this game, Lafitte, you're always learning, right? I could never discern when a horse was gelded, what time frame. Fortunately for me, Maggie Wolfendale pointed out that it shows you on the form what date they were gelded. So he was gelded the 16th of November last year, and since being gelded, he just looks like a different racehorse.
You never stop learning in this game.
If you stop learning this game, you're in trouble.
New to learn. What we're going to learn about here, Maggie, is about this Louisiana-bred, the Babe Slayer. We had to wait forever to see him in the post parade. Now we see him warming up. What are you noticing?
Oh, Richie, I love you. We'll take a look, yes, at the Babe Slayer, Lafitte. And he's a horse that is coming in off a big win there at Sam Houston. And he's a horse that, yes, he won going the mile in a 72 turns, and he's run well going longer in the past. But how far does he really want to go is my biggest question for him. He's quite small, quite just handy and typey looking. But with that being said, I thought that Keith Asmussen could use that inside post to his advantage. If he breaks alertly, I think this horse could be forwardly placed. Obviously, Western Warrior, he's not that slow, so he should be setting up shop right outside of him. But just because he's that handier horse, why not take that advantage of that inside post position? Looks fabulous, is really laid back, which is always good for a horse trying to get a longer distance for the first time. But physically, I just don't think he's necessarily suited to it. As we'll jump to the only other horse that is Triple Crown nominated, that is Cone Han, who is coming in off of a win down at Tampa, in which he was under a stout hold early. He kind of ducked over to the inside to save ground. He came through at the fence, so he had an optional trip, but in the same breath, he never looked like a loser in that affair. He's a very elegantly built horse he does look as though he'll handle more ground, as he proved that stretching out for the first time in his last. Despite a bit of time away from the races, having not run since mid-January, he looks incredibly fit as well. I did notice that they close his blinkers in a bit more. In talking about horses that have speed, I would think they're going to try to use some speed with Cone Han, as they went from a cheater blinker, from what I could tell on the Tampa replay, to a full cup. And also he wears that Sherwin, which is that piece of rubber that attaches at the top of a horse's bridle at their pole on the head stall, drops down between their eyes, splits middle of their nose, and attaches to either side of the bit. You know, instead of a horse wearing a tongue tie per se to keep their tongue down, this Sherwin keeps the bit up in their mouth. So same results, just a different way to apply the equipment, Lafitte.
And that equipment made famous by?
Seattle Slew. Back in 1977, winning the Triple Crown. That's when I first learned about it. And, you know, some horses resent a tongue tie. Horses, they get their tongue over the bit, they play with it. And when a horse gets their tongue over the bit, the rider loses control. It also can inhibit a horse's breathing. So this is just another way, like Maggie said, to keep that bit up in their mouth so they can't get their tongue over it.
How much input does the rider have when it comes to suggestions and equipment and adjustments to be made to help a horse, a young prospect continuing to progress?
Well, when a trainer and a rider have a good relationship, there's that communication, and a trainer will lean on a rider for, you know, some clues to what he might think a horse will get better doing. But there are a lot of trainers that treat jockeys like mushrooms. They want to keep them in the dark and feed them horse manure.
Cone Han, he's quick. The race shape, what are you looking for early on in this 9 furlong affair?
Well, you know, it's interesting because all of these horses are going this distance for the first time, this far. You've got a horse like Royal American on the outside that's coming out of sprints, even though he doesn't have speed. Sprinting could be a bit closer. Crupper could be a bit closer. The Babe Slayer from the rail, and last time chasing what was not a slow pace. I think he could play out to be the main speed, though, the Babe Slayer.
A few years back, it was Red Route 1 won this event, eventual 4th place finisher in the Preakness Stakes. Who is next? Who will earn that spot in the Preakness starting gate? About to find out. Western Warrior, perfect at Oaklawn, the favorite at 9-5. Matt Dunderman with the call, the Bathhouse Row live on FS2.
We're ready to go. And they're off in the Bathhouse Row Stakes. Honey's to Blame got squeezed at the break. Cone Han was away last, was off slowly. Good battle for the lead here. The Babe Slayer inside as a nose in front. Crupper Keen on a real strong hold here, a half length behind, running in second. Chad Allen third. Royal American parked to his outside, and then Western Warrior down on the rail as they go into the first turn. Highly connected towards the back of the field with Honeys to Blame and Conhan, who moves inside of him, while a little bit Keen here, slipping inside of Highly Connected and Honeys to Blame. Approaching the backstretch. It's 2 by 3 by 3 approaching that backstretch run, and it's still a decent tempo on the lead. Crupper goes on to take a short edge here. The Babe Slayer a neck behind right to his inside. They lead by 2. Royal American in third. Shad Allen between horses. Western Warrior down on the inside of that pair. Length and a half to the last 3. They're still all together. Conhan inside. Highly Connected and Honeys to Blame as they head down the backstretch here with a half mile to go. It's still Crupper on the lead here, a half length from the Babe Slayer, who's right there to the inside, holds the rail spot. Now Western Warrior, he's third now, getting closer. Level second going into the turn. Crupper opens up a length here. Honeys to Blame is making an early move, and Western Warrior is going with him, and Crupper has asked for more. Outside there is Western Warrior battling on as they round the far turn, and Honeys to Blame is 3 wide, gap of 2. Chad Allen, the Babe Slayer, has retreated to midfield as they come off the turn. Crupper keeps going. Western Warrior struggling behind, is lost second now. He made that brief bid but backs away. Crupper on the lead. Honeys to Blame second, chasing hard. It's Crupper. Honeys to Blame a half length back. Crupper's got a nose in front. Honeys to Blame right there. And on the outside, Chad Allen trying to get there, drifting out. It's Crupper. He keeps going. Chad Allen lunging after him, but Crupper's going to take him the distance. Crupper, Junior Alvarado to win the Bathhouse Row. Chad Allen, Honeys to Blame in a photo for second, and Western Warrior was fourth.
That unfinished product starting to come around, really coming around. Crupper in the Bathhouse Row, earning a spot in the Preakness starting gate.
And he is Triple Crown eligible. Junior Alvarado had him right up on the pace. Donnie Von Hemel, such a good horse trainer, good horseman over the years. Remember, I had a really good horse named Clever Trevor, who was second to Easy Goer in the Travers. But this horse just kept finding. Now, I do think the 6 Honeys to Blame was a bit unlucky, your third place finish.
Well, yeah, the runner, Honeys to Blame. What happens at the start?
Oh, he just got
takes a
ping-ponged.
shot leaving the gate.
Yeah, he's a horse that never breaks very handy away from the gate, so he's about a half a step slow. And horses like water flow to empty space. The 7 horse actually bounced him, but you know the stewards give a lot of leverage to things like that at the start.
To Maggie Wolfendale.
He was, wasn't he?
We were just talking about how
hung in there.
How brave Crupper was. Donnie, he pressed the pace early. He overtook the early leader down the backside, and he held off all challengers. You were saying that this horse still a little bit unfinished, but how much is he putting it together now?
Well, I like what I saw today, and he was forwardly placed like we wanted him to be, and he's just one of those horses that kind of keep going, and his family has run that way in the past. So.
I was going to say, you're very familiar with his family, too.
Yes.
His dam, I mean, is kind of going these distances. Obviously, he's the only other one that's Triple Crown nominated, so free berth into the Preakness. Mile and 3/16 is well within his wheelhouse.
We'll get to talk about it for a few weeks and see, but it's something exciting to think about anyway. So.
How rewarding is it to work with a family and then have their progeny do this on the racetrack?
Oh, thanks to Robert Zellner, and he just keeps breeding and sending them, and we have a great time. He's a great client, and can't say enough thanks to him.
Well, I say think about that Preakness, but congratulations here in the Bathhouse Row.
Thank you.
All right, Crupper. He was brave today, Lafitte, to say the least.
Maggie, Donnie Von Hemel, who shared with you how he was starting to turn the corner in a breakthrough performance today in this Bathhouse Row. Crupper 7-3-6-2. Much more on this Bathhouse Row. We'll wrap it all up, but first, we have wall-to-wall stakes activity from Oaklawn. Laurel Todd, moments away from the Henry Clark.
Lafitte, I'll always associate Donnie Von Hemel with a very nice 3-year-old Clever Trevor, a horse who took on the great Easy Goer in the Travers, but won a number of derbies throughout the Midwest and had a really nice career, earned nearly $1.4 million, winning 15 of 30 starts.
Also trained one of my favorite horses of the last 20 years, Caleb's Posse, who was so good, he even won grade 1s with Rajiv Mirage. Sorry, Rajiv, I can't resist myself.
He's been on the show.
Yes,
Yeah.
we love Rajiv.
What
Cruz the Nile's the heavy favorite here. In my opinion, can win. He's massively overbet. He's not going to be able to make the lead in all likelihood the way he's been able to make it at Gulfstream. I'm using the 6 and 8.
Can I ask you something about that portable rail? It's out 52 feet today. You can see how narrow this turf course is.
I read it 71.
I read 52.
No, but they changed. The changes had them moving into 71, so it doesn't look like 52 even. So I'm having trouble believing it's 71, right?
How about this? We agree that it's narrow. It's a narrow turf course because of the portable turf rail being out.
Well, they move them around, so they use multiple courses.
So I found honor near the lead's a good thing. You stay out of trouble, number one, and the speed tends to hold on.
I've never been able to figure that out,
Okay.
but I think 11 to 1 and the 6 is laughably high. I bet the 6 to win, box 6-8, and played some doubles 6-8 with 5-6.
You've heard Andy's opinion. Most important opinion is yours. Hopefully you're playing it right now because the field is moving into line for the Henry Clark, and Cruz the Nile comes in on a 3-race win streak, trying to make it 4 in a row, and is our 4-5 favorite. Out to Dave Rodman, the 10th from Laurel, live here on America's Day at the Races.
1 to load in the field of 11, the Henry S. Clark Stakes. 1 mile on the Laurel lawn. Turf is firm. On Preakness preview day, all but one in, Baby Max. Just a bit hesitant. Baby Max, in the meantime, Cruz the Nile is even money, holding as a firm favorite. One more try with Baby Max. Others standing well. Open the front of the gate there for Baby Max. No issues, going right in. Lined up. And they're off in the Henry S. Clark Stakes. Bartlett going to flash that speed, and Bartlett is in front, and a gang of 4 chasing on. Mischievous Angel on the outside, Stokes up some pace as well into the turn. Oh, King Size had to steady there as they move around the turn. A little wide out in the turn was Neat, who's at the back of the pack. Some issues there. So around that turn, and it's Bartlett leading the way. A length and a quarter in front from Mischievous Angel second. The Gray Horsepower's in third. Another 2 lengths back, and King Size is tracking in the clear from fourth. Hold out and a firm hold there in fifth position, only a half dozen lengths from the speed. Cruz the Nile, the favorite, now tips to the clear about the 3 path. Down the back stretch, Run. Then in between horses, Baby Max looking to take off 2 is of 7 or 8 lengths from the front. Naptown racing to the back of the pack with Neat, and Vote No is back there 2 with Sherlock's Jewel. 11 lengths will cover front to back. The opening quarter, 23 and 2, the half, and 46 and 3. Bartlett is in charge, trying to carry that speed, and the Henry S. Clark Stakes leads at 3/4 of a length. Mischievous Angel been in full pursuit from second all throughout. Horsepower's third down to the inside. King Size racing in 4th position. Then it's Hold Out down to the rail, only 5 from the front. Cruz the Nile's asked to kick out wide in the course. They're into the stretch with Bartlett leading the way. Bartlett trying to steal it all the way. Bartlett by 2. Horsepower giving a good game chase, and now up to even terms. A furlong left to go, and Cruz the Nile's unleashed late on the far outside. Cruz the Nile, high gear on the far outside. Horsepower, Cruz the Nile, funnel finish, Cruz the Nile from Horsepower second. And then it was Bartlett third and a funnel for fourth.
Cruz the Nile showing a different dimension today as far as his running style. He'd always been a horse who would take the initiative early. Today, far back. But we had a pretty good pace early on. Opening quarter mile, 23 and 4. Half mile, 46 and 3. Set by the 4, Bartlett, who starts to tire.
Yeah, I mean, Bartlett was overmatched. He's not a turf horse. But the truth is that nobody really gained any significant ground in this race, and I thought the 7 was vulnerable. He got up and got it done by a short margin, not winning like a 4 to 5 shot should. He runs down the speedy Horsepower, and my closers, the 6 and 8, they never got a sniff.
7-5-4 out the door, and the Henry S. Clark, the 10th at Laurel. Let's return to Oaklawn Park,
where Junior Alvarado aboard Crupper just won the Bathhouse Row. Might not be the last trip into the winner's circle today for Junior Alvarado.
No, but nice to get that win early in the card, get your confidence level up, get in a good rhythm. And Crupper was always traveling well. He took a stiff challenge here with a quick brush from the 6 Honeys to Blame, who had a compromised beginning. And he fended him off, and then it came the late run of the 3, Chad Allen. And he was so far wide of him, I don't think Crupper ever saw him, but it felt like Crupper was going to meet any challenge that he was aware of.
A lot going on in this one. Crupper able to hold on. Late charge, Chad Allen. Western Warrior, what was going on with him up the backside, or the backstretch with Ramon Vasquez? And then speaking of equipment, in his saddle.
Yeah, he got extremely ranked, was pulling very hard. It looked like his saddle moved up onto his neck. He lost a little bit of control there. He also looked like he might have been trying to get out a little bit. That wasn't what we expected from Western Warrior, but Crupper and Maggie identified it that this was a horse that just looked like he was moving forward at the right time.
Donnie Von Hemel, Caleb's Posse's fame. 1 stakes race down, 2 to go. Valley of the Vapors, and of course the Oaklawn Handicap. Just a $30,000 maiden claimer here in 18 minutes. Take out Everlasting Lover. 9 of them, sprinting 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds. That's next. You're leaving me?
For a couple of races, but I'll be back.
My emotional support human stepping aside. I'll be in good hands. Maggie Wolfendale sitting down momentarily. And for that guy, he'll be cut loose later on this afternoon. Journalism among the biggest stars in the sport. Game day has arrived in less than 3 hours. A date with his old nemesis in the Oaklawn Handicap.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner, Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to naira.com/EMPTRI.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. As I have a very special guest with me here in the paddock, retired jockey and ISA jockey wellness consultant now, Trevor McCarthy. Trevor, we miss you here around the track in New York, but you're doing something really important. Tell us a little bit about your role.
Yeah, it's so awesome. I get to be a part of HISA, the Horse Racing Integrity Safety Authority, as jockey wellness consultant, and HISA really has done a great job and provided these, proactive, really confidential resources for jockeys. They faced, and recognized that, jockeys are struggling and the high pressures that they go through. So, they're showing their support through our program On Rise. So it's exciting.
And tell us a little bit about On Rise. We've seen, as you said, some great resources available and some big strides being made in the right direction.
Absolutely. In 2013, there was a survey taken by HISA and the Jockeys Guild. They found that 1/3 of jockeys were facing challenges in their daily lives, whether it was depression, anxiety, or high pressures. In 2024, October of 2024, HISA and the Jockeys Guild announced their partnership with On Rides, and they were able to bring in their therapeutic program, and they were able to speak to retired athletes, licensed therapists, and psychiatrists. In October of 2025, they had brought in also a nutritionist. So now they're being able to have English and Spanish coaches that teach nutrition for jockeys. And then starting January 1st of 2026, we've also added another addition to have a career counselor on board as well. So it's a lot of great things to come, and we're really headed in the right direction.
I'd love to see it. Thanks for all that you're doing, and great to see you here today.
Thanks, Acacia.
Todd?
Andy, I think that's a societal change, but particularly in sports, we're seeing more stories out there of athletes saying there's a mental aspect that they have to deal with, and sometimes they need to take a break. It's nice to see that horse racing is coming along in that area.
Right. I mean, listen, it is a societal problem.
Yes, for sure.
Whether it's sports, whoever it is, whether it's mostly just regular folks. I mean, depression is a major, major issue, and I think it's something that has come to the forefront in a positive way, where people don't see it as something they're afraid to admit. I mean, you're not doing anything wrong. People have issues, and they need to deal with them.
Our post parade underway here for the next to last race on our Saturday program at Aqueduct, up to the 3, past the hat. And this horse made up a lot of ground late down at Gulfstream Park, coming off a freshening there. Here's the 4, Big Blue Line. Hasn't been competitive as of late, and the return of the turf would seem to help. 0 for 6 lifetime. Here's the 5, Intellect. We were talking about short price favorites today. He was in the discussion as one of the shortest price favorites on this card.
Right. I mean, Chad ran a very impressive Euro, making its 3rd start, win our 2nd race today. And that horse probably going to just a game. This horse obviously looking for the poker, the 4-star Dave. Race he finished 2nd in last year. He can only lose this race unless this horse, Garamond, freaks in the turf, or he gets in trouble. Otherwise, he cannot lose.
Yeah, it looks like Chad Brown has 2 real possibilities, the biggest through Intellect. To the 7 is Exact Estimate, who's sitting up on the board right now at 9-1 for trainer Brad Cox, who claimed this horse for $75,000.
He's the 2nd likeliest winner in the sense that he has speed. But I think if Garamond's aggressively ridden, it takes away potentially one of his assets.
Rider change on the 8. I'm a Gambler. Make the rider Edgar Zayas.
Yeah, I'm a Gambler. It just feels like this horse's best form is not on turf. Though he's run some good turf races. I shouldn't say that. It's just not that recently and not going longer.
There's the 9, Mayday Malone, making the U.S. debut.
He's coming off a couple of wins over in Europe, but those were against sort of listed handicap races. And looking up the competition he ran with, it was significantly less than what he's facing today. But you could argue that he's a real unknown in here.
That is your live post parade for race number 8 at Aqueduct. If you're a horizontal player, it's the last daily double opportunity of the day. We'll be back with race number 8 from Aqueduct when America's Day at the Races continues on Fox Sports 2 right after this. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Resorts World Casinos in New York City, Catskills, and the Hudson Valley. It's a world like no other at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visitrw.com for more information. That's visitrw.com for more information. Back here on America's Day at the Races, I'm Todd Truck, very pleased to be with Andy Serling, giving all kinds of information. So is Acacia Clement, and we're very curious about the 9, Mayday Malone, who's making the U.S. debut for her husband, Miguel. Acacia?
Well, I wasn't going to talk about him trackside, but since you asked, Todd, he has been an absolute pleasure since coming to America. He is an incredibly sweet horse, and he's done very, very well down at Payson through the winter, putting on a lot of weight coming in. Now, Miguel and I were joking that he probably found the toughest allowance in the world to make his U.S. debut, but hoping for a good account of himself, as he did show a lot of speed in his races over in Europe, but faces tough group in here today. That does in large part include the number 5 Intellect, making his first start of his 5-year-old season, coming off of a second place finish in the Grade 1 4-star Dave. Now, Intellect is never the type of horse that is going to grab your attention and look like a very short price favorite. He's smaller, he's very burly and kind of a stuffier type of build. He doesn't look overly athletic, but that's just kind of how he is. And yet, when he runs, you see him extend himself a lot more. It's funny, when he finished second at Think Big 2 starts back in the Kelso, I thought he moved a little bit early and kind of lost focus throughout the running of the race. Last time out, he came from off of it in the 4-star Dave where the pace held together. He is the class far and above. And here, his stablemate Garamond, though, by contrast, he is a looker for sure. And he is one that from the very beginning I've written down would love to see him on turf. So I'm thrilled to see him try the grass in here today, though he's run well on the dirt before. The second generation is all turf, the dam being a Group 1 winner on the turf in Europe. The 7 exact estimate, if you don't give him his head early on, he gets very rank and hard to handle. If he can use his speed, he should appreciate being back on the grass today, Todd.
Yeah, what I want to say about Garamond, he's entering a sale next week, and my guess is they're trying to check the box on turf. And if he runs well, and I expect him to be forwardly placed, which could hurt exact estimate, if he runs well, they'll probably take him out of the sale. He has a huge turf pedigree. More to say, but they're going the gate.
And there is Intellect, your 2 to 5 favorite. 2 to win gets you $2.80. Our second biggest favorite on this card. Post time for race number 8 at Aqueduct. Here's Chris Griffin.
They're off. Past the Hat has early speed, and in between horses, there's Intellect in the early mix and Garamond. Garamond will press on and wants to be on the front end. Garamond has the clear lead, is up by a half length. Exact Estimate is now a close-up second as Garamond and Dylan Davis work towards that first turn. Garamond is clear, is up by a length. Exact Estimate to the outside in second. At the rail, that's Past the Hat in third. Here comes the Red Silks of I'm a Gambler. From fourth and a well-settled fifth is Intellect. Just tapping on the brakes there was Big Blue Line. Moving forward on the far outside is Mayday Malone and the trailer, Agate Road. They're chasing Garamond, who's comfortable on the front end, 23 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. Garamond, pressure to the outside from Exact Estimate, 3/4 of a length back under a tight hold here for Javier Castellano in second. And patiently ridden is Past the Hat and the blue cap to the inside of I'm a Gambler. Intellect is in behind horses, ground saving still in fifth, 48.10 for the half-mile time. Mayday Malone is in the 6th position. They're 2 wide from the back Big Blue Line. Second to last, starts to roll, and the trailer, Agate Road. The leader is Garamond, has led throughout, and Garamond with a neck advantage. Here comes Exact Estimate to the outside. Past the Hat is looming right in behind them, looking for a seam. Intellect is in traffic, is shoved along, and needs some running room as they're trying to pounce on the leader, Garamond. Here comes Exact Estimate. Past the Hat is now unleashed, and Past the Hat is lifting for Savacci. Past the Hat has a 16th left to go, and Past the Hat is up by a length and a half and going to win it. Past the Hat over the late running Intellect up for second, then came Exact Estimate. Looked like Garamond finished fourth, then 1 minute 35.52 seconds.
Bill Mott's had a nice start to this meet, especially on the turf. He had a big winner at 15 to 1 just the other day here. And now a bit of an upset, 6 to 1 with Past the Hat. biggest price we've seen today.
But this horse is going to really blow up the pick six because such a huge percentage of people singled the favorite in this race. And the favorite's Achilles heel was getting into traffic trouble. And they didn't go fast enough up front, honestly. I think they should have tried to stretch it out a little bit more. And he wasn't able to get in the clear. And obviously by the time he sort of found some running room, he was really running at the end. But at that point, the race was over. And past that's a reasonably talented horse that just got a huge, huge tactical advantage. But I would also offer, I don't think Intellect ran that well. Manny was trying to get him to get into the bid around the 5/16 pole, and he was not really picking it up. An upset here with Pass the Hat, a horse that if you're alive in multi-race bets, I think you're going to get better than his 6-1 odds.
3, 5, 7, your top 3 finishers. As I eyed it, I think the 6 Garamond did hold on for 4th, but our 2 to 5 favorite getting the win, not here, finishing 2nd. Pass the Hat gets the win at 6-1. Race number 7 at Oaklawn Park. Let's return to our on-site coverage in Hot Springs, Arkansas.
Bill Mott winning races at Aqueduct. Junior Alvarado winning the last race here. The team heating up.
The team is heating up. The mojo is right, and that all means good things for Sovereignty later on, Lafitte.
That one, $1.25 million purse. Just a $38,000 purse here. $30,000 maiden claimers, and we're looking at Raging Current, the tepid favorite, and a wide open betting affair.
It really is, because none of these horses have done that much running. He does get Ramon Vasquez, your meets leading rider, by a narrow margin. But
real narrow.
Yeah, real narrow. Things could change by the end of the day, obviously, as he and Christian Torres have been battling back and forth. And Ramon hasn't won a meet title yet here at Oaklawn.
No. Torres
Christian has 3.
Two.
Sorry.
2.
Looking for a 3rd.
Foreshadowing, perhaps. That 3rd within range. Christian Torres, they'll be eyeball to eyeball on the starting gate. She's an earner, Christian Torres, at 3-1. And 2 first-time starters, of which you're interested in a little bit, Maggie. The 4-star over Malibu and Elevate pictured.
I just thought their pedigrees were worth a mention in a field where it doesn't feel like there's any standouts. Elevate, yeah, she only sold for $10,000 at the OBS April sale last year, but she is a daughter of Maximus Mischief, and it's a total sprint pedigree on the bottom. The full sibling is a 3-time sprint winner, and if you go back a generation, the dam is half to one of my favorite New Jersey breds, Chubbalicious. As we do see an inquiry in New York. What?
Steward's inquiry, did you notice anything first glance? No.
No, not I. So we'll see where that goes. And we'll go, what?
Back to New York, guys. What numbers flashing? What's going on?
Seems like the 3 past that did come out a little bit in the stretch. He may have briefly bothered that horse in the red, who won the 8 horse.
I'm a gambler. Edgar Zaya's aboard.
Todd and I were trying to watch it from a very distant
there is
head-on.
contact.
There is.
Watch the 3 try and get out.
Right now. He's going to come out. And you're going to see him kind of force the 8 horse out a little. It was minor. There's no way this horse
But this goes back to something you said at the beginning of the week. If there's something to look at, you hope that the stewards post the inquiry and do that. This was something to look at.
I totally agree, and I think it'll very shortly be down.
Okay, the unofficial order finished 3, 5, 7, 6.
Out for this.
Showing you the head on. But again, you see the eventual winner Pass the Hat way down there.
Incredibly good vision.
Right over there.
Better than Todd and I.
Yeah, I think Paul Veterosa grew up in the neighborhood that was closer to where this race is.
If you're in Home Depot, you'd have a better chance of seeing that one.
That's right. All right, so Andy expecting no change. We'll keep an eye on it. Unofficially, 3, 5, 7, 6. Stewards Inquiry looking at the unofficial winner here at Aqueduct. Field getting to the starting gate for the 7th at Oaklawn Park. Lafitte and Maggie.
Making their way behind the gate. And this Class 6, Oaklawn's Pick 6 kicks off here. 5-2 on Raging Current. And you also thought Highlight Show had a good chance to graduate in her 7th career start.
Yes, I did. As she was beaten by a 28-1 shot last time, and I know the buyer speed figure was slow, but I appreciated the effort because she was chasing, then she got shuffled back approaching the turn. Once she got outside, she ran on again, and the winner just had the jump on her. Now, as far as getting back to those first-time starters, Lafitte, number 2, Elevate, is the one taking the money. Number 4, Star Over Malibu, a daughter of Run Happy, is actually half to a horse we're very familiar with in New York by the name of Certified alongside Loverboy. And there have been 3 foals and 3 winners. So there is some pedigree with Star Over Malibu, though not taking any money.
Filing in. Time for this Class 6, this Pick 6 from Oaklawn Park and the undercard of the Oaklawn Handicap. Matt Dinneman with the call, the 7th, here in Hot Springs Live on FS2.
We're ready to go. They backed out Elevate, the first-time starter. Going to reload that one. Now we're all set to start the $1 Class 6. And we're off. Elevate leapt in the air just a little bit as the gates open, drops to the back of the pack. She's an earner on the lead with Diamond in the Rough, who is speedy. Raging Current taking the second spot from She's an Earner. Back in third, Diamond in the Rough showing the way. Highlight Show in the 4th position, a half length to Cold Case. Then a line of 3, Steal Your Soul. Start Over Malibu between horses. Legal Lightning is down on the rail. Elevate joining that one at the back as they hit the half-mile pole. 7 lengths from first to last. Into the turn they go. Diamond in the Rough is the leader here, a touch more than a length. Now it's 3 parts of a length. Raging Current cutting into the margin, and She's an Earner 3 wide, comes calling for the lead. Grabs a nose in front. Raging Current right to the inside there. Diamond in the Rough third, back in third and losing position. Cold Case is asked to go on the extreme outside. She's with Highlight Show as they come off the turn. She's an Earner kicks away. She's an Earner accelerates to a 3-length lead and goes for home now. Cold Case second, Highlight Show third. Raging Current is given way. Diamond in the Rough as well. Furlong to go. She's an Earner on top by 2. Now here comes Cold Case down the outside. She's an Earner getting tired now. Cold Case on the outside. Cold Case and She's an Earner. Cold Case on the outside. Got it. Perfectly timed. Francisco Arrieta with a hat trick today. She's an Earner second. Then Highlight Show. Raging Current fourth.
Last year's leading rider, Francisco Arrieta in a zone. Third win in the afternoon. Cold Case in the 7th here at Oaklawn Park.
And she just got there in the shadow of the wire. Lafitte blinkers going on for this turn back, which is where she ran her best race going back to last year in October.
Aqueduct, no change, Todd. And at Laurel, another spot in the Preakness starting gate on the line. And the Tesio.
Well, and Andy and I have made an interesting side wager. We picked the race and said whoever emerges out of the automatic qualifying spot, if they all go in the Preakness, we're going to do best finish. So I got the Bathhouse Row, so I get that winner, Donnie Von Himmel. And now the other spot yet to be determined here in the Federico Tesio. But you got to choose first, and you felt this was the strongest of the 2 races that gave a birth to the Preakness today?
I'm going to say nothing I saw in the Bathhouse Road changed that opinion for me.
Wow.
I don't know if the horse that won is going to go to the Preakness, so we may not have any fun with that one. But I actually think this is a fun race, and no surprise that the actual favorite's going to be Taj Mahal. The question with the 10 Taj Mahal is, can he overcome this post, and can he get good position? Because breaking from post 10 in a 1.8 race, you hit that turn very quickly, and there is other speed in here, including the second choice, who I'd like to book at 5-2.
All right, so someone who wins here goes on to the Preakness, and if you remember last year, Andy, we've seen a lot of Preakness stakes. This was the most dramatic. Now, we are picking it up after the dramatic action that happened with journalism. Literally, he almost went down. He managed to get out of trouble. And then it looked impossible that he could catch Gosford, and then he did deep stretch. A lot of people look back to Scrappy T and what happened between him and a Fleet Alex as one of those moments where a horse overcame disaster to somehow find a way to win.
Yeah, it turned a race that was sort of boring going in because on paper, journalism was just so far superior to being one of the more exciting races last year and more talked about races because of that trouble. And he had ridiculous acceleration. Acceleration you don't normally see in the dirt. It's more the kind of turf acceleration. Now, obviously, those are much better horses, and anybody in here that even would go to the Preakness is going to be an outlier, even though Taj Mahal is that SF Racing, that conglomerate they're trying to make stallions. He's been pretty good. I just wonder if he's going to really get better with a 1.8 and with other speed in this post, you're going to find out a lot more about him. Now, I don't know why anybody would take a short price in Volendam, a horse that broke its maiden going 6 furlongs on synthetic with a 78 buyer. I mean, who knows? Who knows who he is? I just wouldn't take a short price. I'm going to take a couple of horses I'm hoping are sort of mid-pack and can close a little. In the 6, Close the Gate, who I thought's been improving a little bit, and his figures are too good for me to not use him at 20-1. And also Let's Go Lando, a horse who finished just behind Taj Mahal in the mud, 2 races back for him, and last time for Taj Mahal. I went 6 in a little 5-6 box. I'm way against the 2, and I'm going to try to beat the favorite, the 10.
A fantastic Maryland tradition renewed here on America's Day at the Races. It's the Federico Tesio, always the local prep leading to the Preakness Stakes and an automatic berth into the starting gate for the second jewel in Thoroughbred Racing's Triple Crown, whoever wins this race. Perfect conditions out there, and as Andy was alluding to at the top of our show, unusual circumstances for the Preakness this year. It's not at Pimlico, it'll be right here at Laurel, so paying attention to a race like this, very important.
Have you spent much time at Laurel, or have you been more?
I went there one time early on when they had the new simulcast area, which was fantastic.
As you may know, and some fans know, they were the first track to have a replay center.
Yes.
They put that replay center back in the 80s. They used to have the multiple TVs showing the races all day. And when Joe DeFrancis Sr. ran the track, he was incredibly, and not, you know, he did a lot of great things for horse players, including introducing replay centers, which really changed the game for a lot of players.
Well put, horse player friendly. I spent some of my time in a replay center. You'd like get on, people could call down from the clubhouse to where you were. I'd like to watch this replay. You put in the VHS tape.
Now we have the internet.
What's that? Let's go to Dave Rodman for the call. The Federico Tesio spot on the line in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness.
In the gate. Bit antsy there, Code of Silence, settling, straightened. And they're off in a Federico Tesio. Taj Mahal's being asked for speed. Will be wide to the first turn run. He wants to get over, and yeah, he's got enough speed to get over to the 3-path, now almost a 2-path, and he's made the lead. Taj Mahal's put right up top from that far outside draw, and he's rolling right along and takes off by some 3 lengths. Around that first turn run, Volendam will truck in second. Let's Go Lando is third, and that's another 4 lengths back. Higher Sense is in 4th position, just the outside of a Patient Wild Warrior, riding the rail down the backstretch run now. Code of Silence follows that, followed by Close the Gate. Hickson racing to the back of the pack, third to last position. Chayton is second to last, and Classic Nofty is in the back, strung out by some 26 or 27 lengths as Taj Mahal reels off a 23-4 opening quarter mile. Taj Mahal going for it up front, and he's opened up an 8-length lead. Taj Mahal from Volendam and a rail riding Let's Go Lando third. Wild Warrior continues a patient fourth now, within about 11 lengths of Taj Mahal as they round the far turn. Code of Silence looking to kick it in, some 8 lengths from that lead as they round the turn. Back to Higher Sense, and after that is Hickson on the inside and Close the Gate, followed by Chayton. And Classic Nofty is the trailer. Taj Mahal at one time an 8-length lead. He's down to a 2-length lead, but it looks like he's got another gear. Taj Mahal after a 47-4 half mile. 6 furlongs a minute, 14, 1/5 of a second. Taj Mahal still with the lead as they turn for home. Taj Mahal, Wild Warrior is 6 lengths behind in second. Volendam trying to reach and shifting in just a tad. Let's Go Lando down to the inside. A fully driven Taj Mahal. He poured it on from the start, and they're just not going to catch him in the Federico Tesio Stakes. Taj Mahal rolling home, and Sheldon Russell posing for the picture to win by some 7. Wild Warrior was second. Let's Go Lando and Volendam.
A lot of pictures taken at the Taj Mahal, and this picture being taken in the Federico Tesio. Did we see a serious horse here for the Preakness?
I don't know. You know, I don't really know how the track plays there. We saw a horse that was about a week and a half better than the horse he ran with, and I love the ride by Sheldon Russell. Sheldon understood there were other speeds in there. He had to make a decision early. The decision was, I might go a little too fast early, but I'm not going to get hung out. I'm not going to namby-pamby around and just let others go slowly while I'm 4 wide. I'm riding the best horse. I'm going to ride him like the best horse, seize the bull by the horns, and he was awfully impressive. I mean, I don't know who was behind him, but he absolutely buried this field.
Meanwhile, at Oaklawn Park, Steve Asmussen will send out publisher in today's biggest race, the Oaklawn Park Handicap. Once a famous maiden, now he's on a 3-race win streak. We'll be back in just a moment. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Welcome back to Aqueduct. Thank you for joining us on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, the Oaklawn Park Handicap, the race that everyone's focused on later today. But we've got the final race coming up here in New York, race number 9. Let's check in with Acacia Clement.
And we're taking a look at the number 8, Irish Goodbye, who is the favorite in here, and he should be. He had a tough trip first time out, given that he broke slowly, kind of rushed up. He was wide pressing there and ended up getting run down late by Lovecoin in that effort. So some arguments that Irish Goodbye might have been best in there. And he does look very strong and well muscled second time out. I know that they had some high hopes for him first time, but I think it is definitely possible that he will be able to take a step forward, especially breaking better from the gate second time out. And a little bit of a soft spot for me is he is bred by my father-in-law, Christophe Clement, as he was majority owner of the mare. Miguel and I actually owned a piece of her as well. So our little homebred, really fun to see him running on the track and being successful. But Christophe, a big supporter of the New York bred program, breeder, co-breeder of horses like Therapist, who became a Grade 1 winner, but always New York breds, not only racing, but breeding as well. So looking at a couple of others, the number 3, Max Money, coming back off of the layoff for Mike Maker. This horse cuts back in distance off the bench, and he is such a tall and leggy individual. I can understand why they tried stretching him out, but he was the favorite in that maiden special weight at a very short price, and he really disappointed, though he did go to the lead and flattened. But he's so sharp, he's so energetic, despite the fact that he is so big and leggy. I'm wondering if his demeanor might lend itself more to going a little bit shorter. He did run pretty well behind Bravaro in the Sleepy Hollow 2 starts back. See if some of that time away from the races helped to kind of freshen him up, because he's definitely acting very fresh here in the paddock, Todd.
And there is a look at Max Money, currently sitting up on the board at 5-1. Andy, let's start with our favorite, the 8, Irish Goodbye. And we take a look at Max Money in the Sleepy Hollow, a maiden taken on Stakes Company. He finished second this day at 23-1.
This is not his last race. I don't know what race this is, but...
The Sleepy Hollow.
Oh, this is... I'm sorry, Max Money. I apologize.
Yeah,
I was thinking
right.
of the favorite,
That's
Irish
right.
Goodbye. Yeah, this is him finishing second in Sleepy Hollow. If he were able to run back to this race, he would win. The problem is it's an outlier. He's never run that well. But he did seem to, something must have happened in his next start. He dueled with 4th and 1. It was very good, but he was able to beat in that race. He gets Lasix for this race, so maybe he bled last time. I also think there's a chance that maybe he was just in the wrong situation, dueling inside. And I'm taking him as a slight chance to beat the favorite in this race. But Irish Goodbye is going to be very hard to beat. And I think, you know, one of the most important things about Irish Goodbye, there's 2 things about his last race, his debut. He got left. He didn't break a little slow. He broke a length and a half slow. I think we'll show the start of the race, and you're going to see they come out of the gate, and he's not, you know, one of these horses that broke a step slow and then fell back. He broke a legitimate length and a half slow in here. He's actually back to almost last at this point. And not only that,
He's really wide.
Yeah. But he also rushes up into what was a very solid pace that just completely imploded at the end. Now, the winner's making a move well back at about 6th right now on the far outside, and that horse is going to swallow the field up. He did not come back and run well in his next start, and that's a bit of a concern, but maybe he was a debut runner that was cranked up for his debut by Miguel Clement, and he just didn't come back and run to it. But I think you also have to ask the same question about Irish Goodbye. Different barn, obviously, but was he a horse that was cranked up and ready to roll first time, ran a really good race, and maybe today he doesn't run as well?
What would you say about the track that day as far as the times it was yielding? Because the raw time, 7 furlongs, 125 and 3, wouldn't strike hard in the most fields.
Not a particularly fast racetrack.
Okay.
You know, how quickly it was playing, I don't really know. I don't know what the variance and hard times were, but obviously not that fast. I'm just hoping that Max Money can get back to his better races and build a little bit on his decent enough 2-year-old form. That race, the outlier. I think the other interesting horse, if you're looking for somebody else here, is the 5 George's Gold, who's won dirt race probably a little bit better than it looks. Finished behind Max Money and Bravaro. We know he was in the Wood Memorial, he was in the Triple Crown Trail. One of the best, if not best, New York-bred 2-year-olds last year.
The betting public is giving credit to the debut for the 1 Bakudo, but it doesn't seem like you are.
Well, I don't think he ran that badly, and he lost to an okay horse and beat Provocateur. I thought he ran fine in there. I just thought it was a little bit slower than some of the others. I mean, he's taking some money. I would, at the respective prices, if I was looking in a different direction from the 8 and 3, who are going to be the choices, I would lean more towards the 5 than I would the 1. Listen, what about the 2 volatile situation? The one thing I'll say about this horse is, it was a terrible race, but even though he ran well on a muddy seal track last year, maybe didn't love it last time, and he was glued to the rail that day, and I don't think you wanted to be on the rail on February 27th. So I think volatile situation, the 2 is a horse that could run better for Todd Pletcher.
This concludes the pick 6, which had a carryover coming into the day of $19,000. The new money ultimately bet into the pick 6, $149,000. As you said, when people surveyed the sequence, they saw what looked like a free square to start, a free square later. Only that winner to start is what came through. But people tend to like to put themselves in that position. Okay, I could turn it, as you said, into a pick 4. So the amount of money bet in is not actually a total surprise just because of the way the sequence. Now, because of that upset of the other obvious horse, the payoffs aren't terrible. The worst you can do is 1,800, and then it goes up exponentially after that.
We've seen very logical results, and even though the big favorite lost the 8th, at least the second choice won. So I think backup players are alive. Small tickets, probably not.
Taking a look at the field as they come out for the post parade here in the 9th and final. Here's the aforementioned Max Money.
Yeah, I'm hoping he can build on some solid, but a little erratic 2-year-old form. And at 9-2 or 4-1, I'll bet a few bucks.
Portadown lead is 57-1. The next biggest price in here is 14-1.
So that would be an upset.
Yeah,
that's
pretty good.
Predicting.
Pretty good upset.
Thank you.
I'm predicting there won't be an upset by that horse. The 5 George's Gold, though, yeah, I could buy into this upset possibility.
Yeah, his debut is one of those races, if you watch it, you'll like him more than you would looking at it on paper. And 11-1 is a very generous price.
Lord King gets to the lead, but probably won't see out the distance.
And he's got to get 7 here.
Yeah.
And if the 8 breaks today, he's going to be breathing down his neck. He's a nice horse, but tough spot.
What about this first-time starter, the 7 Tuffelsdale?
I don't know. Tough, not taking a lot of money right now, and here is a first full. Not for me.
Irish Goodbye, 6-5.
I have no argument with him very much being the horse to beat. I just think you have to ask yourself, what price are you taking that he can run back to what was a very impressive debut?
I mean, normally moving up in class is a good thing. Nordic Fire is moving up off a debut against state-bred maiden claiming 30,000.
To be fair, he didn't break that day. It was a day that the rail and the speed were an advantage. He ran a little bit. And for a horse coming out of a much lower level race, Nordic Fire, he actually did do some running in that race. So maybe he's a little better than he looks.
2 races today that provided spots into the starting gate for the Preakness Stakes. The most recent one, the Federico Tesio, and Taj Mahal takes the lead and dominates.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the jury's out whether or not he's, you know, you've got some very good horses coming back. But the other thing that happens in the Preakness is, as you know, a lot of horses don't run back out of the Derby. And I'm going to, you know, I always want to wait to see the speed figures. And based on what we saw on the racetrack, I mean, he was a week ahead of the rest of the field,
yeah.
Whether or not that translates. But, you know, it was such an impressive looking win, and he really dominated in the front end, you know, being rushed early. Are you going to be shocked when this race doesn't come up like an 88 to 90 buyer, and suddenly you've got a horse that maybe he's the next Magic Wisner and he could get at least a piece of it at a price?
I knew we'd have a Magic Wisner reference on the show. Thank you so much for coming through with it.
Well, it was me, not Mig, which makes it an even a bigger upset, right?
3 for 3. Taj Mahal in his career, 1 to watch coming out of the Federico Tesio. Okay, back here to Aqueduct. Looks like maybe a difficult race to end this pick 6. Let's get more insight with Acacia.
And we'll take a look at the 2 for trainer Horacio de Paz, beginning with the number 5, George's Gold. It's funny, he does kind of look like a turf horse, so I can understand why they switched him to the grass last time out. But I do think that he is more of a sprinter, so I like the cutback and distance more than anything, too. And as Andy touched on, watching his debut race, he was off slow, he was rushing up between horses, he was a bit green, he was kind of running in stops and starts. There was just a lot going on. And coming back, he looks incredibly fit, and he has filled out quite a bit as well from 2 to 3, which I always appreciate. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing him try the turf again down the line, but I do think that this is an interesting spot, and I think we're going to see him take a step forward. His stablemate Bakudo also broke slowly on debut. Ricardo Santana kind of sat in the saddle as he came out of the gate, and then was wide and a little high-headed, running on second best, just looking a little bit green there. He's a horse that's very light in his hind end behind the saddle, very angular in the way that he's put together. Horses push off from their hind ends, and I think that's why we see him breaking slowly. So I didn't see him first time out, but I'm guessing there hasn't been too much change in him, at least putting that muscle mass on in his hindquarters. I'd like to see a little bit more development from there, especially as he'll have to break from the rail today, Todd.
And we take you along the rail here as the field arrives at the starting gate for the 9th and final. How would you approach this last race? I mean, you say you like the 5 at 12 to 1, but you also have deference to a couple of other horses.
I picked the race 3-8-5. I think they're both playable. I think 4 to 1 is just fine on the 3 if you like him, which I do, and you know others may not. I'm going to take a small chance that the 8 just doesn't run back to his debut. I don't think even money's the wrong price on the 8, because I believe if the 8 runs back to his debut, he's going to win. I don't even think he has to improve on it. Because the one thing is, if he's more professional and breaks cleanly, he's going to be extremely tough. He'll be stalking the number 6's speed in this race, and he'll be very tough to beat. But I'm going to hope that he was cranked up the first time, doesn't run as well today. So I bet a little bit on I bet the 3 to win, and I boxed 3-5.
Okay, just looking at the horses you just mentioned as relates to the pick 6. The dollar pick 6 to the 8 would return $1,800. The dollar pick 6 to the 3, $2,300. But if it's the 5, George's Gold, how about $17,329? So as you pointed out, that upset in the previous race played more than like a 6 to 1 shot, horizontally speaking, in the pick 6.
Yeah, I mean, he rates too.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think it comes down to one of the reasons that I like Steve Chris' method of playing multiple tickets is it gives you the opportunity to be smart in all the other races and be wrong in one of them. And I think if you were playing multiple tickets, the winner of the 8th race could have been a C for you, you know, and there weren't exactly a lot of surprising winners. We saw short prices the entire day long, and this is one of those cases where if you played one big ticket, you probably made 2 singles, and you're out. If you made some backup tickets, you could be alive in this race. I, on the other hand, am not alive. I didn't play, and I'm not even sure I would be if I played.
Thank you for that personal assessment.
Well, I think it's important to try to be at least a little bit honest.
Yeah, we're kind of lacking that. And just
racing lacks a little honesty.
Well,
No,
I'd say just society at writ large.
yes.
Let's show a little bit more grace. Let's be a little bit more
I think
honest.
with pick sixes, and I know you've played your
Yes.
share, and I've played them too.
I prefer the $1. New York
So
led
do
the
I.
way on the $1, and I think that's the right amount.
And jackpot bets should be eliminated. They're terrible for regular players, in my opinion. Having said all that, I think for people that don't play, they think if I had a big bankroll, I could hit it. Next time there's a big carryover, make a $5,000 mythical play, and you're going to find out how hard it is. It's a lot harder than you realize.
Well, if you are sitting 5 for 5 at the pick six, finish it off. It's our final race of the day here in New York. Checking the odds as they move into line. No doubt who your favorite was going to be. The 8, Irish Goodbye, was even money throughout much of the wagering. Now is odds on at 4 to 5. Your second choice moving into line right there, the 3, Max Money, sitting up on the board right now at 4 to 1. And more money for the inside, the 1, Bakudo, is now 5 to 1. For the final time today, let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin with a reminder while we're ending here in New York, the best is yet to come on America's Day at the Races, the Oaklawn Park Handicap, and great races down there. Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Slight bobble for Nordic Fire, the far outside. The speed from in between horses, there's Lord King right out to the front, and Teufelsdale is now going to stalk from second. Progressing at the rail, that's Bakudo, who's a shared third, is moving forward. Center of the racetrack is Irish Goodbye, but the leader is well clear. Relu, Gutierrez, and Lord King at a number. They're up by 2, almost 2.5. Bakudo is in pursuit, is now a clear second, and here comes Irish Goodbye, and Manny Franco on the move. At the rail, that's Max Money. Then in between horses, George's Gold. At the rail is Volatile Situation towards the back end of the field. Trying to run on is Nordic Fire, and tailing off was Teufelsdale. They're into the far turn, 22.60. For the opening quarter mile, Lord King has the lead, a neck advantage. Bakudo starts to move in closer. Irish Goodbye is now 3 wide, and Max Money in behind, horses in fourth. 45-4, that half-mile time. Lord King is repelling the challenge here from Bakudo, but Irish Goodbye has sights on the lead, and now Irish Goodbye is trying to push on by. It's Irish Goodbye not going away, Lord King, and Max Money is lifting on the grandstand side. Here comes Max Money, big bounding strides up on the outside of Irish Goodbye, and Max Money has taken the lead. Max Money up by 1.5 lengths and widening. Dylan Davis, Max Money in the finale. Irish Goodbye second, then came Lord King and George's Gold in 1 minute 23.79 seconds.
Andy, isn't it nice when this game makes sense?
Lately, it hasn't made a lot of sense for me, so winning a race just almost surprises me.
What a great ride by Dylan Davis. In behind cover there, wheeled out, and let this horse go.
Layoff horses, as you know, can go either way.
Yes.
Sometimes they're just not ready. You could see right away this horse was sort of in the bit and running. I don't think the 8 regressed off his debut, to be honest with you. I just think this horse ran a huge race. I mean, let's put it into comparison.
1:23.3, go back to the Bayshore.
Right, they went 0.79 seconds slower than the Bayshore, and these are maidens. So this was an exceptionally fast race, and you see how much distance they put on the others. Frankly, a very nice effort by Lord King to be third, who was setting what was a wicked pace. This horse got it done. I don't think the 8 underperformed. I just think Max Money ran big today.
3-8-6 posted on the board. In fact, the 5 is 4. 3-8-6-5. 4 to 1 over 4 to 5 over 12 to 1 over 15 to 1. We'll be back with those prices from the final at Aqueduct, but we return to racing action at Oaklawn Park.
Where we are creeping towards the main event. Race number 11, the Oaklawn Handicap, Sovereignty, Journalism, and Others. $1.25 million purse there. Here, the sprinters, older sprinters, chasing the winner's share of a $125,000 purse. They'll be filing into that gate in moments. And you're looking at Miracle Worker, Megan. Who do you like at a price?
I do. This horse was claimed 2 back for $30,000 and has since really brought his game to that last performance in the first level, Allowance level, where I thought he ran a very strong race. Now, albeit he might be a bit too one-paced, he was well beaten that day, but I believe he's in the right spot. He's never been a workhorse in the morning, so don't shy away from some of those slower times, but I do find it's going to take a step forward for some of these horses to get around your favorite, but this is a very competitive group, and I don't find the number 7 Poker Night at V's to be all imposing.
Poker Night at V's, quick, did everything, set the tempo in his latest, finally run down late. Does figure to have some company in the early stages of this sprint as well.
He does, and he is, as you mentioned, speed, and two back especially. I find that was a tough beat. He was on the front end. He was on a contested pace, a quick one at that, his last two efforts, and he has really proved, coming out of those Houston races, the races on the West Coast in California, that he's formful, and he brings it each and every time. Is he going to have that sustained run? Last time out, he had some hesitancy switching his lead in the lane, and to me, that's what really was his Achilles heel in zapping his momentum late. So if he can really put it together, he's going to be tough, but it's not going to take much from anyone else to run him down in those late stages.
Who is quicker? You got Miracle Worker has speed, Donnet Normandy, number 3, and then Poker Night at V's.
I find Invictus will be a part of the early pace, likely in a tracking position, but I don't find as far as leading at the first call, you're likely going to get around the number 7 Poker Night at V's, but number 10 Invictus does have tactical speed.
Beautifully bred Invictus, and just not quite as good as mom and dad.
Out of a Grade 1 winner, you see on your screen his mom, our colleague Tom Amos's favorite horse, Kentucky Oaks Victor Serengeti Empress. She won going 9 furlongs. His sire, Into Mischief, is a classic dirt route sire. It's so puzzling to me that this horse, Lafitte, has only gotten a route of ground one time. He's still in the sprint game. Coupe. I've seen him in the flesh. He's not an overt sprinter. So I wonder if this is, at the end of the day, what he wants to do. They've tried turf with him. They've kind of tried a couple of different things. They've gelded him, and he hasn't quite put it all together.
And he sprints like he wants to route.
Right.
He's just very even, very one-geared, and given the pedigree and just the one route to date.
And it's not as if he hasn't shown promise. He ran a 92 Beyer speed figure to break his maiden. That was all the way back at Keeneland last April. I do find he has form in him. I don't believe he is a sprinter.
Greatest post-race celebration in the history of post-race celebrations. Tom Amos and family celebrating.
Falling into his, collapsing into his girls.
Empress. She got the distance. Grade 1 winner, Oaks. Grade 1 winner at Saratoga, the Ballerina. Here, Invictus. On the outside, Ramon Vasquez, now with Kenny LaRose, just won his first career race as a trainer at Oaklawn Park. Time for the late pick 5 on the undercard of the Oaklawn Handicap. Matt Dinneman with the call, race 8 live on FS2.
And then after Dapper Moon, Invictus. Invictus goes it. We're ready to go. And Laroff, Perfect Magic, a little bit slow to go from post position number 2. Miracle Worker is speedy. Donnet Normandy is stablemate, takes the lead, and Miracle Worker takes back. Poker Night at V's, he's up into the second spot with Invictus, and Miracle Worker taken back to 4th off his stablemate. He's 2 lengths behind down the backstretch run. Perfect Magic next, gap of 5 to Dapper Moon. He's 3rd last, Dual Monarchy 2nd to last, and Baby Boat at the back as they go towards the 4th turn. Donnet Normandy nose in front. Poker Night at V's, the even money favorite, pressing outside. Invictus 3rd, 3 wide rounding the turn. Gap of 2. Perfect Magic getting closer. Miracle Worker to his inside. 4 more to Dapper Moon, then Dual Monarchy and Baby Boat as they come to the top of the stretch. Poker Night at V's sticks a nose in front. Donnet Normandy still holds the inside spot coming off the turn. Miracle Worker trying to move forward on the rail, and it's open up for him. Invictus is next. Perfect Magic has a lot of horse. He's looking for a spot to go. Perfect Magic ducking to the inside for the final furlong, finds a seam, confidently ridden, and Dapper Moon down the outside. Perfect Magic acts to accelerate, grabs the lead with Dapper Moon. Dapper Moon, Perfect Magic. It's Dapper Moon on the outside. Francisco Arrieta, 4 wins on the day today, defeating Perfect Magic, then Poker Night at V's and Donnet Normandy.
A driving finish, and in the end, Dapper Moon had 5-1, and what an afternoon so far for Francisco Arrieta, 4 on the day.
Francisco's carried his game on the biggest days of the meet today, no different, as Dapper Moon is a Louisiana-bred who's been facing his Louisiana-bred foes time and time again. He gets into open company, and man, did he deliver, coming off of a contentious pace where he's a horse that came out of a weak group last time out at the fairgrounds, and A lot of those horses regress, not him, and not today.
Big effort, perfect magic, perfect night at V's, trying to fend off all challengers, and again, just corralled in the final stages.
Yeah, I find that once this horse kind of meets a challenge, they get the better of Poker Night at V's. Perfect Magic ran a nice race as well.
4-1, 7-3 here. Dapper Moon in race 8. Back to Aqueduct, where Max Money, Todd takes down the nightcap.
Andy, that train ride in the city is going to be a lot more enjoyable tonight.
Well, I mean,
you end with a nice winner, 4-1.
Love the A train ride back to Manhattan is not a true New Yorker. Let me tell you, I am going to miss the A train riding out here. I mean, there's something romantic about taking the subway. It's just like Auteuil, which is Paris's Aqueduct.
People can say what they want about Aqueduct currently, but it's our racetrack in New York. If you're a New Yorker, Aqueduct is our track. If you don't get it, then fine, but we get it.
Wasn't Hollywood Park the Aqueduct of California?
That's what I'm saying.
And I think Hollywood took some unfair criticism, and now everybody misses it. And, you know, it's not realistic in today's day and age to be running two racetracks 6 miles apart, and we can't wait to get to the new
Belmont's going to be
but
unreal.
Don't make any mistake. Nobody at NYRA is happy we're leaving Aqueduct. We love Aqueduct. It's been a great home for us, and the ability to race here while we've been building the new Belmont, the 2 turf courses, the one that Glenn Kozak put in. It's a great racetrack. The sight lines. I mean, you're sitting in the greatest spot to watch races in America. You could sit where we're sitting and turn around and watch the whole race.
In early history for the Breeders' Cup, they came here very quickly after the Breeders' Cup was born. Okay, we'll have time because it's not till the end of June that we call it a career here at Aqueduct. Talking about the big matchup in the Oaklawn Park Handicap, I kind of look at it like a boxer's trilogy where 2 great fighters are lined up for 3 fights, but then one of them wins the first 2. It's like, do we need to see the third? I look at it this way because, to me, journalism has more on the line today. If he does not win this matchup against Sovereignty, it's no longer a rivalry. And if Sovereignty loses, okay, fine, they move on to the next one.
I think that's fair. I'm sure they want to win. You always want to have bragging rights. And it does seem like Bill Mott, every horse he's running is winning. We just watched him run 1-2 at Keeneland. I am fans of both these horses. Listen, I understand the thinking of White Abarrio as a potential speed to get it done. But I think journalism's going to get it done today. I believe that he is a much, much stronger horse relative to Sovereignty than some might believe. I have the greatest respect for Sovereignty. He very well may end the year as the best horse in the country. But I'm not sure that journalism isn't going to give him really a tussle, whether it's today or even races going forward. I'm in on journalism today. I'm kind of a fanboy for him. I like him. I'm rooting for him. But I got to tell you, if you're not excited about this race, I mean, we spend our lives hyping a lot of races, and quite frequently, they're not races that we may be as excited as we pretend we are in the air. This one, I'm more excited than I can be about it in the air. This is a thrilling, thrilling race.
The man who picked Magnitude to beat Sovereignty in the Travers?
The idiot.
Yeah, but the Magnitude went on to international fame. All right, America's Day at the Races. Don't miss it. Still ahead, the Oaklawn Park Handicap. Can journalism finally get past Sovereignty? More ahead on Fox Sports 2 right after this.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with NYRA Bets.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch at Hot Springs to win it.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on FS2 Live Look. Oaklawn Park, Oaklawn Handicap Saturday. No stopping that gentleman on this afternoon. Francisco Arrieta, 8 races thus far. He's won 4 of them. Dapper Moon moments ago, 12:60. Big effort, perfect. Magic with a late rally. Poker Night at V's showing that speed, but collared late. 4-1-7 in his 8th race at Oaklawn Park. Turn the page, in case you're wondering. Francisco Arrieta, yeah, he rides in the Valley of the Vapors. Jolly Jolene, if you like her, she's 12-1. But sticker shot, odds on, 3-5 here. Missed call is out. 3-year-old fillies. Mile is a distance. 2nd and 3 stakes races on this Oaklawn Handicap Saturday. Rejoined by Richie Migliori. How's your break?
That was good. I was watching you guys. I'm trying to pick up some pointers.
So it's kind of,
it was good. Listen, I'm just, the anticipation of this matchup in the Oaklawn Handicap had gotten me excited all day. I've been upbeat. I woke up this morning with this on my mind and literally left the house whistling.
Mm-hmm. That kind of race, this matchup that is so rare, a budding rivalry here, all coming your way. $1.25 million purses here, right here on FS2. It's sovereignty, it's journalism, it's White Barrio, and just can't wait for this one. As soon as we learned last Sunday that journalism, last Saturday, he was getting on the flight and going to go head-to-head once again with Sovereignty, the marquee event for older horses every season at Oaklawn Park. That's the field and morning line. Sovereignty at 4-5 as we get closer to the 84th running of the Oaklawn Handicap.
The name says it all. The Beast from the East.
But Sovereignty has rallied from last to first at the 8th hole.
Finest of his generation so far.
Here comes Sovereignty!
Why? Because the bigger the stage, the brighter he shines.
But it will be Sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby!
He ruled then, he rules now. A reigning champion. One who simply picks and chooses which crown to don.
Sovereignty, leaving absolutely no doubt who the best 3-year-old in the world is.
So welcome back, champ. It's been a while.
As Sovereignty rolls home to win by more than 8 lengths.
This stage is yours.
What stage? This stage. You do know who just arrived from California, right?
And it will be journalism.
Let's make this clear. Last year was last year. This is now. And this rivalry is just getting started.
Write this down. Journalism is the best in the West.
And remember, while one colt was passing on a shot at the Triple Crown, the other is the only horse to compete in every leg.
Here's the wire! Oh my goodness! Journalism!
So let's not pretend we know who's best.
Journalism! He's the headliner today!
Because we don't. But here's the good news. There's an easy way to find out. A real easy way to find out. Let's get it on. I don't want to wait another 2 hours for this one, Richie. Sovereignty, journalism, head-to-head. You see the stats. They're comparable in wins, grade 1 wins. Sovereignty's earned about $1.5 million more. It's the two races they faced one another. Current score, Sovereignty 2, Journalism, nothing.
Yeah, but I don't think a lot separated them, honestly. I mean, you think about how well, Journalism ran in between the Derby after a big effort in the Derby, winning that Preakness with all that body contact, bowling his way between horses. And then 3 weeks later faced Sovereignty, who had that 5 weeks between the Derby, and he gave him another good run. And now they're older. They've matured. They change. Talking with Michael McCarthy about journalism, he said he's put on about 50 pounds in all the right places. And you've never heard Connections sound as confident. I mean, Journalism could have went other places.
Yeah.
They knew where Sovereignty was going. They came looking for him. I mean, this is like Muhammad Ali showing up, to call out George Foreman. I want you, Boombaye, right? Like, we're going to see something special today. And then, by the way, throw in the mix a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, earner of over $7 million in White Barrio, who has a pace advantage.
Yeah, who figures to be in front on paper. Sovereignty, it's Godolphin, it's Bill Mott, everything he's accomplished, the Derby and the Belmont and the Travers, and Horse of the Year, now his 4-year-old debut, everything in racing last year, and seemed to just get better. And even his style, early on more of a closer, would win from far back, more tactically engaged, creating his own luck as the season went on in his races.
Well, and a lot has been made about how he trains in the morning, and he's not an eye-catching workhorse in the mornings. But also, he trains at Payson Park, which is a very sedate, rural area of Florida, about 2 hours from Gulfstream. You're amongst the citrus groves. As you get off the highway and you drive there, there's Tropicana and Minute Maid and so on and so forth. And then behind it is the Everglades. And it's a little bit of a sleepy place. And he kind of got amped up as the year went on. And listen, he looks bigger and stronger too. The idea that the best 3-year-olds from last year have come back as 4-year-olds, which is not something we always see. They get, rushed off to stud careers. This is what's going to be a good thing for the game, to see horses compete and settle on the track. And Magnitude, who was probably the 4th best 3-year-old last year,
him.
He already won a Dubai World Cup this year. So I think we're seeing the living proof of how 3-year-olds make that step from 3 to 4.
Pretty good crop. Sovereignty, proven on the biggest of stages, highly decorated, the Horse of the Year back in action in the Oaklawn Handicap. What about trainer Safi Joseph? Already a productive afternoon, winning a stakes race, the Bayshore with Solitude Dude. And his stablemate is here, White Barrio and his goat, the 7-year-old contender in this Oaklawn Handicap. Welcome back. America's Day at the races. Brownie the GOAT clearing the way for White Abarrio. That's like that fullback you're always talking about. Richie doing the dirty work. Brownie the GOAT, he's keeps White Abarrio calm, focused.
Horses like company, and he's got a goat that'll listen.
What a team, Brownie and White Abarrio, and it has been a wild ride for White Abarrio. As we take a look at the field for that Oaklawn Handicap, White Abarrio drawn inside 7-2 for the 7-year-old who has earned more than $7 million. This will take a moment because it has been a wild ride. Highs, lows, stops, starts. We go back to the very beginning. His debut, September 2021 at Gulfstream Park, and he absolutely aired at 12-1. White Abarrio, biggest moment at 3 Florida Derby victory, first career, Grade 1 win, followed by a trip to Churchill Downs, a Kentucky Derby, didn't work out, faded to 16th behind Rich Strike and Company. Spin it forward a year, White Abarrio, new barn, Rick Dutrow takes over with Saffie Joseph facing suspension. But then the race that changed everything. The Whitney, White Abarrio defeating Cody's Wish in a massive upset, but not a fluke because 3 months later, White Abarrio would roll in the Breeders' Cup Classic out west. Then in 2024, after a pair of high-profile losses, White Abarrio was sent back to his original trainer, Saffie Joseph. It was his career that was in doubt, and it was that race, that win, that convinced the team to keep him in training. It was a good call because he wasn't done. And in his 6-year-old debut, White Abarrio would capture the Pegasus World Cup. That fall, more drama. White Abarrio, moments before the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, scratched by the regulatory vets. That story ain't over. Lawsuit recently filed. White Abarrio, Richie, this wild ride does continue.
Absolutely. 7 years old, to see him still out there competing. And listen, you understand the frustration of connections, horses a late scratch. But the regulatory vets have such a difficult job, Lafitte, and they're just doing the best they can to make the game as safe as it possibly can be. So it's just kind of a difficult situation.
And for his most recent effort, White Abarrio, in that Pegasus World Cup, trying to win for a second time, he ran well, just outrun by his stablemate and Skippy Longstocking.
And he actually made the first move into the teeth of what was a pretty fast pace. So he was kind of ripe to be picked off by Skippy Longstocking. Oh, by the way, came here and dominated in the Essex. So it kind of bore out the quality of that field.
White Abarrio in that Pegasus World Cup, and you were saying that you could make a strong argument that he was best on the afternoon.
Yeah, and listen, I think Irad gave him a terrific ride. You know, a jockey's job is to give their horse the opportunity. He hits the front coming off the quarter pole, opens up, and he just got run down by Skippy Longstocking, who was very good on the day and who shows up and runs his best when he gets pace. So I think this was a very strong effort from White Abarrio. And unlike the Pegasus World Cup, this Oaklawn Handicap doesn't feature a lot of natural speed in it.
But is he most comfortable? Will we see the best version of White Abarrio should he be in front as expected, when typically in the biggest races he's won have been from just off the pace with a somewhat of a target?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. But if you go back to the Ghost Sapper that he ran at Gulfstream Park, in a 2-turn mile and a 16th race, they went at half and 45 and change. Yeah. So that's sprint speed type. He was in front after they went a half a mile. So he was in front for a long time. It wasn't like he was waiting on horses. He went about his business. And with the lack of speed in the air, and speaking with Irad Ortiz Jr. earlier today in the jockey's room, he said, yeah, I feel like I'll be in front. I think he's just going to take me there. But he said something key. You don't want to go too slow because that allows the closers in close proximity to you. And I've never thought it was a good strategy to try to play their game and out-close the closer. I want to create some separation. Also, they're coming off of layoffs. Make it more of a test of stamina. Make them engage and chase you.
There's so much focus on the stars now making their 4-year-old debuts in sovereignty and journalism. White Abarrio still going strong. What will he do in the Oaklawn Handicap with the star jockey Arad Ortiz figuring to dictate early on? Arad's brother aboard journalism for the second time. and Junior Alvarado. The biggest moments of his career in that Godolphin blue for Bill Mott aboard Sovereignty.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
It's a perfectly timed sale.
When you're racing in a place like Keeneland, it gets everybody's adrenaline pumping, and then to be able to transfer that adrenaline right down into the sales environment.
Sales a great addition, I think, to the end of the meet. Everyone's want to participate, so it's fun to pick up a horse.
It's a great sale to find a horse with potential.
Got to see them on the track and see how they perform.
Really kicking off Derby week. Welcome you to the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. Good to have you back with us.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Stakes racing on the horizon. Valley of Vapors is next. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on FS2, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Sign up today, get a free $25 bet, and up to a $200 deposit match bonus and promo code Derby25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NairaBets.com. 3-year-old fillies, Valley of the Vapors. You're looking at Sticker Shock, current even money favorite. Maggie's with us, standing by in the paddock. Maggie, Sticker Shock, lots was expected from her in the fantasy. She was a second choice at 9-5 and just didn't show up. Curious to see how she'll respond today. What is she showing you pre-race?
Well, Levine, I have a theory about Sticker Shock. I don't think she is a filly that appreciated the kickback being stuck down on the inside in that fantasy. Obviously, facing a little lesser company today, but as I will be getting on the pony momentarily, I am going to try to catch up with Arad Ortiz during the warm-up and see what he thinks the possible excuse could have been, and if he agrees with me that keeping Sticker Shock out in the clear will lead to more success, because the matter of fact is that she just looks phenomenal here in the paddock. I thought the same once again. I thought she was going to air last time out for Brad Cox, but that would not come true, as she physically, again, looks best. We'll see if she can put her best foot forward here in this Valley of the Vapors. Moving on to her inside is number 5, Scott's Law, as she, like many of in here, will cut back a little bit in distance to this 2-turn flat mile. I think less ground is better for Scott's Law, at least looking at her physically. I know she did win going a mile and a 16th, but she did break her maiden also sprinting. The mile might be ideal for her, as she is just compact, small, handy looking, and she is eager here in the paddock too. She's been on the muscle throughout for trainer John Ortiz, and you know, she was beaten by the rival to her outside, Sticker Shock, where she was in the clear the last time they met, going back to that February 26th allowance race. So I'm wondering, Scott's Law, she was down kind of more on the rail in that tracking speed type of scenario. She did take a little bump late by the eventual winner. She tried really hard, though. You know, you kind of look at these two fillies and you almost equate them to the girls in high school are that want to be prom queens, right, Lafitte? You know, you got Sticker Shock, who's beautiful, you know, the cheerleader, the quarterback's girlfriend, and then there's Scott's Law, who is the small, redheaded athlete that everybody loves, and because she's got such a big heart. That's what I feel like is happening with these two fillies meeting in this Valley of the Vapors.
Marcia, Scott's Law pictured. Yeah, it needs no introduction with Sticker Shock, even money. A couple of starts back for Sticker Shock. It was on the strength of this effort and why she was 9-5 in the fantasy. Sticker Shock at Scott's Law, competitive. Bang up second place finish.
Oh, she takes a bold run at her here, and you see how Sticker Shock comes out to her. They did make slight contact, but it was to keep Sticker Shock engaged. Christian Torres realized she was kind of pulling up a little bit. Look at her inside ear, keeps flicking forward. That's when a horse is not completely focused, but she felt that presence of Scott's Law, dug in, held her off. But Scott's Law's had more time to recover, and then Sticker Shock came back with that poor effort. I think Maggie might be onto something about the kickback. I also think she took a little funny step out of the gate and was just a little bit awkward. And I think Scott's Law, at the disparity in price at 9-2 is compared to even money, is very interesting. And also, Scott's Law is more the kind of girl in high school that would have paid attention to me.
These 3-year-old fillies at Oaklawn, consistency has not been a hallmark. We saw it with Counting Stars. She's figured it out and looks like one of the prime contenders for the Kentucky Oaks. Sticker Shock, we'll see how she responds. Do you expect to see something much closer to what we saw 2 starts back, as opposed to the filly who just no-showed and laid an egg in the fantasy?
Yeah, I do, and you've got to be able to at times forgive a horse for a poor performance. She was 5 of 5, and she broke out, and that led to that little bit of an awkward step. Now she's got horses around her. I think she'll be a bit more focused.
Sticker Shock, Gary and Mary West homebred with Rod Ortiz, date with White Barrio in the Oaklawn Handicap. Even money in this Valley of the Vapors. 3-year-old fillies. Let's meet the field. Spitfire first to 2 for Kenny McPeak.
A nice, honest filly that's just going to have to come with a bigger run than we've seen. Her third against both Sticker Shock and Scott's Law was good 2 back.
Junior Alvarado, Sovereignty's Pilot, already 1 win this afternoon. Nice long look at Spitfire, followed by Holly's Holiday at 12-1.
Yeah, broke her maiden, dead heated to break her maiden last time. Has showed improvement in every start. Who's to say she can't take another step forward?
Grace is free, overmatched in the Honeybee.
Yeah, filly that has speed but has been breaking a step slow, and then she wants to get ranked. Keep an eye on her into the first turn and how she breaks.
Scott's Law, pictured Christian Torres aboard.
Now, honest filly, shows up, gives you her run. Kind of horse you kind of like to root for.
The Prom Queen, Sticker Shock, Rod Ortiz aboard.
This is a beautiful daughter of Uncle Mo. A lot of leg to her, a lot of size to her. And I think last time she just was never comfortable.
Ignore Francisco Arrieta at your own risk. Jolly Jolene.
She's had 4 wins already today for Francisco, and kind of holding a hot hand. Had multiple wins a few times this week.
Nickel and Dime representing outside speed.
Has been showing good speed, even against good company in the Martha Washington as well as the Honeybee. Last time got a little class relief and drew off nicely.
The runners in the Valley of the Vapors, these sophomore fillies, 7 minutes out. You just heard Maggie discussing Scott's Law in the paddock moments ago, trained by John Ortiz. Standing by live with Megan.
Well, joined by trainer Johnny Ortiz of the number 5 Scott's Law. And Johnny, this filly you've taken some time with to work with her mentally. How has she progressed? She can be a high energy type.
Yeah, no, she's been doing really well. I mean, the last couple starts in the paddock here, she's really learned to settle in. Today she wasn't hot at all. I mean, the weather's a little cooler, but it helped. But we've schooled her every morning, walk her through, and she's been a great horse to work with.
Do you find this distance more her fancy as well?
Yeah, I'm not scared of any distance. As long as there's 2 turns with her, I think she's fine. Obviously, I like that she has shown a lot of early speed and can hang up close to the pace. I think this is the right track to be up close.
Best of luck in here, Johnny.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Johnny Ortiz saddled the winner of last year's Fantasy in quiet side. Scott's Law here. Christian Torres. In terms of tactics and strategy, where do you see her situated early?
Well, I think she will be forward, and John Ortiz just hit on something. It feels like horses that are a little bit forward are getting somewhat the best of it today. And she's a filly that's got kind of that natural gait that should put her right in the frame.
Scott's Law, 4-1. Also 4-1. Quick filly on the outside. Nickel and dime here for trainer Randy Morse. Rafael Bejarano closing out the meet in fine fashion. Nickel and dime here, who made the lead, set the tempo, was able to keep the field at bay, create some separation, and she'd widen in the stretch.
Yeah, and I thought she set a fairly legitimate pace. I don't think it was slow. I don't think it was fast. I think it was legit, and she just drew off at will. In a day and age when we see horses race as often as they used to, this is her 5th start this year, and she really has not embarrassed herself. I mean, she was well beaten in the Honeybee. That's a pretty good group there. Counting Stars has got to be one of the fillies that's going to take a lot of support in the Kentucky Oaks.
Nickel and dime. And this particular race, a lot of viewers watching today might not follow horse racing on a day-to-day basis. This particular trip at Oaklawn, the mile, the race starts at a different place and it ends at a different place.
Yeah, so they start the race at the 16th pole, and then they finish the race at the 16th hole. That becomes the finish line. And they do that to give them enough run to that first turn. If they broke at the wire to go a mile here, it's just too short a run to the turn for the field to create any separation. And when you have a lot of horses jammed up into a turn, that's when it's not as safe as it could be.
You've been here a good portion of the meet. Are you looking at these races differently because of the circumference, because of how these races play out?
I definitely lean towards horses that are going to be a little bit more forward, get a little bit more position. The only thing I will tell you, it's been something that I've watched consistently. Riders overcompensate a little bit for the finish at the 16th pole, and they start moving a little bit earlier than maybe is prudent.
Nickel and dime, do you expect her to set the tempo? Is she the quickest on paper?
Well, I think she is, and I also think her post kind of dictates because she can't run the risk of getting hung out wide and coming off a big wind gate to wire. The horse that could show more speed if she was to break a bit cleaner is the 3, Grace is Free. She actually has sprint speed, but she's been breaking just a touch slow, and then after about 1/8 of a mile, she grabs a bit and wants to run off with the rider.
That's Grace is Free. Still looking at nickel and dime. 3 minutes out to this Valley of the Vapors. Megan, who winds up in the winner's circle?
Well, I landed on the number 5, Scott's Law. She's a filly I've been following in the mornings, and just her mental progress is that precluded her 2 back in the year's end stakes. Last time out, I find she's gotten gradually better and better. And to me, what's going on in her brain is the key to the form that she does have within her, as she is a half sibling to multiple Grade 1 winner Scottish Lassie. And she is, I agree with Maggie, a shorter couple type. I'd imagine this quote unquote short style mile will be right up her alley, and she's got the perfect tactical position to do so. She's got some nice speed to run at in this spot, and last time out in that key race against Sticker Shock, she was more alert. She still moved around a bit in the gate, but she did break sharp, which is again key. And I find she's going to get the right kind of trip, as we will check in with Maggie Wolfendale horseback for more on this field.
Meg, yes, out here on the track for the Valley of the Vapors, and I was able to catch up with your even money favorites rider Rod Ortiz aboard number 6 Sticker Shock, and I asked him, what do you think happened that led to the disappointing effort last time out in the Fantasy? And he said, honestly, I don't think she liked the way I rode her, in that she didn't like the fact that I took a hold of her, and today I'm going to try to be more forward. Now, Irad is one of those riders that typically does give his horses big warm-ups, gallops them along, but he said to me specifically, yes, I will try to be more forward with her. She looks fantastic out here on the track, much like she did in the paddock. Moving on, though, to the horse that, at least on paper, looks to be the possible fastest. That's That's number 8, Nickel and Dime, who will look to clear from the far outside. I thought it was a good effort last time out because there were a lot of horses that kind of took runs at her at different points in the running of that race, and she put them all to bed, drawing off and winning by 6 3/4 lengths. She is a filly that I know she can be effective going a bit shorter. She is very long and lanky in her frame, but then again, this mile should be right up her alley. Very fit and well conditioned here for Randy Morse. We'll just see how dynamics play to her hand today if she receives a bit more pressure up front from a bit of better quality horse here in this Valley of the Vapors. Lafitte?
A very quick Nickel and Dime. Rafael Bejarano, pedal to the metal. We'll find out in a few moments. This Valley of the Vapors, the bookends from Nickel and Dime to Spitfire, and this particular trip, yeah, that is the perfect place to be situated, the rail in these mile races at Oaklawn.
Yeah, she doesn't have to do a lot of maneuvering right into that first turn. Everybody wants to save ground in two-turn races. You know, it was always one of the principles that I went by, that if, you know, a two-turn race, if you know you're going to be wide on one turn, you got to try to save as much ground as you can on the other turn. She has the rail. She already has that luxury. You know, the only thing is you want to get away clean and make sure that that wave of horses that fold over from the outside don't shuffle you back.
Junior Alvarado aboard. Date with Sovereignty in the Oaklawn Handicap, looking for a second win this afternoon in races like this. 3-year-old fillies that might not be good enough to compete on the first Friday in May. The Kentucky Oaks, most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies. But that's okay when you have a Valley of the Vapors to compete in with a $200,000 purse.
Yeah, I mean, listen, big purses, you have the upper echelon, and then there's always a second tier of horses. And again, they're young fillies. They can still improve, change, mature. And maybe the Kentucky Oaks won't be on their dance card, but maybe a race like the Black Eyed Susan would be.
On the day before, the Preakness Stakes. Have you noticed anything watching the first 8 races, any trends, a better place to be, or how races are unfolding that might be playing to a certain type of horse with a certain type of style?
I think we have a very fair racetrack. You know, a lot of credit to Kevin Seymour, who is the track super here, because we did get substantial rain overnight, and this track is in fine shape. I also do believe that you're always better off being a little more forward, not giving horses too much to do.
But a fair track, especially on a day like this, exactly what you want.
Yeah, I've seen horses come through on the rail. I've seen horses rally wide. I just think the best horses are getting their opportunity.
Sticker Shock, even money in this Valley of the Vapors, and a very candid response when asked by Maggie, like, what went wrong? What happened in the fantasy? Like, I don't think she appreciated how I rode her.
You know, it's very true. Sometimes you feel as a rider you're working against your horse a little bit. Maybe the horse wants to show more speed, you want him to settle more. Or conversely, maybe you send them too hard. And they get discouraged, they get mad. They have personalities, they're not dumb beasts, right? And they'll pin their ears and kind of quit on you. But a good rider will learn from those experiences, and it's real. I mean, I've experienced it. I've lived it, and you go, wait, this filly wants me to handle her this way, not that way.
Rod Ortiz and Sticker Shock. For trainer Brad Cox as they have reached the starting gate. A long shot there. Holly's Holiday, and we'd be, just not to reference Francisco Arrieta. All right, so Jolly Jolene looks like she really needs to step it up to compete with these, but the way he's going, looking for a 5th win on the afternoon, is Francisco Arrieta.
When you get on a roll and you start winning, your confidence level's up, your positivity's up, and I am a firm believer horses feed on energy, whether it's negative or positive. Obviously, he's in a positive flow.
Lots of positive energy there. You just saw John Ortiz has Scott's Law, number 5. To her outside will be the favorite. For this Valley of the Vapors, Sticker Shock. The choice at post time. All set, Matt Dinnerman with the call. The Valley of the Vapors live on FS2.
And they're off in the Valley of the Vapors Stakes. Jolly Jolene stumbled badly at the break and lost several lengths there. Holly's Holiday on the lead. Sticker Shock close to the pace. Nickel and Dime 3 wide as they go into the first turn run. Contentious and quick tempo. Up top, these 3 across the track. Holly's Holiday concedes the lead. So does Sticker Shock. And Nickel and Dime kicks on with it. Nickel and Dime, the pacemaker, a length from Sticker Shock on a snug hold. Happy to track, a length and a half behind second. Holly's Holiday in the 3rd spot. Grace is Free joins her, and Scott's Law's 3 wide. Gap of 2. Jolly Jolene in the second last position. Spitfire at the back of the the field is 8 lengths off the lead. Down the backstretch, Nickel and Dime went 22-4 that first quarter mile. Here's Kelsey Harr making an aggressive move with Grace is free up to challenge Nickel and Dime down the backstretch run. Nickel and Dime a half length in front. Grace is free. The presser down on the rail. Sticker Shock watching all the action unfold. Third in a good position, going okay. Holly's Holiday down on the rails. Scott's Law shoved upon by Christian Torres rounding the turn. Jolly Jolene has come under a hard ride as well, and Spitfire has to pass them all. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Grace is free on the rail. She's got a neck in front. Nickel and Dime right there to the outside. Holly's Holiday has horse. Holly's Holiday searching for racing room, and in the meantime, Sticker Shock has given way. She's done. Scott's Law in the meantime floors it on the far outside. Holly's Holiday between horses surging to the lead now in the final furlong with a 16th left to go. She's on top and scampers away from the competition. Holly's Holiday is going to win the Valley of the Vapors Stakes, and she wins it easily. Second home, Grace is free, then Scott's Law and Spitfire.
Big upset, 21-1. Holly's Holiday for Kenny McPeak, Manny Esquivel in the Valley of the Vapors.
And you cannot get a better trip or a better ride, but keep an eye on the 6 horse and the 7. 7's going to stumble badly and then plow into the hind end. You see how she turned Sticker Shock out there? Not an ideal beginning for either one of those. Sticker Shock, this is the second race in a row. She just threw in the towel.
Toiling. And I would say, the stumble impacting Jolly Jolene much more than the brush impacted Sticker Shock. Didn't have it. A no-show. Again. But Holly's Holiday did. What was the biggest difference for her today?
Just the trip she had. I mean, listen, she's a filly that definitely hasn't been proving, right? A 27 buyer figure, 36 buyer figure, 71 buyer figure, and now I'm sure she surpassed that as well. But what a perfect ride from Manny Esquivel, sitting that perfect ground-saving trip, tipping out when it needed. This was a really good ride.
Holly's Holiday, as it unfolds, overhead, hits the front, and starts to accelerate.
And keep an eye on Manny Esquivel. He rode her all the way to the normal finish line. He didn't stop riding at the 16th pole. And what an effort from the 3, Grace is Free, who once again got ranked in the middle of the race, ran off with Kelsey Harr, but hung in well to be second.
Triggers the upset, does Manny Esquivel, live with Maggie.
That's right, and Manny, you guided her to a victory in her last start, coming back for her first start as a 3-year-old. You'd ridden her, though, as a 2-year-old. Talk a little bit about how much she's developed.
She matured a lot, The last time I tied out for first, even Kenny was here. He told me, Manny, ride her with confidence. I think we might be a little short, but I think she matured a lot, And she broke really sharp like today. But I covered her up, and we wanted to make sure she finished up last time, and she did. We tied up the race, but she ran a huge race for coming out of the break, and we worked her back with Spit the Fire last week, and she dragged me around there. I mean, she dragged me. I told Mike, the assistant, I love her. She worked like a monster. You're stepping up in the stake with winning good fillies too, but she was there for me today.
Manny, it was an excellent ride, but you kind of touched on my next question. You work very closely with the Kenny McPeak barn. Talk a little bit about how rewarding it can be when you are so close with a barn and able to then get the wins in the afternoon.
Kenny's been a big help to me. Yeah. He don't tell me anything about the horses, how to ride them or anything. He don't put that pressure or anything on you. I work horses every morning there whenever they have workers, and he's just been there a lot for me this year, the whole year around. He's always helping me, never complaining about anything. And, there's some times where you're like, you got a wrong trip, you didn't want that. And he's just like, next race, So I'm very blessed having him behind me. He's helping me throughout this year and last year a lot. And we've been doing good,
Well, Manny, congratulations. Big win here with Holly's Holiday in the Valley of the Vapors. As Meg, you're with some very happy connections.
Very happy indeed, Maggie, joined by the Gazaway family, Sherilyn Gazaway. And this is the first time this filly has faced winners and has done so in a huge way.
We were very happy with her, and we knew that this was going to be a big step up for her. But the last out, she really showed up, and it was the first time off the layoff. And so we were just so super proud and thought she needed the race last time. So, you know, here we are today. It's really, really exciting. We got a good horse, so we're excited about it.
You sure do. And a good horse named after you, Holly. Holly's Holiday. What's going through your mind right now? Stakes winning namesake.
I'm just so ecstatic. My dad named the horse after me, and so it's so special for me and for the whole family. So thank you.
Congratulations. Go get that picture taken.
Thank you so much. Have a good one. Thank you.
Lafitte?
What that must mean to her in this particular moment. Always special to win a stakes race, be associated with a stakes winner, especially when it's unexpected. Richie, an outsider here, 45-20 in the end, Holly's Holiday and Manny Esquivel.
Yeah, I mean, but again, what a perfect ride. But she was always traveling, taking him. Kenny McPeak had her ready. And I think this underscores what we talk about, how horses change, develop, improve. This mare has never taken a backward step. Every one of her races, now it wouldn't have been very difficult to improve off her first start, but every race has been better.
Kenny McPeak giving Manny Esquivel your favorite type of instructions, next to none.
Yes.
And for her to breeze with stablemate Spitfire, who ran fourth in his Manny Esquivel reference, just dragging him around the track in the morning, preparing for this race, and then performing accordingly.
And that's why it's so important to work horses out in the morning, your mounts coming up, because you'll know where they're at, how they're doing, and they'll instill more confidence in you. And when a trainer shows that kind of confidence in you, no instructions, you know what we want to do, jockeys ride better for them.
Big upset, Valley of the Vapors, onward and upward. Holly's Holiday, 21-1 in the end. Manny Esquivel, Kenny McPeak. From start to finish, well positioned. When the real running started, she responded. Manny goes to work. Holly's Holiday glides under the wire.
City of Light off the top of the turn is now a length in front. Accelerate will have to battle back. 4 back to Untrapped and Sonneteer. City of Light to the final 16th, and he's clear now. He's a 2-length leader over Accelerate in second, who is trying to come back at him. City of Light, Accelerate cuts it back to a length. City of Light, Accelerate a half. City of Light.
What a race, what a horse. Is trained by Michael McCarthy, just like journalism. City of Light in the 2018 Oaklawn Handicap over an eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Accelerate.
Yeah, beating a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Drayden Van Dyke got it done for Michael McCarthy there. Michael McCarthy coming back to try to get another Oaklawn Handicap with journalism. And listen, that up to this point, that's my favorite Oaklawn Handicap winner of all time because I got the trivia question right.
It was named that Oaklawn Handicap winner, erasing the embarrassment of not being able to come up with Heavenly Prize the week prior. Named that Apple Blossom winner. Pretty productive race, that 2018 Oaklawn Handicap. Not only Accelerate, but City of Light eventual Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile and Pegasus World Cup winner. 2
Breeders' Cup winners out of that Oaklawn Handicap. And it's a grade 2. And you get these kind of lineups,
not for long.
I don't think it should be.
Not for long. This year's could be just as productive. Back to this Valley of the Vapors and this huge upset of filly really coming into her own, improving, and now a stakes winner.
Holly's Holiday. Maybe we will see her in races going forward like the Black Eyed Susan. This was another step forward for a filly that has improved with every start, and Manny Esquivel could not have delivered a better, more picture-perfect ride.
Can't be bad for business. Knocking down $200,000 races for trainer Kenny McPeak.
Oh, and the confidence that Kenny McPeak has showed in Manny Esquivel, and trainers would really do well to instill that kind of confidence in their riders. Don't micromanage. Tell them how you'd like to see things happen, but then allow them to do their job. I'm sure Tom Brady didn't go to the line of scrimmage and read blitz and felt like he couldn't call an audible.
Sticker Shock, she's better than that. Like, Sticker Shock is better than that, but 2 consecutive no-shows for her. We'll see what's next for Sticker Shock. Next for us is the 10th race coming up here, and we're getting closer. That Oaklawn Handicap race number 11, post time around 7:20 Eastern. There is the field. 6 of them, $1.25 million purse. It's a fascinating race in terms of tactics and strategy. Who's going to be where? Who better to take you inside than the Mig?
I'm here at the 8th pole where the Oaklawn Handicap will start. We've got 6 horses, a real solid field. Last year's Kentucky Derby winner, last year's Preakness winner, as well as a Breeders' Cup Classic winner in White Barrio. But what makes this Oaklawn Handicap a little bit different is there's not a tremendous amount of speed signed on. And as you can see, they got a good long run to the first turn. Everybody should have an opportunity to get their position. But where will the speed come from? I believe it could be White Barrio from the rail, the only horse that's ever won on the lead in the past.
White Barrio going out to vie for the early lead.
The field is now into the first turn. The horses have negotiated that first furlong and a half, the first 3/16 of a mile. I believe it'll be White Barrio leading the way at this juncture. He'll have established the lead, he'll have gotten in a good rhythm, but who will be his closest pursuer? It's going to be interesting from a tactics standpoint. I do think Sovereignty can lay up close, much like he did in the Belmont Stakes, but I do believe White Barrio will be in front.
White Barrio has taken the lead.
We're now at the half-mile pole. Race is 5 furlongs in, we got a half a mile to go, and this is where the chess match really takes shape. I believe White Barrio have gotten very comfortable on the lead. Who will be his closest pursuer? So riders have to make a judgment at this point. When do they start applying pressure to White Barrio? And at the same time, being aware of their other main rival. Obviously for Sovereignty, it's Journalism. Journalism, it's Sovereignty. This is where the race is really going to take shape.
But it is White Barrio and Errad Ortiz. Journalism is still running on. He's back into second. And here comes Sovereignty.
We're at the finish line. 9 furlongs have been raced. We've had White Barrio probably on the lead. Sovereignty running at him. Journalism making his late run, much like he did, overcoming traffic in the Preakness. And who will be in front at the end of that 9 furlongs in an epic edition of the Oaklawn Park Handicap?
magic of television sitting right next to me, the MiG. Really well done. Really well done. And taking you inside this race that really does, it feels like a game of chess amongst the riders and how this thing will unfold.
Well, absolutely. And I got to thank Melanie Wignall for her effort in putting that piece together.
She's the best.
What makes it really interesting, though, is you've got a horse like White Barrio who's going to go to the lead. And you have to respect him. He's a $7 million earner, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, a Whitney winner. And then you've got Sovereignty and Journalism who are going to have to keep an eye on each other and all at the same time not allowing him to sneak away too much. This really is a jockey's race. And the smaller field, the more a jockey's race it becomes because everybody's aware of where everybody else is. It's not like the Kentucky Derby where Sovereignty can get lost in a big field. And then, of course, you have to negotiate traffic. Everybody is going to be keying on who they think their main rivals are.
And perhaps the stars could be keen, as fresh as they are. Journalism has not raced since November. Sovereignty hasn't raced since the Travers in August. Anticipated slow-ish pace. I'll be watching them to see who's able to stay relaxed and if either of them start to get aggressive and start to pull at their riders early on.
Well, again, and that's a key thing. When horses are fresh, they have a tendency to pull more, and I don't think they use their energy as in an efficient manner if they would more settled. But these are two pros, and they're very intelligent. And that's one of the things that stands out. Not only are they supremely talented physically, they're extremely intelligent. You could just see the way these horses look at things. They're very, very smart. Talking with Michael McCarthy, he expects Journalism to be closer up on the pace.
Don't have to wait too much longer. Race 11, Oaklawn Handicap, the 10th. There's the field and updated odds with Otto the Conqueror, 7-5. Maggie, as he looks to rack up a third straight victory. How's he look?
Yeah, Lafitte, I'm keeping my eye on Otto the Conqueror because he's got a little bit of a mean streak in him. Never forget the day about 2 years ago when he was schooling in the Saratoga paddock and he nearly broke the wrist of one of our production assistants, Sam Shore. So I've been watching where he is throughout our time here in the paddock. But Megan also said to me, she said, Maggie, I've never seen Otto the Conqueror look as good as he did last time. Well, much the same here yet again, as he is second off the layoff and ran that huge race last time out, ding-donging on the lead. We would see Surveillance, who finished second that day, come back and win here yesterday. And Otto the Conqueror just looks tremendous yet again. I'm going to say, Chateau or cameraman, luckily he's far enough away from him at the moment. As good as I once was, he is one that is coming off of a easy victory, meaning that those were pretty tepid fractions for the claiming 50, but going to 6 furlongs here, it was pretty slow. So he had a walk in the park, so to speak. He does look fantastic, though. A horse that I have seen in the past, having run briefly on the Naira circuit and also obviously back here at Oaklawn, going back a ways. He just looks really strong overall and is carrying his weight and conditioning better than ever now as a young 7-year-old. Well, let's move on to the 9-year-old, who I was just talking to the assistant for Peter Miller-Ray, who we both said he's earned that $685,000 the hard way. And he is a 14-time winner, and he just knows how to find the winner's circle, though that has eluded him a bit as of late. He is coming in here from Arizona/California. He's very aggressive in his demeanor, very forward and in the bit, and you'd love to see that with these older horses who have been there, done that, traveled all around, that they still get energized by the game. He looks incredibly fit coming in here, as he should, having recent races here in 2026. Wish he just looked a bit stronger across his top line, but then again, Lafitte, a generous 7-1 on a horse who knows his way to the winner's circle.
Because old guys rule. The 9-year-olds see through it. 60th lifetime start, seeking a 20th career win. The favorite right by the screen there, Otto the Conqueror, 6-5. The 10th race coming up. Riders up post-parade and following race 11, the Oaklawn Handicap.
up into the Pacific Classic is Nordic and Luis Saez to win the Belmont.
Good Magic, the classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness.
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win.
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away. When you want to reward yourself. When you deserve to indulge. When you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Sports fans love a good rivalry. In the history of thoroughbred racing, some of the very best, Secretariat and Sham. The Kentucky Derby and the Preakness were actually close. They were competitive. That bold move on the first turn of the Preakness by Big Red. The Belmont Stakes, not so much. One of the most memorable moments in the history of the sport while capturing the Triple Crown. Affirmed and Aladar. If Affirmed could see you, he wasn't going to let you by, always keeping his nemesis at bay. None closer than in the Belmont Stakes. In his backyard, Aladar, bold run at Affirmed. Stevie Cawthon with Affirmed just kept digging and digging, becoming a Triple Crown winner. In the Travers, they met again. I gotta watch this again? I gotta watch this again. Yeah, Affirmed crosses the wire in front with some jockey named Pinkai and then gets disqualified in their last meeting. Affirmed and Aladar. 1989 Sunday Silence didn't run straight, but he ran fast, defeats the favorite Easy Goer. Then an epic Preakness. Pat Day on the inside, Easy Goer. Pat Valenzuela on the outside, Sunday Silence. Sunday Silence would not be denied. Next stop, Belmont Park. Speaking of backyards, Easy Goer's backyard, and Easy Goer said no. Slammed the door in Sunday Silence's face. Would not allow him the Triple Crown, but they would meet again. South Florida, Breeders' Cup Classic. The most iconic of moments in the history of the Breeders' Cup. Chris McCarron, the rave of the crop, as Sunday Silence defeated Easy Goer, as Tom Durkin described it, in a racing epic.
Well, I think we have another racing epic on our hands this afternoon. And talking with trainer Steve Asmussen, who has 2 entrants in this Oaklawn Handicap, including Publisher, who's won 3 in a row, it doesn't happen where you see 2 horses of this caliber making their comeback and competing against each other. And it feels like the connections of journalism, they came looking for big game. They knew where Sovereignty was going. They said, no, we're going to join the party.
The score being 2-0 right now. So, like, how important do you think it is to team journalism to get on the scoreboard just to prove, yeah, we can beat this guy?
Oh, I think it's everything. And honestly, it feels like, speaking with Michael McCarthy, they are brimming with confidence.
I can't wait, man. Can't wait. We're almost there. Race 11, Oaklawn Handicap. 10th race on track. There's Out of the Conqueror, the mean Out of the Conqueror.
Well, you can see just what Maggie was talking about, the way he wants to lean in, get on top of that pony there, kind of push him around.
Good as I once was. 7-1, David Cohen.
Well, I might not be as good as I once was, but I'm doing
disagree.
okay. But,
Disagree.
Good effort off the bench.
See through it. 60th lifetime start, the 9-year-old.
I love these old war horses. Bring that lunch pail, go to work.
Gold Sweep, third to Tejano Twist in the Whitmore.
Won the Tremont Stakes as a 2-year-old when trained by Steve Asmussen.
Number 6, Chasing Time. Scratch numbers 7, 8, 9. The 10 is in Big Vince. Should be a factor early.
Yeah, speed from the outside and then drawn right outside of him, Lafitte. The 12, Iglesias with the scratch of the 11, Devil's Tower. He also adds speed to this affair.
He's fast. Amir Mendoza is aboard, currently 10-1. The field for the 10th race of 12 on this Oaklawn Handicap Saturday. 4 minutes to post. We check in with Megan, standing by with North America's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen.
The 5, circling back to
who will send out Publisher in the next race, the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. And Steve, you have to appreciate your candor and honesty as you say you never send out a horse that's not in a position to win, and Publisher on quite the winning streak.
He has. He's put 3 really nice races together. Nothing but respect for the great field that they have assembled here today. You know, Sovereignty, Journalism, White Avario. You know, but good racetrack today, playing on the fast side. Publisher's confidence is where we need it, and we expect him to run a huge race.
Appreciate the time, and best of luck, Steve.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Lafitte?
Who's going to question North America's all-time leading trainer for taking a shot with Publisher? First part of his career, the lovable loser. Now he just won't stop winning.
Well, and he's interesting, too, because he's still a little bit tricky. When he hits the lead, he has a tendency to kind of wait on his competition. Horses are herd animals, and some horses are more comfortable running with horses as opposed to running away from horses.
Has that mean Otto the Conqueror going here, does Steve Asmussen. 6-5 currently to Maggie trackside.
Looks like he's minding his P's and Q's now that they broke post-parade, as we do see Keith Asmussen taking out those braids that are a signature look for the Asmussen barn. The jocks need a little something to hold on to when they break from the gate, so you'll see them remove those braids about from their wither halfway up their neck. But moving on to a horse who was previously trained by Steve, and that is number 5, Gold Sweep, who I think has just been facing better company as he does drop out of the Grade 3 Whitmore. And he's also kind of stirred off that bit of a freshening. And when I saw him back for the March 1st effort, he looked okay. He looked fine. No real complaints. But he just looks better today. He looks stronger. He looks more resplendent in his coat and flesh. And I am a little bit of a sucker for a liver chestnut, which is that dark, rich-looking chestnut color, as opposed to the kind of quote-unquote copper penny, reddish-orange color that you often see with most chestnuts. But I really like what I'm seeing from Gold Sweep, and I do think he gets a little bit of clash relief here, as I do want to circle back to number 4, who, like I said, I got a lot of respect for. But I do want to note that he does add front wraps for this first try over the Oaklawn Park surface. But Lafitte, at the end, all things good for good old Otto the Conqueror.
Otto trying for a third straight. The inside post. Keith Asmussen in the saddle, but what he is quick right from the start. Let her rip.
Well, you got to come out running. The problem is that the other speeds are drawn wide, right? The outside runner, Iglesias, and then Big Vince, they're both very fast. But the key is from that inside draw, come out running like you want it. Don't take it for granted that those horses are going to go. Make them commit to that idea. Then they'll go a little bit faster, maybe create some separation, and then you can tip out to the outside. And then if they don't go, well, now you're in a position to control it.
Otto the Conqueror. Just Chasing Time would be a surprise. To his inside will be Gold Sweep, and if nothing else, doesn't have to mix it up with the likes of Tejano Twist, who he was a good competitive third in that Whitmore Gold Sweep.
Well, Gold Sweep has shown a great deal of ability from the time he was a 2-year-old. He won the Tremont Stakes at Belmont Park in 2023 by better than 9 lengths. And then things kind of never really panned out for him. But every now and then he throws a race in that makes you remember what he looked like as a 2-year-old.
Gold Sweep to his inside, and Maggie touched on the old guy in the paddock and see through it in front of this crowd, eagerly anticipating, awaiting the Oaklawn Handicap will be race number 11. this 10th race here, but see through it. Just fun to watch these older horses still so enthusiasm about their job after all this time, after all this experience in races.
Absolutely. To me, these are the bread and butter kind of horses of our game. You know, they just show up, they do their thing. I say it often, but it's a truest sentiment. I like my people the way I like my horses, honest and hardworking. This horse embodies that. And Lafitte, he might have the right style for this race, because if things get really hot on the front end, maybe a horse from lurking just off the pace is what you want.
Ramon Vasquez to ride. So they have reached the starting gate for this 10th race of 12, Oaklawn Handicap. Saturday, you won't have to touch that dial. Oaklawn Handicap right here on FS2, race number 11. If you're a rider at this point, if you're competing in that race, if you're Jose Ortiz on journalism, Junior Alvarado on sovereignty, at what point does some of the anxiety, what point does the blood really start pumping knowing that the main event has finally arrived?
Well, I think really right now you're amping up because you've done all your homework. You've looked at it from every angle. We're right on top of it. Let's get going. But as a rider, as a professional athlete, you have to have the discipline to be able to stay in a locker room all day and not bubble over. Stay cool.
That's next. The Oaklawn Handicap at the gate for the 10th. Out of the Conqueror favored, looking for a third straight victory. Matt Dinnerman with the loading call.
Here's a Gleese coming up. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Big Vince popped out of the gate first with a Gleese. They are together in the early stages. Otto the Conqueror moves up, claims third from Gold Sweep. Good As I Once Was in the 5th position. Early on, the two at the back are See Through It, and Good As I Once Was dropping to the rear with him. Down the back stretch they go. A battle on the lead here. A Gleese very speedy. Big Vince, his rider trying to ration his speed. He's usually very speedy and on the lead, and today he's stalking with a half mile to go. A Gleese, offensive-minded, hits the turn. A length and a tail ahead. Big Vince has to take up just a little bit off of heels. Now 2 behind running in second. Gap of 3. Otto the Conqueror down on the rail. Gold Sweep has passed him. Otto the Conqueror was in a little bit of a tight spot, but he finds room, and here he comes down on the inside of Gold Sweep, coming to the top of the stretch, coming back to the lead. A Gleese on the lead here. Big Vince under pressure. A bumping match going on here between Good As I Once Was and Otto the Conqueror. They come down the lane. A Gleese in front. Now Gold Sweep is leveling off, coming with his run. A Gleese is asked to sprint in the final furlong, kicks on a length and a half. Gold Sweep trying in second. 2-horse battle with a 16th to go, and a Gleese is finding more under Amir Mendoza. It is a Gleese. Gate to wire. Second home Gold Sweep photo for the Shodo. Good As I Once Was. You might have nosed out Otto the Conqueror for that third spot.
Just too fast to catch. A Gleese broke sharp, made the lead, never looked back, and at 7-1 goes wire to wire in the 10th at Oaklawn.
And he set a fast pace, Lafitte, sub-22 first quarter. Amir Mendoza has improved markedly throughout this meeting, an apprentice that just has shown a maturation, seeing a race better, finishing stronger. And this kind of bodes well. I mean, speed's good. You know, a horse like Guida Barrios certainly should be the controlling speed. This is a perfect horse for an apprentice jockey, though, right? You're getting a 5-pound break in the weights. You don't have to make any real decisions. Just allow them to use their speed.
Gold Sweep came to him, but a Gleese had too much left. Holds on. Wire to wire. 10th race, Oaklawn. There he is. Sovereignty. He knows. Game time approaching. Time for the champ to go back to work. And when he does go to work, looks something like this. First Saturday in May, in front of 157,000 strong in that Sia Mud. Sovereignty goes by journalism, the Derby win. They would meet again 5 weeks later. Same result. Junior Alvarado, Sovereignty. What will he do in his 4-year-old debut?
here at Oaklawn Park, the stage of the biggest race of the year, the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap, bringing together the horse of the year, Sovereignty. He's facing journalism yet again. And let's not forget, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, that is White Abarrio. But I'm here today, seeing who the fans like. Come with me. Hi, guys. How are you? I mean, look at you. You got your ticket out?
We heard there's like a horse that's like the best in the country or something like that.
Sovereignty. Sovereignty.
Let's go, Sovereignty.
How excited are we for the big weekend this weekend?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. How excited are you?
Journalism.
Look, you and I, same page.
Who do you like?
Journalism.
So you're going to bet chalk? Unfortunately, I'd love to see journalism win. Sovereignty's going to win the race.
I'm going to box them. You're going to what?
Box them.
Box them.
That's how you win.
And then the white horse, that's mine.
That's White Abarrio. All
That's
right,
my horse.
I just like that horse.
White Abarrio.
Yeah, I just like it.
He's striking.
Journalism. Boom! I like Sovereignty. I've been on Sovereignty since the Derby.
Well, Sovereignty, of course.
Sovereignty.
Sovereignty, all day.
Thank you to all the connections for leaving him in training.
And I'm out. He's doing my job now. Here.
Okay, good, good.
Okay, bye.
Lots of sovereignty, love, regardless of who wins, like the fans win in these scenarios, Richie, and that's what it's all about. These are the types of races, these types of superstars going head-to-head, the excitement of a budding rivalry. This is what creates fans.
Absolutely. And listen, horses give us so much, and they transporting me right now to that 13-year-old kid falling in love with racing, watching Affirmed and Aladar. Rivalries, create attention, but good horses like this are bringing out the fans, and I'm excited. I'm on the desk here, and it's like I almost can't wait for this to run.
Part of it because we never, I don't think we expected this. So often in modern day racing, when you have really good horses that have been on the sidelines for a while and they return after an extended layoff, the path of least resistance is often taken. Here you have two horses with history going head to head, these titans in their 4-year-old debuts.
And a lot of it, what's going to come down, who's taking the step from 3 to 4? They both look bigger, stronger, imposing, both trained by masterful horsemen. This is exciting.
Aglise was exciting. Too fast to catch, $17 in the end. We turn the page. We have finally arrived. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, resetting the stage. This is Oaklawn's biggest race for older horses, the 84th running of the Oaklawn Handicap. $1.25 million and the updated odds. Second choice journalism, 2-1. White Abarrio at 5-2. No surprise, Sovereignty, odds on 3-5. And here he is. The champ, the reigning horse of the year, Sovereignty, and something about seeing greatness, Richie, in the flesh. Sovereignty, who it's almost easier to point out what he didn't accomplish as a 3-year-old, given everything he achieved.
He's just a remarkable individual from a physical standpoint. He's outstanding. What an equine athlete. But look at the way he's walking. It's almost like he's surveying his kingdom. He takes ownership of any space he's in, and that's a quality good horses share.
Sovereignty on his way over. Odds-on favorite, his 4-year-old debut in 33 minutes. The last time he met journalism, this was round 2. Remember, Sovereignty skipped the Preakness and a chance at a Triple Crown trained up to the Belmont Stakes. Journalism won that rough and tumble Preakness. Journalism at Saratoga shoots his shot, but Sovereignty has too much in the stretch.
And Sovereignty laid up a bit closer, saved ground, but Journalism got first run on him, and then Sovereignty just went and got him and won with something left. I mean, when a rider has time to start celebrating before they even hit the wire in a Grade 1, you know they're winning fairly comfortably.
Instant acceleration. Journalism ran well, real well.
Yeah.
And Sovereignty ran away from it.
Yeah. But I do think looking at them from an individual standpoint, they've both gotten bigger and stronger. I see it more dramatically in Journalism.
Fired up Junior Alvarado earlier today, the MIG in the Jocks room speaking with Sovereignty's rider.
Junior, your reigning horse of the year, Sovereignty, coming back. Not a big field, not a tremendous amount of speed signed on in the race. Where would you like to see yourself positioned early on?
Ideally, if the horse, breaks good, get a good position right away, and hopefully, a good position will be 1 to no more than 3 lanes from the whoever is on the lead. That would be ideally. I don't want him too much to do. I don't want to be too far back. So hopefully, he showed the last couple races, that he can be a little forwardly placed. So hopefully he'll come up today with the same strategy.
He started to show that little bit of a different dimension in the Belmont Stakes. He really placed himself forwardly and was always traveling in the bridle.
Yes, I kind of, was a little surprised that day too, but I think, he's just getting, maturing now and getting to know what his job is about it. So I think we're just getting faster at that point.
Also, we had some rain overnight. The track's got, some moisture in it, but he's 2 for 2 on a wet surface. He seems to handle it very well.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem at all.
Basically, he's a champion. So you got a little bit of an X on your back. Is there added pressure with this, or you just have so much confidence in your horse and Bill Mott?
Yeah, I trust him, and like I said, I don't think Bill Mott would bring a horse if I don't think he's ready, especially a horse like him, and I'm just very confident with my horse. If he runs his race, he's going to be very tough.
And how important is that relationship when a trainer has your back, so to speak? They instill confidence in you too, don't they?
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's like, you ride very light, your head is completely in the game, you don't have to be worried about thinking about anything else that can, if anything can go wrong, you just have that freely mind in the race.
Junior Alvarado, live look, Sovereignty, the way he evolved, how rare is that? Given how he won the Kentucky Derby, how far back he was, 14th or so. And by the time we saw him in the Belmont and the Travers, all of a sudden, right off the pace, using that tactical speed.
Yeah, but, you look at the Derby, and it's always run too fast to pace for the distance. They went 46 and change, a sub 47 half mile, going 10 furlongs. That's fast. The Belmont and even the Travers, a little more sedate, the paces, right? 48 and change, 47 and change. But also, I just think he's a horse that was maturing, figuring it out more. And we talked about him training at Payson Park, kind of a sleepier, sedate setting. He got more and more amped up as when they got to Saratoga, Bill Mott's home base, to train up to races like the Jim Dandy, the Travers, and obviously the Belmont, being at Saratoga. So I think it almost got his blood pumping up a bit more and got him a little more focused.
Odds-on favorite, Sovereignty, Junior Alvarado, and of course his nemesis in journalism, to be ridden by Jose Ortiz. Megan with Jose Ortiz earlier today.
Here with Jose Ortiz, who's sporting the iconic blue and orange silks of Michael Tabor and Coolmore. But Jose, you have not been aboard journalism or worked him since the Breeders' Cup. What has trainer Michael McCarthy kind of been in touch with you and told you regarding his progress?
Yeah, he's very happy with him. I mean, he's been working very good over there in California. I've been tracking him, obviously. I've been watching his works. And, he looks great. So we're very excited to get him started today.
Obviously, this is kind of a tactical puzzle, this race. Where do you find yourself amidst this compact group?
Hopefully close to the lead. Hopefully break clean and put me into a good position going to the first turn.
Thank you for the insight and good luck here, Jose.
Thank you, Megan.
Journalism taking on a familiar foe in today's Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap.
Know each other well. Live look at the Preakness winner, journalism. Maggie Wolfendale on track with eyes on the Preakness winner. Maggie, what are you noticing?
Actually, I'm having the honor and privilege to ride right next to royalty, donning the royal blue blanket of Godolphin. We see reigning horse of the year, Sovereignty, and he just looks so bright-eyed, but just so calm and confident. Everything you want to see with a champion like he is. He knows his job, and kind of what Richie was saying, training down at Sleepy Payson Park. He's a horse that rises to the occasion. He's a horse that responds to his rider, to his surroundings, but also just takes it all in, as I'm actually going to circle back here and take a look at your Preakness winner. That is Journalism, a horse that I have been a fan of since the beginning. They actually are running out of the same barn, the Close Hatches barn, he and Sovereignty. We see Journalism here with just one handler. That's because he's a cool dude. He's like, I love his eye. He has one of those eyes that you see kind of the white of it, and he looks right at you, right through you, as I'm going to walk right next to him. He looks fit. Now, he's a horse that probably is a little bit more bulky in his natural frame than Sovereignty, but, you know, coming in here today, it looks as though Michael McCarthy and his team have put the final touches on this horse who looks fit, defined, and ready to take on the champ again. Guys.
Journalism, he has that will to win. He has overcome so much adversity, overcoming trouble in the Santa Anita Derby, that heroic effort in the Haskell, and here, or in the Preakness, and in the Haskell as well, Rich. You really have to dig deep. Everything he had to run down the leaders.
You know, you think about the comprehensive campaign he had in running through the entire Triple Crown, and then to do this on a speed-favoring surface at Monmouth Park, looked like he was outpaced at the 8th pole, puts his head down, and just relentlessly drives to the wire to get it done. He's just a top-class horse, and it's glaring to me watching the two horses walk over. Right? You got Sovereignty with the blue blanket, you know, kind of like fighters with the robe and everything, and there's Journalism like Mike Tyson. No robe, just the black shoes, you know, black trunks, sockless, no nonsense, all business.
And what you see in some of his races, you know, you can't teach that. And there is his trainer, Michael McCarthy, the will to win, you know, for an athlete, like either they have it or they don't. Can't teach it.
No, you can't teach that. And when a horse drops their head and goes after other horses like that, that's because they want to be the herd leader. They are the dominant personality. Got a couple of dominant personalities lining up in this Oaklawn Handicap.
You had a conversation with Michael McCarthy. I know you mentioned just how incredibly confident he seems going in.
Well, I asked him flat out, you know, why would you take on this challenge this early? You know, there's other options. He said, my horse has been training great, has not missed a work. Every 7 days like clockwork. He's doing great, and I didn't want to wait another 3 weeks to run in the Ali Sheba. This was the spot, brimming with confidence.
Todd Trupp is with us in New York. Todd, just handicapping the race, betting this Oaklawn Handicap. What's the approach?
Well, you know, first of all, I'm surprised at the price on Journalism at 5-2. You talk to a lot of quote-unquote wise guys. The pick seems to be Journalism, but most of the money obviously has gone to Sovereignty at 4-5. Then there's the question, if you look at the exact in here, if you think it's a two-horse race, Sovereignty either winning or running second, or Journalism either winning or running second, if it's down to those two, what about the exacta? Just take a look at Naira bets. The $1 exacta was Sovereignty finishing first over Journalism for $1 is $3, a 3-5 straight. A 5-3 exacta, it's a $2 difference. If you have Journalism winning and Sovereignty finishing second, it's a $5 play. I think ultimately, rather than the exacta in case one of these horses doesn't show up, because remember, they're coming off the bench in here, I think you take the win price on Journalism. If you like him, you're getting $7. I think ultimately that's going to come down looking at the exacta pool. But as both of you know, there are races in this sport where sometimes you don't have to have a nickel wagered to appreciate what you're about to see. And I really appreciate what's coming up here in the Oaklawn Park Handicap.
One of those races, giving the presence of these superstars with 23 minutes to post. They have arrived in the paddock. And Naira bets, get involved to bet on this Oaklawn Handicap. Take advantage. Bet $20 to win on one horse in this Oaklawn Handicap and get your $20 back if your horse finishes second. All you have to do is opt in at NairaBets.com. Live look at trainer Safi Joseph. He has White Barrio, the credentials, the back class. If not for Cody's wish, he would have been Horse of the Year back in 2023. He would have been champion older horse, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, who's banked more than $7 million.
He's just a top-class racehorse. At 7, you know, his last effort showed he still has the enthusiasm for the game, and he's obviously eye-catching because he's nearly white now. Gray horses get whiter as the years go on. At 7 years old, he looks nearly white.
Does he still have it? Can he still reach back and find the stuff that resulted in him winning races like the Whitney, like the Breeders' Cup Classic?
Well, I absolutely think he can, particularly in a circumstance like this where it does look like he is the horse with the most natural early speed. I don't think Irad Ortiz has to ask him for speed and he's going to find himself on the lead.
Having run in the Pegasus World Cup, solid second place finish, a stablemate Skippy Longstocking, how much of an edge does that provide him that he does have the recency and you don't have to worry about the shaking off of any rust as you would for Sovereignty journalism?
Well, I think you got to factor it in, but it might be mitigated by the fact that Sovereignty's trained by the youngest horseman ever inducted in Racing Hall of Fame in Bill Mott, and Michael McCarthy is a world-class horseman, was an assistant to Todd Pletcher for years, and he's also building a Hall of Fame resume.
Seeking that second win in the Oaklawn Handicap, City of Light 2018, and then Publisher. We heard from trainer Steve Asmussen, can't stop him, can only hope to contain him. There he is, seeking a 4th straight win. The waters get much deeper today, however.
Yeah, I was talking with Steve earlier today about Publisher and just how he's kind of evolved and turned into a more professional racehorse. And we both kind of said the same thing. This is a circumstance with as deep as this field is. You try to ride a horse like this to be 3rd and then hope other riders or other horses make mistakes. And then sometimes going from a minor award, you get the major award.
Turning things around, would love to be a fly on the wall and hear what looked like Michael McCarthy just chirp something at Steve Asmussen there in close proximity.
Yeah, well, listen, these horsemen all know each other. They have one thing that they all share in common. They get up in the dark, they work all day, and they get home in the dark.
Michael McCarthy, incredible job with journalism. And as you mentioned, how incredibly confident he sounds coming into this race and what that first win to the team would mean over Sovereignty with journalism, and for him as well. Look, the pressure involved that these 3-year-olds continue to progress and improve and perform at that high level that we're accustomed to seeing.
You know, I think it is pressure training horses of this caliber, but it's the kind of pressure you want. I think it's more pressure when you've got a barn full of slow horses and you're trying to pay your bills. These horses are taking you on this amazing, incredible journey. He's a very thoughtful horseman, really, really smart, Michael McCarthy. And, you know, he's already a multiple Preakness-winning trainer.
You've often pointed out how much young horses change from 2 to 3. A horse becomes a champion, wins a Breeders' Cup Juvenile in the fall, and by the time the Derby preps roll around the next spring, others have caught up. They haven't progressed as much. What about the changes from 3 to 4? Is it as drastic? Can it be as drastic?
Well, it can be as drastic. With these 2 individuals, I think you'll see change. I don't know it'll be as dramatic as you would because they've already shown how good they are. If there is dramatic improvement by either or both, what I think is something we're going to see is already special is even going to be more special.
These stars, Sovereignty, there's journalism. Another shot for our viewers just joining us. This is all about a rivalry, something very rare in this sport. The opportunity, Richie, to watch Sovereignty and journalism go head-to-head for a 3rd time. We're not saying it's the greatest. It's not Secretariat and Sham. It's not Affirmed and Aladar. It's not Sunday Silence, Easy Goer yet. We don't know where this is going, but the most exciting budding rivalry in this sport in a while.
In quite a while. And the fact that they're squaring off so early in their seasons in both their first start of the year. Sporting gestures by both camps. And this is what racing needs to, I think, gather or get people's attention, get people excited about it. I've been in this game almost 50 years. And I've got so much nervous energy going on right now because I love this game and I love seeing horses like this compete. And then there's the prospect of feat that if we're seeing them in April, we might see them 3 or 4 more times this year, hopefully competing.
Fingers crossed. There he is. Reigning Horse of the Year, champion 3-year-old Sovereignty. In close pursuit, as he typically is, journalism. The scene on that first Saturday in May, the celebration, Junior Alvarado in the Derby. Heroic effort, journalism in the Preakness. Head-to-head, part 3 in their budding rivalry next.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendee.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
And a Dare Manor will take the Clementine Hirsch.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
It is Timberlake who's going to win.
She's so speedy in that sprint.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
A warrior from the start. He's got grit, the kind champions are made of. In his biggest battles, he showed his mettle.
Sierra Leone is plugging in. Dornock is coming back. Dornock is a Remsen.
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. A will to win, to scrap, and fight like your life depends on it.
Dornock in an absolute thriller. Dornock and Mindframe. It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
And Dornock stubborn! Dornock wins the Haskell!
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornock.
It was this time last year when he became a household name.
Sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby.
And he didn't stop there, dominating the Belmont Stakes.
Sovereignty goes right by journalism once again.
Before a coronation in the Travers.
And we are witnessing greatness. Sovereignty pouring it on.
Champion of his division and Horse of the Year. But today's the start of a new season. First race since that August afternoon. And his challenger? A familiar foe who twice finished in his rival's shadow, but captured his own crown jewel in between.
Oh my goodness! Journalism has won the Preakness!
Still not backing down and looking to make a new headline in today's Oaklawn Handicap. Races like this, moments like this, few and far between. The next chapter in this budding rivalry, the beast from the east, the best from the west. Sovereignty, live look, odds on the reigning 2025 Horse of the Year.
Almost looks like Sovereignty got bigger after they got the tack on him. He kind of puffed up, muscled up a little bit more. Boy, he's a good-looking horse.
Rust? What rust? Sovereignty. Godolphin, homebred, and the updated odds. Anything surprise you whatsoever in the wagering?
No, not at all. And then, journalism starting to come down 5-2, now 2-1. I think that he'll probably go off even shorter, but no, I don't think there's any real surprises. And White Barrio's getting a lot of support because I think a lot of people recognize that he should get pretty comfortable on the lead.
We heard from Maggie observing Sovereignty. I know you're watching on a screen, but you've watched him this week here at Oaklawn Park. Anything that has caught your eye that looked a little bit different from when you last saw him last summer?
Just putting on a little bit of size, a little bit of weight, but in the right way. And I don't mean in an unfit way. I mean just filling out in all the right spots. Already a big, strong, imposing individual, even bigger and stronger.
Trainer Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, Sovereignty. 4-5. Over to Maggie.
And Liffy, I could not agree more when it comes to Sovereignty and what Mig just said about him. A horse that looks as though he has really grown and filled out, because when they got that tack on him, it looks like he really kind of muscled up across his hindquarters. But what's interesting, going back to the Jim Dandy, it was reported that Bill Mott wasn't really, cranking the screws on him because he knew that the Jim Dandy would be an easier race than the Travers. And you could see that. He just looked maybe a little soft around the edges. And then when he came back for the Travers, he just looked so fit, so strong. Today, however, despite the layoff since that Travers, he looks just as fit, if not stronger. He's done everything. Gosh, he just oozes class. Now, it was a fever that kept him out of the Breeders' Cup Classic. He did have to battle that for a while, but he's been training very well down at Payson Park. And the horse that he was meant to take on, yet again in that Breeders' Cup Classic, well, he ran. That's number 5 in here for this Oaklawn Handicap, Journalism. And there's only been 2 horses to come back out of the Breeders' Cup Classic to run, both of which have won, including the winner that day in Forever Young. And look, he is a horse that I just love his mechanics of his stride. You know, obviously he's a good mover, but the push from behind really extends himself and he covers so much ground. I think he looks fit. He looks strong. He's filled out. He's done everything you want. Both of these horses just really have the mental fortitude to be at the top of their class, much like they proved last year as sophomores. Moving on, though, to the venerable veteran down on the rail. That's number 1, White Abarrio. Now, last time I thought he was kind of closer to the pace that eventually fell apart, in which his stablemate, Skippy Longstocking, was able to capitalize on that in the Pegasus World Cup. Skippy would come back and win the Essex here at Oaklawn with that 101 buyer. White Abarrio, he looks like the good White Abarrio that I've seen many, many times before, in that sometimes maybe he doesn't look as strong across his top line. That's not the case today. He looks strong. He also seems like a bright horse. He's not sulking or anything like that. He looks as though he wants to get out there and strut his stuff. And Lafitte, it looks as though strutting his stuff on the front end.
Strutting right next to his trainer, Safi Joseph. Underestimated in the past. He has surprised us in the past. But for these 2 titans head-to-head, the numbers, the stats, they're comparable. Sovereignty is banked about $1.5 million more. The glaring difference head-to-head. Sovereignty 2. Journalism looking to get on the board. Journalism owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Aaron Wellman, standing by live with Megan.
Joined by Aaron Wellman, president and founder of Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and co-owner of Preakness winner Journalism. The moment is here, but can you give us insight into the decision-making process of launching his 4-year-old campaign in this spot?
Yeah, well, first, thanks to Coolmore, their whole contingent, for allowing us to bring him back at age 4 and for having the guts to lace him up round 1 of 2026 against Sovereignty and White Abarrio. So big courage, big guts, and the same is true for the White Abarrio connections, Sovereignty connections. I mean, it takes a lot of courage for these horses to lock horns this early in the year. So kudos to everybody, and it's great for the game. You know, for us, it was just a matter of timing. This horse had worked 5/8 5 times, 6 times, and it was time to go.
He surely looks like it's time to go. Can you speak to his progress made in the winter months? It seems as if he's come back stronger than ever, Aaron.
Yeah, you know, he's always been a physically imposing horse. He's just gone from strength to strength in that regard. Mentally, he's the coolest dude. But I think he felt this sort of obligation to put on a show every time he trained and was out there on the track last year as a 3-year-old. This year, it seems like he's more comfortable in his skin. He's more mature, and things are just coming a little easier to him.
Incredibly encouraging. Best of luck in here.
Really appreciate it.
Lafitte?
Great for the sport, great for the fans. Journalism, head-to-head, Sovereignty, post-time, 8 minutes. Let's meet the field. There he is, White Abarrio or Rod Ortiz.
White Abarrio is a top-class horse that's got a pace advantage, and they're all going to have to catch him. They'll be racing in his wake early on.
Liberal arts, what a moment for young trainer Heather Iron.
Yeah, you know, a horse that has been difficult to train, but has, and he's
difficult
acting
to
up.
handle a little bit for Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, a little bit tough in here, but, you know, sometimes you get a horse like this that gets that individual care in a smaller barn. They find themselves, but, boy, he is rough and just looked like he unseated
Rainier Arrieta in the saddle, was in the saddle. There he is, Sovereignty, odds-on horse of the year.
And look at the glaring difference in demeanor. Sovereignty, cool as a cucumber. It's his world, and you're all living in it, he says.
Duke of Duval, first of 2 for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, big price here. Would have to step up, but maybe in there to try to get a check in a $1.25 million race. Second, third, fourth money's good.
Journalism, the Preakness hero.
He's just such a cool cat. Love the way he does things, and he looks like a coiled up spring ready to be released.
Jose Ortiz in the saddle, followed by Publisher on a roll. Second at 2 for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, the winningest or maiden, you could say. I guess that's not a right way to say it, but earned more money as a maiden than any other horse previously, and now he's won 3 in a row.
Piled up the most money without winning in history. Publisher, that's the field. 84th running of the Oaklawn Handicap. Megan is live with Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott.
That's right, Lafitte. The moment has arrived. Sovereignty's 4-year-old debut. Bill, can you talk about the progression that he has taken from 3 to 4 and now a highly anticipated debut?
Well, he's done well. He's done well. We got him back in January, and we've had a number of good, solid works under him. And this race came up, and we thought it was time to get him started. He has been off a long time. He hasn't raced since August, so you always wonder if they will need a race. Most horses do better when they've had a race under their belt, but here we are, and we got to see what we got today.
Sovereignty hasn't run here, but 1995, a horse by the name of Cigar did. Can you speak to the memories 31 years later, now in the same position with the same caliber of an animal?
Well, this was really kind of a turning point in Cigar's career when he raced here, because it was, he'd won 3, 4 in a row, 5 in a row, I guess, when he came here. But this really was a super stacked field when he ran here. There were some good horses. There was a horse that was running that was had won 10 in a row, and the Santa Anita Derby or Santa Anita Handicap winner. And it was really a good race, but he put it all together, and he just it propelled him into a good career.
Well, obviously looking for the same with your champion. Best of luck here, Bill.
Okay, thank you.
Lafitte?
A rival. Nobody could rival Cigar in 95, Horse of the Year, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, and that's the thing. For sports fans, nothing like a rivalry. Michael Jordan and the Bulls going through the East, finally overcoming that hump, and 6 titles. That series back in 2004, reversing the curse. They were down 3-0 in the ALCS, and finally the Red Sox got the best of the Yankees. And for Peyton Manning, those talented teams kept running into a brick wall, and the Patriots and Tom Brady finally clearing that wall in 2007 en route to a Super Bowl title. Nothing in sports like a real rivalry like what's brewing here in thoroughbred racing among Sovereignty and journalism. Journalism trained by Michael McCarthy. Will he visit the winner's circle? Will he observe journalism finally defeating Sovereignty for the very first time? We'll find out in 3 minutes. The Oaklawn Handicap is next. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Excitement builds, the energy of what's about to take place. This crowd looking on, this highly anticipated Oaklawn Handicap, where we have reached post time, updated on Sovereignty 3 to 5. You know about the stars and the major players. About a long shot, Maggie, Liberal Arts, who we saw really acting up in the post parade.
Yeah, I do want to touch on him, Lafitte, just to give credit to his pony person, Sarah, as well as Rebel, her pony, because we saw him just pushing them all over the racetrack, Liberal Arts. And he was actually bought at the digital sale and came with the quote-unquote warning that he was nearly impossible to train and would be a good candidate to geld. They did not geld him, obviously, because he is a son of the late, great Arrogate. So they're going to try here yet again. But physically speaking, he looks much the same as when I saw him for his previous trainer, and Brad Cox has really filled out, looks really strong. Yes, he is a bad actor, and maybe he's a little bit too revved up coming in here fresh off the break. He has settled because back here where I am at about the 8th pole, I suppose, it's so quiet. You do not get the energy of the fans. You cannot hear hardly anything. So he has settled. He's been kept away from the rest of the horses here on the track. I was going to talk about Sovereignty, but I do want to note that White Abarrio and Irad Ortiz have been moving throughout. Irad has not stopped moving White Abarrio, indicating to me at least that they will obviously try to go for the lead. But getting back to your reigning horse of the year, it was funny as he walked in front of the crowd. I think everybody just went quiet just to look at him, but he did get a little revved up. So Junior Alvarado opting to stay with the pony. He too is settled out here on the racetrack. And boy, Lafitte, I wonder if they recognize each other. Sovereignty and Journalism, they're about to throw it down yet again for this Oaklawn Handicap. I'm landing on Journalism here. Meg, I know you have the same thoughts.
I've been on at Camp Journalism as I find he is the horse in this spot that you would want fresh as he ran his career best Beyer speed figure. And that San Felipe, first off of the layoff as a 3-year-old last year. But the main point I want to drive home is that you often find connections pressured and feeling the weight of bringing these caliber horses back to the races. It has been all confidence from the Eclipse partnership to Coolmore connections to especially trainer Michael McCarthy, who has found his running style should suit this Oaklawn Park surface for the first time as the Big Three all take to it for the very first time. He's consistent. I find he's best at this 9 furlong distance. He's sharp there on track. I find he's taken a step forward as a son of Curlin here in this spot. Lafitte, Journalism faces the ultimate question: can he beat Horse of the Year, Sovereignty?
A third chance to do so. Journalism, lots of love, lots of support for the Preakness winner, Michael McCarthy. Looking on, trainer of Journalism. Early on as they approach the starting gate, Richie, circling back to the strategy and what we're looking for early on in this 1 1/8 Oaklawn Handicap.
Well, as Maggie pointed out, the warm-up that White Abarrio got kind of leaves little doubt what their strategy will be. It'll be to go to the front. And Journalism also got a pretty aggressive warm under Jose Ortiz. I don't think he'll be that far away. We're getting ready. Horses are loading up. Lafitte.
Hall of Famer Bill Mott looking on. Trainer of Sovereignty, odds on. It is post time. Third meeting, Journalism, Sovereignty, Part 3. The Oaklawn Handicap live on FS2. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Publisher to round out the group. We're ready to go. That's Journalism acting up in the starting gate. Journalism acting up, settling down. And they're off. in the Oaklawn Handicap. The big three, White Barrio, Sovereignty, Journalism, they all broke smoothly out of their post positions, as did the others. White Barrio's taking it to him early, and Sovereignty's going to lay close today, and so is Journalism. So the 3 stars, 1, 2, 3, as they go into the first turn. Sovereignty fresh off that 8-month break, and he's in front now. White Barrio's second right behind him, and he's tracking Sovereignty. So Sovereignty, an unexpected pacemaker here, leads by 3 parts of a length. Journalism's not going to let him get too far out of his sights. He's running in second now, a half length back. White Barrio, he's in the 3rd position. Publisher finds himself between horses, and Liberal Arts, who's 3 wide. Gap of 2, Duke of Duval, as they head down the backstretch here. It's Sovereignty paving the way, a neck in front. Journalism right there, matching him, just a neck behind. And Liberal Arts is 3rd, 3 wide, 2 off the pace. White Barrio, he's on the rail in the 4th position. Publisher is patiently ridden, and Duke of Duval, the long shot, would be the upset of the century if he were to win it. He's at the back of the field as they quicken into the 4th turn. You've got a horse of the year inside of a multiple Grade 1 winner, Journalism, and the 2 runners squaring off in the lead with White Barrio creeping in right behind. Publisher in 4th. He's 5 lengths off the pace with 5/16 to go. Here we go. Sovereignty on the inside. Journalism right there perched to his outside. And White Barrio in with a good chance. 3 wide as they come off the turn here. Sovereignty on the inside. Journalism. White Barrio confidently handled by Irad Ortiz, and he goes to the lead now. Sovereignty has given way to second. Journalism 3rd. 16th to go. It's White Barrio's win. It's his Oaklawn Handicap. And White Barrio, an awesome champion, a veteran of the game. How cool is he? White Barrio defeats Sovereignty and Journalism in an epic Oaklawn Handicap.
Overshadowed all week with all the focus on the newly turned 4-year-old stars. In the end, it's the 7-year-old White Barrio and Irad Ortiz in the Oaklawn Handicap.
And he got an absolutely perfect trip. Irad came out like he wanted the lead, but Sovereignty was having none of that. Neither was Journalism, and they took it to him early. Irad backed off. The 2 newly minted 4-year-olds chewed on each other for the better part of a mile. And then here comes White Barrio, who had been held in abeyance with that last run, and he finished Lafitte. They finished a mile and an eighth in 1:47.49. Came home the last furlong in less than 12 seconds.
He reached back and found his best. That's the White Barrio we saw in the Whitney at Saratoga, albeit 3 years ago. The White Barrio who captured the Breeders' Cup Class back in 2023, Breeders' Cup Classic. We thought Journalism, Sovereignty would be stalking him. He was stalking them the entire way around.
And you can see how the complexion all changed into the first turn when Irad looked over and he saw Sovereignty right on top of him, and then he saw Journalism right outside him. He said, okay, I'll ease back, let you guys have at it. The table was set.
Maggie, with winning rider Irad Ortiz.
Irad just said to me, that's racing, because I asked him, Lafitte, were you surprised by the dynamics early on in the race?
I mean, I thought I was going to be on the lead, but honestly, when I see Sovereignty broke that sharp, and I see Journalism on Saturday, he's not going to let him walk. It's going to be a match race, so I probably get advantage of it. Yeah. I don't was in a good position inside of them, so I take my time and go to plan B, work out beautiful.
It did, for real. As the 7-year-old taking down the highly hyped 2 4-year-olds coming back. This, and as you said, Safi gave you so much confidence with White Barrio today. This has got to be satisfying because he's been a little bit of a tough luck loser throughout his career.
Yeah, this was making him cry. I know he loved this horse, so I'm happy for him. Happy for all the connections, honestly. They are great people. Just happy to see my boy on the winner's circle again.
All right, congratulations. And Meg, I know you're standing by with, I'm sure, an emotional Safi Joseph.
That's right, Maggie. Safi, I talked to you this morning about how this horse has been training. What does this moment mean to you as you now have this incredible victory against these 2 caliber horses?
It's special. I mean, credit to all the connections, Sovereignty, Journalism. This was a great race, and they hooked up. Most of the time, sometimes the good races don't materialize, and it was a great race, and we're thankful to come on top. Maybe they'll beat us next time, but we're going to enjoy today. Irad gave him a great ride. Credit to all his groom, Wade, who walks him. His horse walks like 3 hours a day. And it takes so much teamwork and patience. Congrats to Gary Barber, the Cornets, Clinton Mark. They were patient. When I told them, like, we had to scratch in December, we weren't ready yet. And nobody, because we had all the interruptions after the Breeders' Cup, nobody questioned it. And Pegasus, we knew he wasn't supposed to run that good. And everything online for him today to run great. But his horse racing, sometimes everything looks perfect and it doesn't. And proud of the horse. There's not much more you can say, but it just shows you when you have a special horse to do it from 2 to 7. Thank God.
Getting me emotional here. Congratulations. Go enjoy this moment, Safi.
Thank you very much.
Lafitte?
Scratched just before post time of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. A missed opportunity. Safi Joseph. The emotion speaks for itself. Another win in this Oaklawn Handicap. You can feel it, what he's experiencing, like radiating through the screen.
No doubt. And they put so much work, time, effort into these horses. They're so heavily vested, and you saw all that emotion coming through there. An absolutely beautiful ride by Irad Ortiz. Eased back out of that, budding pace duel with Sovereignty and Journalism. The 4-year-olds took it to each other. White Barrio comes with the last run, and that's what it's all about right there.
He has surprised us on big stages in the past. He was getting ready for the Forgo, a sprint race, Grade 1 sprint at Saratoga in the summer of 23. Only 3 horses were running. 2 horses were going to face Cody's Wish in the Whitney. All right, we're running the Whitney. Handled Cody's Wish, who was considered the best horse in the country at the time. Ran a hole in the wind, followed that up with the win in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And now, on this stage, with all eyes and all the attention on Journalism, on Sovereignty, it's White Barrio who has the stuff, the class, and the ability to finish them off in deep stretch.
Came home the last furlong in less than 12 seconds. That's racehorse time, a mile and a furlong in 147.49. And just a beautiful run from him. I don't think Sovereignty and or Journalism really lost anything in defeat. Kind of a departure from their styles. First race back, they both ran on, but once again, Sovereignty proved a little bit better than Journalism.
We touched on it looking back at the how surprised were you when you saw Sovereignty in front early on?
I was actually very surprised because the first quarter was fairly quick. They went 23. But he was taking Junior. It wasn't like Junior Alvarado sent him. He let him.
And Junior Alvarado, who rode Sovereignty, is with Megan.
Junior, coming off of the layoff here with Sovereignty and in a change of tactics, you were on the front end today. Take me through your ride.
Yeah, I thought the one was going to take the lead. What about it? He ended up kind of taking back coming into the first turn. So, I let my horse, I didn't want to fight him. He got the horse and the outside kind of breathing his neck. So he got a little, a little aggressive, normally coming from the layoff too. So, I kind of went on with him and, I never had a chance to give him a breather the whole way around. I think it was a new thing for him, just being pushing around the whole way. But, third from home, he still give me a good kick, which I was expecting, and a good gallop out. We would love to win the race. It's not gonna lie, but we needed to start somewhere, and I think today it was just exactly what we wanted. Just you get a big horse going, and big races ahead.
Encouraging comment. Thank you for the feedback, Junior.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Junior Alvarado taking a moment, explaining to Megan what took place throughout the course of the race, the effort from Sovereignty, and the greats lose. Legends in this sport taste defeat. It happens. His first start since last summer's Travers foundation building effort for his 4-year-old campaign, Sovereignty.
Again, this was both of their first starts back. Have to shake off a little ring rust. They'll be fitter for it. Also, I think they were trying to compensate for the lack of pace, and it took maybe both the 4-year-olds a little bit out of their styles, where this horse got to sit the perfect trip, and he's a good horse. He's already a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, over $8 million in purse earnings now. This was an epic race that really delivered.
Not bad for a $40,000 purchase, White Barrio.
Like to do that a couple times in your career, huh?
The team there, C2 Racing, co-owned Gary Barber and Company, Safi Joseph, one of the biggest wins of his career, White Barrio, Oaklawn Handicap winner, Irad Ortiz, The table set in front of him. The targets right there with Sovereignty. Journalism tracked him, tipped out, turned it on in the stretch.
And he finished. And both of Sovereignty and Journalism were running. This horse really kicked it into gear through the stretch. The three best horses that we thought going in ran the three best races.
And your thoughts on Journalism's effort and third place finish?
I thought he ran great. He did everything he was supposed to do. He took it to Sovereignty at the right time, but he was outfinished by Sovereignty again. And maybe this just underscores that Sovereignty is just a little bit of a better racehorse.
Hindsight being 2020, Richie, you think that given the opportunity, Sovereignty goes to the lead, Jose Ortiz on Journalism, would he have been better off stalking, sitting a little bit further back as opposed to being latched right on to Sovereignty?
Well, listen, hindsight's always 2020, and you're always going to second guess or be second guess. I think they all gave their horses an opportunity, maybe just a little bit of a departure from their normal styles.
Thrilling edition of this 84th Oaklawn Handicap, and a jubilant Safi Joseph watching White Abarrio roll by Journalism and Sovereignty and take down this Oaklawn Handicap, a winner's share of a $1.25 million purse.
He looks like a horse that breeders would love. He's just a perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to naira.com/EMPTRI.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Couple of weeks out from the Kentucky Derby on the first Saturday in May, and 5 weeks later for the final time at Saratoga, the Belmont Stakes at the Spa. Tickets available now at belmontstakestickets.com/tickets for the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown, one final time at Saratoga. Electric last year, the show that Sovereignty put on in front of 50,000 plus. Hoisting of the hardware, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, Godolphin and company. That performance taking down 2/3 of the 2025 Triple Crown. And moments ago, Sovereignty's 4-year-old debut, turning for home, Richie with the lead. Journalism right there, White Abarrio traveling best of all.
Yeah, and the table was set for White Abarrio. Sovereignty and Journalism hooked up in their own kind of semi-match race, if you will. They kicked on, but here came White Abarrio getting the best of it, the best trip as well. You know, something that we didn't touch base on, and we should, Lafitte, is Journalism acted up pretty badly
Yes.
in the starting gate, and that was out of character for him. He's not a horse that usually acts up like that. Maybe that was a little bit of that nervous energy coming off the bench that kind of showed up on him. Take nothing away from the winner. He ran the best race today under the circumstances.
Winner Circle Lead-In, as you just saw, brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more about our auction schedule at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Let's get digital. Wow. All the anticipation, the excitement leading up to this race, with so much attention, and understandably so, on sovereignty, journalism. Wida Barrio had done it before at the highest level. This 7-year-old who still has lots left and now an earner of more than $8 million.
And I think it's exciting going forward because not only do you have Wida Barrio, sovereignty, journalism, magnitude. Oh, there's another horse that turned 4 named Baeza lurking someplace that's now in the Belmont barn, formerly trained by the late, great John Sheriffs. I think we've got a very deep and talented group of older horses this year, and it just bodes well for us as fans to follow them through the entirety of the year.
And to keep in mind, yeah, both sovereignty, journalism defeated. But again, I think this is why we were so surprised to see him in the spot to begin with. The first start launching their 4-year-old campaign. Sovereignty unraced since last summer. Journalism since last fall. They will both move forward and improve off of these efforts.
Well, and they should. But listen, again, go back to the fact that they ran at just a very fast 1 1/8 here. And the fact that they probably will even take a step forward, we're in for a big treat this summer. If all these horses stay healthy and get to compete multiple times, we are going to be treated to some epic races like this was an epic race.
2 observations that we hadn't seen before. Sovereignty winding up on the lead, and as you just mentioned, journalism acting up, fractious in the starting gate.
Yeah, but again, maybe that is, like horses don't always show everything that's going on internally, and as cool as he looked about everything, maybe that was just that nervous energy kind of bubbling over. We were feeling it, the anticipation of this race. At least I was on the desk. My stomach was getting going a little bit. Horses are not immune to that either.
Wida Barrio in the 84th running of the Oaklawn Handicap here in Hot Springs. We still have one left. By the way, that Kentucky Derby, the Run for the Roses, 2 weeks from today. Further ado, trending up a storm at Churchill Downs. So impressive in the Bluegrass and Commandment as preparations continue for the 152nd Kentucky Derby. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. What a day at the races. Coverage brought to you by the Ocala Breeder Sale. The search for the stars of tomorrow. The next White Barrio, the next Sovereignty, the next journalism. And as a stallion, wow. Flightline, as special as he was, a racehorse. And this colt here, by Flightline, purchased for $10.5 million.
That's a lot of money on the hoof there, but
could have had a lot of White Barrios.
Not only is an incredible physical specimen by a stallion like Flightline, who was superior racehorse, he worked in 9 3 for an eighth of a mile, less than 10 seconds, 2/5 faster than 10 seconds flat for a furlong. And look at him from, just his attitude. He's a young horse, a big sales pavilion, crowded, and he's just as cool as can be. We talk about it. Not only do they have to have the physical ability, they have to have the mental capacity to handle all this. Boy, he looks like a special individual. It's going to be really interesting to see him when he hits the racetrack as a racehorse.
Looks like $10 million, worth every penny. His sire, one of the very best we've seen in recent memory, Flightline. Okay, so the Oaklawn Handicap in the books 2 weeks from today, 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby. Most exciting 2 minutes in sports. The leaderboard looks like this. Commandment right on top, 150 points. Further ado, that big win in the Bluegrass, 135. And Renegade as well. Speaking of Arad Ortiz, Commandment tuning up for the Kentucky Derby. This was yesterday morning at Churchill Downs, 5/8 in 59-3. Commandment, Richie, on the outside. What are you observing?
He's just a horse that's doing really, really well. He's smart. He waits on his rider's cues. You see the rider just let him cruise up alongside his workmate here. And they're going quick, 59 and change. A sub-minute 5 furlongs is running. And you can see riders barely moving their hands. They're just kind of cruising. Looks more like a maintenance move than it is like a 59 and change after the wire to let them gallop out. He's also a horse that seems to do just what he needs to do, right? He won the Florida Derby by a nose. He won the Fountain of Youth by a long head. He's a horse that just has a knack for getting his nose down the wire.
Silver charm that we're observing.
Yeah, very, very similar. That's a really good comparison.
And the race he's exiting in that victory in the Florida Derby, widely considered the strongest of all the final major Derby preps.
Absolutely. And he's been consistent, right? He was defeated on debut, and now he's reeled off 4 in a row, starting his stake skiing with the Mucho Macho Man onto the Fountain of Youth, and then obviously the Florida Derby. This is shaping up as a really deep Derby field.
And remember, the Florida Derby was the same day as the Arkansas Derby, and it was Arad Ortiz who wound up here in Hot Springs. The Florida Derby was run before the Arkansas Derby. We saw Commandment win. And then, of course, Renegade responded here. Arad Ortiz won the Arkansas Derby. He'll ride Renegade in the Run for the Roses. And then further ado, and what he's done specifically in Lexington at Keeneland, that incredible win in the Bluegrass, further ado, he's been the one creating buzz in how he's been preparing and training at Churchill Downs.
You see he turns for home, and the rider reached up to get even more hold of him to slow him down. You see the head movement, his head shakes a little left. That's the rider shaking the bit in his mouth and saying, whoa, buddy, come back to me. You're doing a little more than I want you to do. This is 46-4 under stout restraint. He's already a stakes winner at Churchill Downs. His 2 most impressive races came at Keeneland, but he doesn't look like he's having any trouble getting over that Churchill Downs strip. He's just bouncing along here. This was a really big work, and he's going to be forward. Johnny Velasquez is a rider that understands the importance of position. Look at the rider had to give him a little bit of rein. He took off again with him. And that was as good a work as you're ever going to see.
So just based in this final preparation, it's funny how these things can change opinions. Is that enough to convince you to say to the critic who says, yeah, but he's just a Keeneland horse. His best races are at Keeneland?
No, I'm not going to buy that, particularly after watching that workout. And the fact that he's already a stakes winner, won the Kentucky Jockey Club at Churchill Downs, did it nicely. And the fact that he can be forward, getting back to that point, there isn't a tremendous amount of speed, at least outwardly looking at this Derby, not Derby-type speed. He's a horse that can be forward, place himself. Johnny Velasquez, multiple Kentucky Derby winning jockey, understands the importance of position. I think he puts himself in a perfect trip.
Rod Ortiz winning today's Oaklawn Handicap with White Barrio and a date with Renegade, looking for his first Kentucky Derby victory in what will be his 10th attempt in the run for the Roses. The nightcap, horses on track, 12th and final on this Oaklawn Handicap Saturday next on America's Day at the Races.
And it's lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
What a day at Oaklawn Park. And we have one to go. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Imagine Team White Barrio might have some fun tonight in downtown Hot Springs.
I'm sure they probably got a reservation at the Lucas.
You know? You know? Lots to celebrate. What a story. What a performance. What a horse. 12th and final, $35,000 allowance optional claimers, fillies and mares. We start with Cozy Curlin Kitten.
Yeah, made her lone debut on dirt here last time. Could improve off of that effort.
Favorite there with Eric Asmussen.
Makes a lot of sense. Should be well placed from the start under Eric.
McKinsey's Glory at 8-1.
Yeah, comes off a couple of back-to-back good efforts here. I feel like the 8-1's a big price on this horse.
I'll draw the 8-year-old mare. Why not? We just saw a 7-year-old win a $1.25 million horse race.
Yeah, this feels like this one's going to have to find a race that we haven't seen recently from her to be competitive here.
Double-digit long shot side by side. Here's Me Woman.
Yeah, moving up to much tougher company after a game win last time.
Carrie's Kiss, Ramon Vasquez in overlay.
And speed, and it's going to be forward, and I think being forward was a good thing all day.
Leading riders to break side by side, there's Christian Torres and Gerlin's Empire.
Yeah, stretching out for the first time, getting this distance, and at a sprint, probably will find herself closer.
Mac Robertson, busy at the claim box. There's Low Key.
Yeah, he's been loading up, replenishing stock, but this is a lot tougher than what she's faced previous.
And Thestral to the outside contender.
More speed also. Francisco Arrieta looking for his 5th win of the day. Will need to use some of that speed to get over and not get hung too wide into that first turn.
Yeah, trip will be key for her early. Megan, Thestral, your thoughts going in?
The outside runner in the number 10 Thestral is a horse that I've been able to follow the progress of throughout this Oaklawn Park meeting. And I will say today is the best I've seen her look. She was kind of a horse that didn't carry the most condition, the most flesh. And today it just really seems as if she's turned a corner physically. She's going to be a part of that early pace from her outside draw, as we'll touch on the number 6, Carrie's Kiss, who I do agree is a bit of an overlay. Now, this lady has always been a sharp, cantankerous, speed indicative type, as she yet again was tacked in the winner's circle outside. She was kept moving. She was very well composed, as she's had a steady campaign of races here at Oaklawn Park. And I'd agree, the speed is where you want to be, as many are taking attention to the number 1 Seraphia coming out of Stakes Company. But Seraphia is the horse to me that hasn't taken a step forward physically. And the 2 I just described, I'm hopeful that that speed does hold on the front end, Lafitte.
Seraphia, even money. What do you think?
Yeah, I honestly, I can understand her being favorite, but I feel like some of the other betting might be a little bit askew. I mean, you look at the 3, McKinsey's Glory, who toiled on turf and synthetic. Her dirt races are all good. And her last 2 efforts are really good, and she moved up into this company last time, the same condition, on Winners of 2 in a Life. And at 8-1, isn't she a decent alternative?
Why is it? Why is she? Why the discrepancy between Seraphia and the rest?
I wonder if people see that she broke her maiden for 30 and then have a tendency maybe to dismiss her a little bit, but I don't see a huge difference. I mean, Seraphia has been running in tougher company, stakes races, maybe getting the class relief. Again, I can see Seraphia as the favorite. I just don't see a horse like McKinsey's Glory at 8-1. And then the outside runner, it's not a great post, but there was another scratch, so she's post 9. Thestral, she's going to be forward.
What a day it has been. All the lead up and hype to the Oaklawn Handicap, watching how things unfolded. Just a couple of final thoughts. We'll be saying goodbye to our audience very shortly. Great to have everyone with us on this tremendous day of thoroughbred racing at Oaklawn here on FS2. At what point could you tell, fixated on the horse of the year and Sovereignty, you're watching journalism right at his hip, at what point could you tell, wait a second, it's not going to be either of them?
Well, you scanned past them, looked behind them, and saw the way White Barrio was traveling, leaving the 3/8 pole. This is going to be interesting, because once he tips out to the clear, gets out of that kickback, you know he's going to drop his head and finish. Now, are Sovereignty and Journalism going to be good enough to continue to kick away from him? They ran gallantly and really well, especially for a comeback effort. He got the right trip, and he showed that, you know, there's still juice in them old legs.
You ain't lying.
Right?
You ain't lying. Yeah. You had that conversation with Rod Ortiz. He fully expected to be in front. Said, I don't want to go too slow. That's not the plan going. How much credit in terms of just calling the audible, seeing as things were unfolding differently than anticipated?
Well, that's why Irad is great. He's able to adjust on the fly. I mean, he's certain first ballot Hall of Famer when he becomes eligible. He is just incredible. And how about the fact that Irad has ridden at least 300 winners a year for each of the last 10 years?
He's a machine, man.
It's unheard of.
He's a machine. Oaklawn Handicap win today. 2 weeks, a date with Renegade in the 152nd Kentucky Derby. Oaklawn Handicap nightcap. Here's Matt Dinneman.
Thestral coming up. And we're ready to go in the finale on Oaklawn Handicap 2026. And we're off in the finale. Good start from McKinsey's Glory on the lead. Seraphia takes back. Here's Carrie's Kiss, where she likes to be up top, and she strides in front. McKinsey's Glory takes a hold. Will track second. Gerland's Empire third going into the turn. Seraphia is in the 4th position early. Bow draw to the outside, and Thestral, who's deep with that pair. Length and a half to Cozy Curl and Kitten. My Woman to the outside, and Low Key at the back as they make their way towards the backstretch run at Carrie's Kiss. Loose up top. A length and a half, maybe a length and 3/4 ahead. Gerland's Empire strides rides in second. Thestral in the bridle third. On a snug hold here, 2 off the pace. Length back to McKinsey's Glory on the rail. Beaudraw to the outside. Then comes Seraphia down on the inside of horses today. She must be 5 lengths off the pace. Cozy Curlin Kitten finds herself between horses down the backstretch run and 2 back to the trailing Low Key as they head past the half-mile pole. Carrie's Kiss still doing it okay. Leads by a length here from Gerland's Empire running in second, and Thestral, who's 3 wide. It's still Carrie's Kiss, a length and a half clear. Gerland's Empire's second. Thestral 3 deep, getting a little bit closer and going pretty well as they round the far turn. 2 back to Beaudraw. McKinsey's Glory under a hard ride. Seraphia the favorite, and the Yellow Jacket has 6 lengths to gain and really has to pick it up. Carrie's Kiss in the meantime still on the lead. Gerland's Empire between horses. Thestral has to go now 3 wide as they come down the stretch. Carrie's Kiss, she's got plenty for the final 3/16 it appears, and she scampers away to a 4-length lead and kicks for home. Cozy Curlin Kitten down the grandstand side. She's closing. Carrie's Kiss 16th to go in front. Cozy Curlin Kitten is second. It's still Carrie's Kiss 50 yards from home. She's got it. Carrie's Kiss gate to wire in the nightcap. Cozy Curlin Kitten was second. Beaudraw third. Gerland's Empire was fourth in the finale.
By Breeders' Cup Classic winner in Vino Rosso, Carrie's Kiss, Ramon Vasquez for Pearl McBride in the 12th and final.
And pace makes the race. Carrie's Kiss. Ramon Vasquez was able to dole out her speed so nicely, just short of 49 seconds to a half, and she kept finding a big run from a filly making her second start on the dirt. Cozy Curlin Kitten, she rallied into no pace at all, but the race was basically over when Carrie's Kiss got to go a half in essentially 49 seconds.
4-1 in the end, 6-1-4-7 in this 12th and final. Carrie's Kiss, Ramon Vasquez, big meat, goes to the right hand. She responds and wins clear in this 12th at Oaklawn Park. Richie, final thought today, just what it felt like as far as, racing fans and enjoying the lead up, the hype, the way things unfolded. Somewhat of a surprise in the end, but an incredible race that lived up to the billing.
It really, I believe it lived up to the building. I mean, I guess there'll always be a little bit of disappointment that the main headliners, Sovereignty, Journalism, didn't get it done. But I don't think they lost much in defeat. They ran well, and it was a great starting point. And I, listening to Aaron Wellman talking leading into the race, but he really gets it. And he understands that this will help the game and create fans.
We look forward to seeing what's next for Sovereignty and Journalism. White Avario onward and upward for the 7-year-old. With Rod Ortiz aboard, he surprised us in the past, 12-1 in his debut. First career start, and he aired. Nobody gave him a shot against Cody's Wish in the Whitney at Saratoga in the summer of 23, and overlooked by most against the highly decorated Sovereignty and Journalism. But in the end, too much of the big white horse. Safi Joseph had him cranked up, ready to roll, and he delivered. Have a great night, everyone.